The hidden room in the baker's basement wasn't on any floor plan. It wasn't supposed to exist. But as I stood there, heart pounding, staring at the ajar door I'd just discovered, I knew my life was about to change forever. I'd been babysitting for the Bakers for months now. Their daughter, Lily, was a sweet kid, easy to look after. The house was in one of those affluent neighborhoods where the lawns are always perfect and the cars in the driveways cost more than my college tuition. I never thought much about the family beyond our brief interactions. Mr. Baker was always polite, if a bit distant. Mrs. Baker was warm and chatty. They seemed normal. Boring, even. But normal people don't have hidden rooms filled with surveillance photos and cryptic documents. It started as a typical Thursday night. I arrived at 7 p.m., just as Mr. Baker was heading out. He gave me the usual instructions. Bedtime at 8:30, snacks in the kitchen, call if I need anything. I nodded along, already thinking about the history paper I'd work on once Lily was asleep. The evening went smoothly. Lily and I played board games. Then I tucked her in and read her a story. By 9 p.m., the house was quiet. I settled on the couch with my laptop, ready to dive into my essay on the French Revolution. That's when I heard it. A faint noise coming from the basement. At first, I thought it was just the house settling or the heating system kicking in, but it persisted, a soft mechanical whir that seemed out of place. I tried to ignore it, but curiosity got the better of me. Leaving my laptop on the couch, I made my way to the basement door. The noise grew louder as I descended the stairs, my hand trailing along the cool concrete wall. The basement was finished, with plush carpeting and recessed lighting. A large TV dominated one wall, surrounded by plush leather couches. A pool table stood in the corner. Everything screamed wealth and comfort. But the noise wasn't coming from any of that. It was emanating from behind a bookshelf tucked in the far corner. As I approached, I noticed something odd. A thin line of light peeking out from behind the shelf. My heart rate picked up. I ran my fingers along the edge of the bookcase, feeling for anything unusual. There, a small indentation. I pressed it, and the bookshelf swung open with a soft click. Behind it was a door, slightly ajar. The whirring noise was clear now, coming from within. I hesitated, my hand on the door handle. This was wrong. I shouldn't be here, shouldn't be snooping. But my curiosity overwhelmed my better judgment. I pushed the door open. The room beyond was small, maybe 10 by 10 feet. The walls were lined with computer monitors, each displaying a different feed. I recognized some of the locations: the baker's front yard, their kitchen, even Lily's bedroom. Others showed places I didn't know: office buildings, parking lots, the interiors of what looked like other homes. In the center of the room stood a desk, its surface covered in papers and photographs. A sleek laptop sat open, lines of code scrolling across its screen. This was the source of the whirring, its fan working overtime. My breath caught in my throat as I approached the desk. The photos were a mix of surveillance shots and more personal images. I recognized Mr. Baker in many of them, but he looked different, harder. In some, he was speaking with men in suits. In others, he was handling what looked like large sums of cash. The documents were even more disturbing. Financial records, transcripts of phone conversations, detailed schedules of people's daily routines. None of it made sense, but the pit in my stomach told me it was nothing good. I picked up one of the photos, my hands shaking. It showed Mr. Baker shaking hands with a man whose face I'd seen on the news. A businessman who'd been arrested last year for fraud and money laundering. The sound of a car door slamming made me jump. I dropped the photo, my heart leaping into my throat. Footsteps on the front porch, keys jingling in the lock. They were home early. Panic surged through me. I had to get out of here, had to pretend I'd never seen any of this. I rushed out of the hidden room, pulling the door shut behind me. The bookshelf swung back into place with a soft thud. I raced up the stairs, taking them two at a time. I could hear voices now, Mr. and Mrs. Baker in the foyer. I burst into the living room, diving for the couch where I'd left my laptop. The front door opened just as I settled into position, my computer on my lap, trying to look as if I'd been there all along. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure they'd hear it. "Oh, hello there," Mrs. Baker's voice rang out, cheerful as ever. "How was Lily?" I looked up, forcing a smile. "She was great," I said, proud of how steady my voice sounded. "Went to bed without any fuss." Mr. Baker nodded, hanging up his coat. His eyes met mine, and for a moment, I thought I saw something there, a flicker of suspicion, perhaps. But it was gone so quickly I might have imagined it. "Thanks for staying late," he said. "We got caught up at the charity event." I nodded, gathering my things. Every movement felt exaggerated, as if my body was screaming out my guilt. "No problem at all," I managed. "I got some studying done." As I made my way to the door, Mrs. Baker handed me my payment, a crisp $100 bill. "See you next week?" she asked. I hesitated for a fraction of a second. Could I come back here, knowing what I knew? But refusing would look suspicious. "Of course," I said, plastering on another smile. "Have a good night." The cool night air hit me as I stepped outside, and I gulped it down gratefully. My car was parked at the curb, and I forced myself to walk to it at a normal pace. "Don't run," I told myself. "Act natural." Once inside, I locked the doors and sat there, hands gripping the steering wheel. My mind was racing, trying to process what I'd seen. Who were the Bakers, really? What was Mr. Baker involved in? I started the engine, desperate to put distance between myself and that house. As I pulled away from the curb, I glanced in my rearview mirror. Mr. Baker stood in the doorway watching me leave. The porch light cast shadows across his face, making him look sinister and unfamiliar. I drove home on autopilot, my thoughts a chaotic whirl. What was I supposed to do with this information? Go to the police. But with what evidence? I had nothing but my word, and who would believe a college student babysitter over a respected businessman? When I got home, I double-checked all the locks on my apartment door. I knew I was being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I sat on my bed, hugging my knees to my chest, and tried to think rationally. Maybe there was an innocent explanation. Maybe Mr. Baker was some kind of private investigator, and this was all for a case. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. The cash, the shady meetings, the extensive surveillance, it all pointed to something illegal. I barely slept that night, tossing and turning as my mind conjured up increasingly terrifying scenarios. By morning, I'd made a decision. I couldn't go back to that house. I'd call Mrs. Baker, make up some excuse about my class schedule changing. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than walking back into what felt like a lion's den. But as I reached for my phone, it buzzed with an incoming text. My blood ran cold as I read the message from an unknown number. "Enjoyed your little exploration last night. Let's talk. Come to the house at 2 p.m. Come alone, or things will get unpleasant for you and your family." My hands shook as I dropped the phone. They knew. Somehow, they knew I'd been in that room. Had there been a hidden camera I hadn't noticed? Or had I left some trace of my presence? I thought about running, about packing a bag and just driving until I couldn't anymore. But the threat hung heavy in my mind. "Your family," the text had said. They knew who I was, who my loved ones were. I glanced at the clock. 10 a.m. 4 hours until I had to face whatever was waiting for me at the Baker's house. 4 hours to figure out how I was going to get out of this mess alive. As I sat there, my mind racing through possibilities, one thing became crystal clear. My life as I knew it was over. Whatever happened at 2 p.m., I'd be stepping into a world I never asked to be part of, a world of secrets and dangers I couldn't begin to comprehend. The sunny Thursday evening when I'd walked into the Baker's house, blissfully unaware, felt like a lifetime ago. Now, I was trapped in a nightmare of my own curiosity's making. with no clear way out. I looked out my window at the quiet street below, watching as my neighbors went about their normal lives. How I envied them their ignorance, because I knew that in 4 short hours, I'd be facing the consequences of uncovering a truth that was never meant to be found, and I had no idea if I'd survive the encounter. The moonlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting eerie shadows across the forest floor. I never expected my routine night patrol to turn into a fight for survival. But as I crouched behind a fallen oak, my hand trembling on my radio, I realized this night would change everything. My name's Jack, and I've been a park ranger at Whispering Pines National Park for the better part of a decade. I thought I knew these woods like the back of my hand. Turns out, I didn't know them nearly as well as I thought. It was a cool autumn night, the kind where your breath fogs in front of you and the crunch of leaves underfoot seems to echo for miles. I'd been on edge lately. We'd found several mutilated animal carcasses in the past week, clear signs of poaching. But catching poachers in the act, that was like finding a needle in a haystack. I'd been walking my usual route for about an hour when I first heard it. A low murmur of voices, barely audible over the ambient sounds of the forest. I froze, straining my ears. There it was again. Definitely human voices, and definitely not lost hikers at this hour. My heart rate picked up as I slowly moved towards the sound, keeping low and using the underbrush for cover. As I got closer, I could make out more details. Multiple male voices, speaking in hushed but excited tones. The metallic click of what could only be firearms being handled. I crept to the edge of a small clearing, and that's when I saw them. 5 men, dressed in camo, gathered around the carcass of what looked like a young elk. High-powered rifles leaned against nearby trees, and I could see the glint of hunting knives in the moonlight. My stomach churned. This wasn't just opportunistic poaching. This was an organized operation. I reached for my radio, intending to call for backup, but hesitated. We were understaffed as it was, and the nearest other ranger was at least an hour away. By the time help arrived, these guys would be long gone. I had to do something now. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the clearing, my hand on my sidearm. "Gentlemen," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm going to have to ask you to put down your weapons and put your hands where I can see them." For a moment, everything was still. Then all hell broke loose. 2 of the men immediately grabbed for their rifles. Another lunged for me, a knife glinting in his hand. I managed to sidestep him, drawing my gun in one fluid motion. "Stop right there," I shouted, my voice echoing through the trees. I said, "Drop your weapons." The man with the knife hesitated, but the others were undeterred. One of them, a burly guy with a thick beard, leveled his rifle at me. "You're outnumbered, Ranger," he growled. "Walk away now and we'll forget this ever happened." I stood my ground, my gun trained on him, acutely aware of how outmatched I was. "Can't do that," I said. "You boys are coming with me." The bearded man's eyes narrowed. "Have it your way," he said, and fired. The shot went wide, splintering the trunk of a tree just inches from my head. I dove for cover behind a large boulder, my heart pounding in my ears. This was bad. This was very, very bad. I could hear them spreading out, trying to flank me. I risked a glance around the edge of the boulder and barely pulled back in time as another shot ricocheted off the rock face. "Come on out, Ranger," one of them called. "We just want to talk." Yeah, right. I knew full well that if I showed myself, I was as good as dead. These men had too much to lose to leave any witnesses. I fumbled for my radio, keeping my gun trained on the direction of their voices. "This is Ranger Collins," I whispered urgently. "I need immediate backup at Sector 7. Armed poachers, shots fired." I repeat, shots fired. Static was my only reply. Either we were too deep in the woods for a signal, or they were jamming communications somehow. Either way, I was on my own. A twig snapped to my left and I whirled, firing off a warning shot. "Stay back," I shouted. "Next one won't miss." Laughter echoed through the trees. How big words for a man hiding behind a rock, one of them taunted. I gritted my teeth, trying to think. I couldn't stay here forever, but making a run for it would be suicide. I needed a plan. My eyes fell on the elk carcass, still lying in the middle of the clearing. An idea began to form. It was risky, but it might be my only chance. Keeping low, I shrugged off my jacket and stuffed it with leaves and underbrush. It wasn't much, but in the dark, it might pass for a human form, at least long enough to serve as a distraction. "All right," I called out, trying to sound defeated. "I'm coming out. Don't shoot." I heard them shuffling, readying their weapons. Slowly, I raised my makeshift dummy above the boulder with one hand, while I stayed hidden. "Hands where we can see them." One of them barked. I lifted the dummy higher, then suddenly flung it to the side. As I'd hoped, they took the bait. Multiple shots rang out, shredding my jacket. In that moment of confusion, I sprang into action. I sprinted for the elk carcass, diving behind it, just as they realized their mistake. Bullets whizzed overhead, but the bulk of the animal provided better cover than the boulder had. Now for phase 2 of my desperate plan. I took aim at the elk's bloated stomach and fired. The carcass burst open, releasing a stench so foul it made my eyes water. I heard retching and cursing from the poachers. Using the distraction, I made a break for the tree line. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face as I ran. I could hear them behind me, but the head start and the nauseating smell had given me an advantage. I ran like I'd never run before, zigging and zagging through the trees. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but I didn't dare slow down. I knew these woods, but so did they. My only hope was to make it back to my Jeep before they caught up. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I burst out of the tree line onto the narrow dirt road where I'd parked. My Jeep sat there, a beautiful sight in the moonlight. Just as I reached for the door handle, a shot rang out. Pain exploded in my left arm and I stumbled. Crying out, I turned to see the bearded man emerging from the woods, his rifle trained on me. "End of the line, Ranger," he said, a cruel smile on his face. I leaned against the Jeep, my injured arm hanging uselessly at my side. Blood soaked my sleeve, and the pain was making it hard to think straight, but I wasn't done yet. "You're right," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "It is the end of the line. For you." His brow furrowed in confusion, then his eyes widened as he heard what I'd been praying for, the distant wail of sirens. In that moment of distraction, I lunged forward, tackling him to the ground. We grappled in the dirt, both of us fighting for control of the rifle. Despite the pain in my arm, adrenaline gave me strength. I managed to wrench the gun from his grasp and bring the butt of it down hard on his head. He went limp beneath me. I staggered to my feet, the rifle clutched in my good hand, just as several patrol cars came into view, their lights painting the trees in red and blue. The cavalry had finally arrived. The next few hours passed in a blur. The other poachers were rounded up, my arm was patched up, and I gave statement after statement. By the time the sun rose, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks, it was all over. As I sat on the tailgate of an ambulance, a shock blanket draped over my shoulders, my boss approached. He looked at me with a mixture of pride and concern. "You did good, Jack," he said, clapping me on my uninjured shoulder. "Those guys were part of a ring we've been trying to bust for months. You just broke the case wide open." I nodded, too exhausted to feel much beyond relief that I was still alive. "Get some rest," he continued. "And when you're back on your feet, well, let's just say there might be a promotion in your future." As he walked away, I gazed out at the forest. The same trees that had been a battlefield just hours ago now looked peaceful in the morning light. I knew I'd never look at these woods the same way again, but I also knew that I'd be back. This forest was my home, and I'd nearly died protecting it. If anything, this ordeal had only strengthened my resolve. There would be other poachers, other threats, and I'd be here, standing guard. Because that's what rangers do. We protect what can't protect itself, no matter the cost. I climbed into the ambulance, wincing as the movement jostled my injured arm. As we pulled away, I took one last look at the sea of green stretching out behind us. Yeah, I'd be back. These woods hadn't seen the last of Ranger Jack Collins. Not by a long shot. The moment I clasped the vintage necklace around my neck, I had no idea I was putting a target on my back. It was beautiful, delicate, and seemed harmless. But some things are too good to be true, and this piece of jewelry was about to turn my life into a living nightmare. My name is Sarah, and until a week ago, I was just another face in the crowd. A 28-year-old graphic designer with a small apartment in the city, a cat named Milo, and a penchant for online shopping. That's how this all started, with a late-night scrolling session and a seemingly innocent purchase. I'd been browsing a local buy-and-sell website, looking for unique accessories to spruce up my wardrobe. That's when I saw it. A stunning Art Deco necklace with an intricate silver pendant and a deep blue stone that seemed to catch the light in the photograph. The seller, Karen, had listed it at a surprisingly reasonable price. Without a second thought, I clicked Buy Now. Karen and I arranged to meet at a local cafe the next day. She seemed nice enough. Mid-30s, friendly smile, nothing out of the ordinary. We chatted over coffee as she handed me the necklace. "It's been in my family for years," she said, a hint of something I couldn't quite place in her voice. Sadness? Relief? "I hope you'll treasure it as much as we have." I assured her I would, paid for the necklace, and we parted ways. As I walked home, I couldn't resist putting it on. The weight of it against my collarbone felt right, like it belonged there. That night, I wore it to a friend's birthday dinner. The compliments came rolling in, and I basked in the attention. It wasn't until I was walking home, the streets quiet and dark, that I first felt it, the sensation of being watched. I quickened my pace, glancing over my shoulder. Nothing but shadows and streetlights. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. By the time I reached my apartment building, I was almost running. I double-checked the locks that night before going to bed. Milo curled up at my feet. I chalked it up to too much wine and an overactive imagination. The next morning, everything seemed normal. I got ready for work, absent-mindedly putting on the necklace again. It really did go with everything. It was lunchtime when things started to get weird. I was at my desk, scrolling through my phone, when a text from an unknown number popped up. "Nice necklace. It suits you." I froze, my sandwich halfway to my mouth. I looked around the office, but everyone was engrossed in their own work. With shaking fingers, I typed back, "Who is this?" The reply came almost instantly. "A friend. For now." I put my phone down, my appetite gone. It had to be a mistake, a wrong number. But the pit in my stomach told me otherwise. That evening, I couldn't concentrate on anything. I kept touching the necklace and wondering if I should take it off. But that was crazy, right? It was just a necklace. I was being paranoid. I was about to go to bed when I heard it, a soft scratching at my front door. Milo's ears perked up, and he let out a low growl. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small in the quiet apartment. No answer, but the scratching continued. I approached the door on tiptoe, heart pounding. The peephole showed an empty hallway. I don't know what possessed me to do it, but I opened the door. There, on the welcome mat, was a single red rose and a note. It belonged to me first. I'll be coming for it. I slammed the door shut, locked it, and slid down to the floor, my back against the wood. Milo came over, butting his head against my hand. I scratched his ears absently, my mind racing. What had Karen gotten me into? I barely slept that night, jumping at every sound. By morning, I had convinced myself I was overreacting. I needed answers, and there was only one person who could give them to me. I called Karen, but the number was disconnected. Frustrated, I decided to go to the cafe where we'd met, hoping the staff might remember her or have some information. As I approached the cafe, I saw her, Karen, sitting at an outside table, looking nervous. Relief flooded through me. Finally, some answers. "Karen," I called out, quickening my pace. She looked up, her eyes widening in fear. Before I could reach her, a man appeared seemingly out of nowhere, grabbing her arm roughly. "Inside, now," he growled, loud enough for me to hear. They disappeared into the cafe just as I reached the table. I burst through the door after them, but they were gone. The barista looked at me quizzically. "The couple that just came in," I panted. "Where did they go?" He shrugged. "Didn't see anyone come in, miss, but I knew what I saw." Shaken, I left the cafe, my hand instinctively going to the necklace. What had I gotten myself into? Over the next few days, the incidents escalated. More texts from unknown numbers. Unmarked packages left at my door containing old photographs of the necklace on different women. A man in a dark coat following me home from work. I was a nervous wreck. I considered going to the police, but what would I tell them? That I was being stalked because of a necklace I bought online. They'd laugh me out of the station. I tried to distract myself with work, but I couldn't focus. My colleagues noticed, asking if I was okay. I brushed off their concerns with vague excuses about not sleeping well. It was Friday night when everything came to a head. I was working late, trying to catch up on projects I'd fallen behind on. The office was empty. The only sound the hum of my computer and the ticking of the wall clock. A noise in the hallway made me jump. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, approaching my office. My heart raced as I watched the door handle turn slowly. The door swung open, revealing a man I'd never seen before. Tall, well-dressed, with cold eyes that immediately fixed on the necklace at my throat. "At last," he said, his voice smooth but menacing. "I've been looking for that for a very long time." I stood up, putting the desk between us. "Who are you? What do you want?" He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "My name is Robert, and I want what's mine." He took a step forward, and I edged toward the window. "The necklace isn't yours. I bought it fair and square." Robert laughed, a chilling sound. "Oh, my dear. Nothing about this has been fair. That necklace has a long and bloody history. It's brought nothing but misfortune to its wearers, and now it's time for it to come home." As he spoke, he reached into his jacket. My blood ran cold as he pulled out a gun. "Now," he said calmly, "I'm going to need you to hand that over, slowly." My mind raced. The necklace suddenly felt heavy, like it was choking me. With trembling fingers, I reached for the clasp. Just then, the office door burst open again. Karen rushed in, breathless. "Sarah, don't!" Robert whirled, his gun now trained on Karen. "You," he snarled. "I should have known you'd show up." Karen's eyes darted between Robert and me. "Sarah, listen to me. The necklace is more than just jewelry. It's a key to something powerful and dangerous. That's why he wants it." Robert's face contorted with rage. "Shut up," he shouted, his composure cracking. In that moment of distraction, I acted on instinct. I grabbed the heavy paperweight from my desk and hurled it at Robert. It struck his hand, sending the gun clattering to the floor. Karen lunged for the weapon while I ran for the door. I could hear them struggling behind me as I raced down the hallway to the stairs. My feet pounded against the steps as I descended, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I burst out of the building into the cool night air, not daring to look back. I ran without direction, just needing to put distance between myself and what I'd left behind. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I found myself in a small park. I collapsed onto a bench, my hand going to the necklace. I wanted nothing more than to rip it off and throw it away, but something stopped me. Karen's words echoed in my mind, a key to something powerful and dangerous. As my breathing slowed, I heard footsteps approaching. I tensed, ready to run again, but it was Karen who emerged from the shadows looking disheveled but unharmed. "It's okay," she said, holding up her hands. "He's gone. For now." I sagged with relief. "What's going on, Karen? What is this thing?" I touched the necklace. She sat down beside me with a heavy sigh. "It's a long story, one that goes back centuries. That necklace. It's not just a piece of jewelry. It's a key to an ancient vault, hidden somewhere in this city. A vault that contains artifacts of immense power." I stared at her, trying to process this information. "And Robert? He's part of an organization that's been searching for the key for generations. They'll stop at nothing to get it." I shook my head, overwhelmed. "Why me? Why did you sell it to me?" Karen looked at me, her eyes sad. "I thought I could hide it in plain sight. I'm sorry, Sarah. I never meant for you to get caught up in this." We sat in silence for a moment, the weight of her words settling over us. Finally, I stood up. "So what do we do now?" Karen stood too, a determined look on her face. "Now, we find the vault before they do, and we make sure whatever's inside never falls into the wrong hands." As we walked out of the park, the necklace seemed to pulse against my skin, as if alive with possibility. I realized that my life had changed irrevocably. The normal, mundane existence I'd known was gone. In its place was a world of secrets, danger, and untold power. And somehow, I was now at the center of it all because of a necklace I'd bought on a whim. Life's funny like that sometimes. One small decision, and suddenly you're in the middle of a centuries-old conflict, with the fate of powerful artifacts resting on your shoulders. But as terrifying as it was, a small part of me was exhilarated. For the first time in my life, I felt like I was part of something bigger than myself. And so, with Karen by my side and a target on my back, I stepped into the night, ready to face whatever came next. After all, I had a vault to find. The moment I saw Nurse Samantha slip those vials into her pocket, I knew my quiet night shift had just become a waking nightmare. What I didn't know was that it would be the longest night of my life, and I might not make it to morning. My name's Mike, and I've been working as a janitor at St. Andrew's Hospital for almost a year now. Night shift isn't glamorous, but it pays the bills and keeps me out of trouble. Or at least, it used to. It was just past 3 a.m., that dead time of night when even the hospital seems to hold its breath. I was making my usual rounds, mop in hand, nodding to the occasional nurse or orderly. The smell of disinfectant hung in the air, mixing with the underlying scent of sickness that never quite goes away in places like this. I just turned the corner onto the 3rd floor when I saw her. Nurse Samantha, a big woman with a reputation for being tough as nails, was standing by the supply closet. Nothing unusual there except for the way she kept glancing over her shoulder, her movements jerky and nervous. Curiosity got the better of me. I hung back, pretending to be very interested in a particularly stubborn floor stain. From the corner of my eye, I watched as Samantha fumbled with the closet lock, slipped inside, and emerged moments later with her hands suspiciously full. My heart skipped a beat as I saw her quickly pocket several vials of what I was pretty sure weren't aspirin. I'd seen enough TV to know what was going on here. But seeing it in real life, that was something else entirely. I must have made a noise. Or maybe she just sensed she was being watched. Samantha's head snapped up, her eyes locking with mine. For a moment, we just stared at each other, the truth of what I'd witnessed hanging between us like a live wire. Then she smiled, and my blood ran cold. "Mike, isn't it?" she said, her voice honey-sweet, but her eyes hard as flint. Just the man I wanted to see. Could you come help me with something? Every instinct screamed at me to run. But where would I go? This was my job, my livelihood. And who would believe the night janitor over a respected nurse? So, like an idiot, I nodded and followed her into an empty patient room. The moment the door closed behind us, Samantha's demeanor changed. The sweet smile vanished, replaced by a snarl that made her look more animal than human. "Listen here, you little rat," she hissed, backing me against the wall. "You didn't see anything, got it? And if you even think about opening your mouth, I'll make sure you regret it. Understand?" I nodded frantically, my heart pounding so hard I was sure she could hear it. "Yes, I understand. I didn't see nothing." She studied me for a moment, then stepped back, smoothing her scrubs. "Good. Now get back to work. And Mike, remember, I know where you live." With that chilling reminder, she left, leaving me alone in the room, shaking like a leaf. For the next hour, I went through the motions of my job on autopilot, my mind racing. What was I supposed to do? I couldn't just ignore what I'd seen. People could get hurt if Samantha was stealing medication, but the thought of what she might do if I talked, I was so lost in my thoughts that I almost ran right into Dr. Patel, one of the senior physicians on the night shift. He steadied me with a hand on my shoulder, his brow furrowing with concern. "Are you all right, Mike? You look like you've seen a ghost." I opened my mouth, ready to spill everything, but Samantha's threat echoed in my mind. Instead, I mumbled something about not feeling well and hurried past him. As I turned the corner, I caught a glimpse of Samantha watching me from the nurse's station, her eyes narrowed suspiciously. I quickened my pace, feeling her gaze boring into my back. The rest of the night was a game of cat and mouse. Every time I thought I was alone, Samantha would appear, reminding me of her presence with a pointed look or a too casual brush past me in the hallway. By the time 5 a.m. rolled around, my nerves were shot. I was emptying trash bins in the staff break room when I heard it, Samantha's voice, low and urgent, coming from just outside the door. "I'm telling you, we've got a problem," she was saying. "The janitor saw me. We need to take care of it." My blood turned to ice. Take care of it? What did that mean? A male voice responded, too quiet for me to make out the words. Then Samantha again. "No, we can't wait. It has to be tonight, before he has a chance to talk." I looked around frantically, searching for a way out, but the only exit was the door they were standing in front of. I was trapped. The voices moved away, and I sagged against the wall, my mind reeling. This was no longer about stolen medication. They were talking about silencing me, permanently. I had to get out of there, had to tell someone what was going on. But who? The police? Hospital security? Would anyone believe me? Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself and peeked out into the hallway. It was clear, now or never. I made my way to the elevator as casually as I could, fighting the urge to break into a run. Just as the doors were about to close, a hand shot out, stopping them. My heart sank as Samantha stepped in, followed by a burly orderly I'd seen around but never spoken to. "Going down, Mike?" Samantha asked, her tone conversational but her eyes cold. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. The elevator began its descent, the tension in the small space so thick I could barely breathe. At the second floor, Samantha turned to me. "Oh, Mike, I just remembered. Could you help us with something in the basement? Won't take but a minute." It wasn't a request. The orderly's hand on my shoulder made that clear. As we exited the elevator into the dimly lit basement, I knew with horrifying certainty that if I went with them, I wouldn't be coming back up. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I shoved the orderly as hard as I could, sending him stumbling into Samantha. Then I ran. I could hear them shouting behind me as I tore through the basement, dodging around storage shelves and equipment. I had no plan, no destination in mind beyond the way. I burst through a fire exit, setting off alarms that pierced the pre-dawn quiet. The cool morning air hit me like a slap to the face as I emerged into the hospital's rear parking lot. Behind me, I could hear the fire door slam open again. "Get him!" Samantha's voice rang out. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, my lungs burning, my feet pounding against the asphalt. I had no idea where I was going, only that I couldn't stop. As I reached the street, a car screeched to a halt in front of me, nearly running me over. Dr. Patel leaned out of the driver's window, his eyes wide with shock. "Mike, what on earth?" "Please," I gasped, glancing over my shoulder to see Samantha and the orderly gaining on me. "Help me. They're trying to kill me." Maybe it was the desperation in my voice, or maybe he'd had his own suspicions about Samantha. Whatever the reason, Dr. Patel didn't hesitate. "Get in," he said, unlocking the doors. I dove into the passenger seat just as Samantha reached the car. Dr. Patel floored it, leaving her cursing in our wake. As we sped away from the hospital, words poured out of me in a frantic jumble. I told him everything, the stolen medication, the threats, the conversation I'd overheard. Dr. Patel listened silently, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. When I finished, he nodded grimly. "I've suspected something was going on for a while now," he said, "but I had no proof, until now." He pulled out his phone, keeping one hand on the wheel. "I'm calling the police and the hospital administrator. This ends now." As I watched him make the calls, relief washed over me, followed quickly by exhaustion. The adrenaline that had kept me going was fading, leaving me drained. "What happens now?" I asked as he hung up. Dr. Patel gave me a reassuring smile. "Now, we get you somewhere safe. The police will meet us, and you'll tell them everything you told me. Samantha and her accomplices won't get away with this." As the sun began to rise, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, I felt a glimmer of hope. The night shift from hell was over, but a new day was dawning. A day where the truth would come out and justice would be served. I leaned back in the seat, closing my eyes for a moment. Who would have thought that a simple janitor like me would end up bringing down a drug ring? Life sure has a way of surprising you. One thing was for certain, I was never going to look at night shifts the same way again. But hey, at least I had one hell of a story to tell. Assuming, of course, that I lived long enough to tell it. The crackling of our campfire was drowned out by the unmistakable sound of a shotgun being cocked. In that moment, I realized our peaceful camping trip had just become a fight for survival. My name's Alex, and what started as a weekend getaway with my closest friends turned into the most terrifying experience of our lives. Looking back, I still can't believe we made it out alive. It was supposed to be a perfect trip. Me, my best friend Tom, his girlfriend Sarah, and our mutual friend Jake had been planning this camping excursion for months. We'd found a secluded spot deep in the national forest, far from the usual tourist trails. The kind of place where you could really disconnect from the world and immerse yourself in nature. We arrived late Friday afternoon, the sun already starting to dip behind the trees. The spot was even more beautiful than we'd imagined, a small clearing surrounded by towering pines, with a babbling creek nearby. We set up our tents, gathered firewood, and settled in for what we thought would be a relaxing evening. As night fell, we sat around the campfire, sharing stories and roasting marshmallows. The stars came out, more brilliant than I'd ever seen them away from the city lights. It was exactly the escape we'd been hoping for. "Hey, did you guys hear that?" Sarah asked suddenly, her head tilted to one side. We all fell silent, straining our ears. "Bro." At first, I didn't hear anything beyond the usual nighttime forest sounds. The crackle of our fire, the chirping of crickets, the distant hoot of an owl. Then I heard it, a faint rustling, too deliberate to be the wind, the sound of footsteps trying to be quiet and not quite succeeding. Probably just an animal, Tom said, but his voice lacked conviction. Jake stood up, peering into the darkness beyond our campfire's glow. "Hello?" he called out. "Is someone there?" Silence. Then more rustling, closer this time. "Guys," Sarah whispered, her voice tight with fear, "I think we should—" She never got to finish that sentence. A figure burst into the clearing, then another, and another. Before we could react, we were surrounded by at least half a dozen men, all carrying weapons. Rifles, shotguns, even a crossbow. They looked like they'd raided a sporting goods store. "Well, well," drawled one of the men, clearly the leader. He was tall and lean, with a scraggly beard and cold eyes. "What do we have here? Looks like we've got ourselves some trespassers, boys." I stood up slowly, my hands raised in what I hoped was a non-threatening gesture. "Look, we don't want any trouble. If this is private property, we'll leave right away." The leader laughed, a harsh sound that sent chills down my spine. "Oh, it ain't about trespassing, city boy. It's about being in the wrong place at the wrong time." He nodded to two of his men who moved forward and started rifling through our belongings. I watched helplessly as they emptied our backpacks, pocketing anything of value. "Please," Sarah whimpered, "just take what you want and let us go." The leader's eyes narrowed as he looked at her, and I saw something in his gaze that made my blood run cold. "Oh, we'll take what we want, all right, but letting you go, now that's going to be a problem." Tom stepped in front of Sarah protectively. "What do you mean?" Instead of answering, the leader raised his shotgun and fired into the air. The blast echoed through the forest, and we all flinched. "It means," he said, lowering the gun to point at us, "that you folks know too much. Can't have you running back to civilization, telling tales about us." Realization dawned on me. These weren't just random thugs looking to rob some campers. This was something bigger, more organized. We'd stumbled into something we were never supposed to see. "On your knees," the leader barked. "Hands behind your heads." We complied, exchanging terrified glances. My mind raced, trying to think of a way out of this nightmare. But with guns trained on us from every direction, any move seemed suicidal. One of the men approached the leader, speaking in a low voice. I strained to hear what they were saying. "Military-grade stuff. Worth millions. Pick up tomorrow night." The leader nodded, then turned back to us with a sinister grin. "Looks like you kids get to live a little longer. We've got some business to take care of, and we need some, let's call it insurance." He pointed at Jake. "You, up. You're coming with us. The rest of you are staying right here with my friends. And if you so much as think about trying anything, well..." He left the threat unspoken, but the meaning was clear. Jake looked at us, panic in his eyes, as two of the men grabbed him and started dragging him away. I wanted to do something, to stop them, but the gun barrel pressed against the back of my head kept me rooted to the spot. As Jake disappeared into the darkness with half of our captors, the remaining men herded us into one of the tents. They zip-tied our hands behind our backs and our ankles together, then posted guards outside. Hours passed, each minute feeling like an eternity. We whispered amongst ourselves, trying to make sense of what was happening and figure out a plan. But with Jake gone and us trussed up like Thanksgiving turkeys, our options were limited. "We have to do something," Tom muttered, frustration evident in his voice. "We can't just sit here and wait for them to kill us." "But what can we do?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. "They have guns. They took Jake. We don't even know where we are." I closed my eyes, trying to think. There had to be a way out of this. That's when I remembered my Swiss Army knife. I always kept it in my sock when camping, a habit born from too many times needing a tool and not having one handy. If I could just reach it. "Guys," I whispered, "I have an idea, but you need to create a distraction." I explained my plan quickly, aware that at any moment one of our captors could check on us. Tom and Sarah nodded, determination replacing fear in their eyes. Sarah started screaming, thrashing around as much as her bonds would allow. "Help! Please! I can't breathe!" We heard muffled cursing outside. Then the tent flap opened and one of the men stuck his head in. "Shut up in there!" "Please," Tom pleaded, playing along. "I think she's having a panic attack. She needs air." The man hesitated, clearly unsure of what to do. While his attention was on Tom and Sarah, I contorted myself, ignoring the pain as I managed to work the knife out of my sock and into my bound hands. Just as the man was about to call for backup, I freed myself. In one fluid motion, I launched myself at him, catching him off guard. We went down in a tangle of limbs, and I heard the sickening crunch as his head hit a rock. He went limp, and for a terrifying moment, I thought I'd killed him, but a faint groan told me he was just unconscious. I quickly freed Tom and Sarah, and we armed ourselves with rocks and sticks, pitiful weapons against guns, but better than nothing. We crept out of the tent, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would give us away. The other guard was a few yards away, his back to us as he peed against a tree. It was now or never. Tom moved first, bringing a heavy branch down on the man's head. He crumpled without a sound. "We need to find Jake," Sarah whispered urgently. I nodded, but I knew our priority had to be getting help. "We need to get to the road, find a phone. We can't take these guys on our own." Torn between the need to save our friend and the reality of our situation, we made the hardest decision of our lives. We ran. The forest was pitch black, branches whipping at our faces as we stumbled through the underbrush. Every snapping twig sounded like a gunshot. Every shadow looked like a pursuer. But we kept going, driven by pure adrenaline and the will to survive. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, we broke through the tree line onto a dirt road. In the distance, we could see headlights approaching. "Hey!" we screamed, waving our arms frantically. "Stop! Help!" The car screeched to a halt, and an elderly couple peered out at us in confusion. We must have looked insane, dirty, bleeding, wild-eyed with fear. "Oh, please," I gasped. "We need help. Our friend, men with guns, please, call the police." The next few hours passed in a blur. Police cars and helicopters descended on the area. We were questioned, checked over by paramedics, given blankets and hot coffee. As the sun began to rise, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, a police officer approached us with news. They'd found the camp, arrested several men, and rescued Jake. He was shaken but unharmed. Relief washed over me, so intense it made my knees weak. We'd made it. We'd survived. In the days that followed, the full story came out. The men were part of a weapons smuggling ring, using the remote forest as a transfer point. Our campsite had been right in the middle of their operation. We were hailed as heroes for helping bring down the smuggling ring. But honestly, I didn't feel like a hero. I felt lucky. Lucky to be alive. Lucky to have my friends safe. Lucky that our weekend getaway hadn't become our final adventure. As I sit here now, recounting this story, I can't help but think how quickly life can change. One moment you're roasting marshmallows with your friends. The next you're running for your life through a dark forest. But I also learned something about myself, about the strength we all have inside us when pushed to the brink. I learned that sometimes survival isn't about being the strongest or the smartest. Sometimes it's about being willing to take a chance when all seems lost. And yeah, maybe I'll think twice about camping in secluded areas from now on. But I won't let fear stop me from living. After all, we've got one hell of a campfire story now. I never thought I'd be thankful for a broken coffee maker, but that faulty appliance saved my life. If it hadn't forced me to that little cafe on 3rd Street, I might never have escaped the man who nearly destroyed me. My name is Emily, and this is the story of how I fell in love with a monster and how I clawed my way back to freedom. It started on a Tuesday, My ancient coffee maker had finally given up the ghost, sputtering out its last bitter drops before dying with an ominous electrical smell. Caffeine deprived and irritable, I ducked into the first cafe I saw on my way to work. That's where I met Mark. He was ahead of me in line, tall and broad-shouldered with a smile that lit up his whole face. When the barista called out his order, a vanilla latte, he turned and caught me staring. "Sweet tooth," he said with a wink, holding up his drink. "My guilty pleasure," I laughed, charmed despite myself. No judgment here. I'm about to order the sugariest thing on the menu. We got to talking, and before I knew it, he'd convinced me to sit with him for a few minutes. Those few minutes turned into an hour, and I ended up being late for work. But I didn't care. Mark was funny, smart, and attentive in a way that made me feel like the most interesting person in the world. As I finally rushed out, already planning how I'd explain my tardiness to my boss, Mark caught my hand. "Can I see you again?" he asked, those blue eyes sparkling with hope. I didn't even hesitate. Absolutely. Looking back, I wonder if things would have been different if I'd said no. If I'd just gotten my coffee and gone to work like any other day. But I can't change the past. I can only learn from it. Our first date was perfect. Mark took me to a little Italian restaurant, tucked away on a side street I'd never noticed before. He ordered wine, pulled out my chair, and listened intently to every word I said. By the time dessert came around, I was already half in love. The next few weeks were a whirlwind. Mark was attentive, calling and texting regularly. He surprised me with flowers at work, planned romantic picnics, and always seemed to know just what to say to make me smile. My friends were thrilled for me. "He sounds amazing," my best friend Sarah gushed over brunch. "You deserve this, Em, after everything with Jake." She trailed off, but I knew what she meant. My ex, Jake, had been a nightmare, controlling, jealous, and eventually abusive. It had taken me months to break free from that relationship. Mark was like a breath of fresh air after being underwater for so long, or so I thought. The first red flag was so small, I almost missed it. We were out at a bar with some of Mark's friends, and I was chatting with one of the guys about a book we'd both read. Mark came over, sliding his arm around my waist. His grip was a little too tight, his smile a little too forced. "Having fun?" he asked, but his eyes were cold. Later that night, he exploded. "What the hell was that?" he demanded as soon as we were alone. "Flirting with Tom right in front of me." I was stunned. "Flirting? Mark, we were just talking about a book." But he wouldn't hear it. He ranted for what felt like hours, accusing me of disrespecting him, of trying to make him jealous. By the end of it, I was in tears, apologizing for something I hadn't even done. The next morning, he was all apologies. "I'm so sorry, baby," he said, bringing me breakfast in bed. "I don't know what came over me. I just care about you so much. The thought of losing you scares me." I forgave him, of course. After all, everyone has bad moments, right? But that was just the beginning. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, Mark began to change. Or maybe the mask just started to slip. He wanted to know where I was all the time, who I was with, what I was wearing. He'd show up unannounced at my workplace, claiming he just wanted to surprise me. He insisted I share my phone's location with him, for safety. My world began to shrink. I saw my friends less and less. Mark always had a reason why we couldn't go out, why we should stay in just the two of us. When I did see them, he'd blow up my phone with texts and calls. "I just miss you," he'd say when I confronted him about it. "Is it so wrong to want to talk to my girlfriend?" I started to doubt myself. Maybe I was being too sensitive. Maybe this was just what love looked like. Then came the night that changed everything. We were at his place, having dinner. I mentioned that a coworker had invited me to a concert that weekend. Mark's face darkened. "Who's this coworker?" he demanded. "Just a friend," I said, my stomach already knotting with anxiety. His name's Alex. He had an extra ticket and I didn't get to finish. Mark's fist came down on the table so hard that glasses toppled over, spilling red wine across the white tablecloth like blood. His, Mark roared. You're going out with another man? It's not like that, I protested, my voice small. It's just a concert. There'll be a whole group of us. But Mark was beyond reason. He advanced on me, his face twisted with rage. For the first time, I was truly afraid of him. You're not going, he snarled. You're mine, Emily. Do you understand? Mine. He grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in painfully. I cried out, trying to pull away, but his grip was like iron. Mark, you're hurting me. Something in my voice must have gotten through to him. He let go abruptly, stumbling back. Horror flashed across his face, quickly replaced by remorse. Oh God, Emily, I'm so sorry, he stammered. I didn't mean to. I would never hurt you. You know that, right? But I did know. In that moment, I saw Mark clearly for the first time. This wasn't love. This was control, manipulation, abuse, and it would only get worse. I have to go, I said, grabbing my purse with shaking hands. Mark tried to stop me, alternating between apologies and accusations, but I pushed past him. I ran out of his apartment, down the stairs, and into the cool night air. I didn't stop running until I reached Sarah's apartment. She opened the door, took one look at my tear-stained face, and pulled me into a hug. Oh, Em, she whispered. What did he do? That night, as I poured out the whole story to Sarah, I felt the fog lifting. How had I not seen it before? The isolation, the jealousy, the control. It was Jake all over again, just in a different package. You can't go back, Sarah said firmly. He's dangerous, Em. I knew she was right, but I also knew it wouldn't be that easy. The next few weeks were hell. Mark called and texted constantly. He showed up at my work, my apartment, even Sarah's place. Each time, he swung between desperate pleas for forgiveness and veiled threats. You'll never find anyone who loves you like I do, he'd say. You're making a big mistake. You'll regret this. I changed my number, my email, even moved to a new apartment. But still, he found ways to reach me. It all came to a head one rainy night. I was walking home from the subway when I saw him. Mark was leaning against my building, his eyes locked on me. My blood ran cold. Emily, he called out, his voice deceptively gentle. We need to talk. I turned and ran. I could hear his footsteps behind me, getting closer. Rain lashed at my face as I sprinted down the street, my heart pounding in my ears. I ducked into an all-night diner, breathless and soaked. The waitress took one look at my face and ushered me to a booth in the back. You okay, honey? She asked, concern etched on her weathered face. I shook my head, tears mixing with raindrops on my cheeks. There's a man. He's following me. He won't leave me alone. Understanding dawned in her eyes. She nodded once, then turned to the cook. Call the cops and Joe. We've got a situation. When the police arrived, I told them everything. About the emotional abuse, the control, the stalking. They took my statement, promised to pick Mark up for questioning. As I sat there, wrapped in a blanket the kind waitress had given me, I felt something I hadn't felt in months. Hope. The road to recovery wasn't easy. There were restraining orders, court dates, and countless therapy sessions. There were nights when I woke up in a cold sweat, certain I'd heard Mark's voice. Days when I jumped at every shadow, convinced he was just around the corner. But slowly, surely, I began to heal. I reconnected with friends, threw myself into work, and started to rediscover who I was without the shadow of Mark looming over me. Now, as I sit here in that same cafe where it all began, I can't help but reflect on how far I've come. The Emily who met Mark that day feels like a stranger to me now. She was looking for love in all the wrong places, willing to accept crumbs of affection and call it a feast. But the Emily writing this, she knows her worth. She knows that real love doesn't diminish you, it helps you grow. Real love is supportive, not suffocating. Real love is a partnership, not a possession. I'm not ready to date again, not yet. But when I am, I'll be going in with my eyes wide open. Because while my experience with Mark was traumatic, it taught me valuable lessons about red flags, about trusting my instincts, and most importantly, about the strength I have within me. So if you're reading this and you see yourself in my story, know this. You're stronger than you think. You deserve better. And there is a way out. As for me, I'm ordering my coffee with extra sugar just because I can, and I'm looking forward to whatever the future holds. Because for the first time in a long time, that future is entirely my own. The neon and open sign flickered ominously as I flipped it off, not knowing that in just a few hours, I'd be fighting for my life in this godforsaken gas station. My name's Jack, and this is the story of the night shift that nearly killed me. I'd been working at Pete's Gas and Go for about 6 months. It wasn't glamorous, but the night shift paid better, and it gave me time to study for my college classes during the slow hours. Plus, in a small town like ours, night shifts were usually quiet. Usually. It was a Tuesday night, well, Wednesday morning really, about 2 a.m. I'd just finished restocking the coolers and was settling in behind the counter with my biology textbook when I heard the rumble of an engine outside. I glanced up at the security mirror, expecting to see some bleary-eyed traveler stopping for a caffeine fix. Instead, I saw a beat-up van pull up to the pump furthest from the store. 3 men got out, and something about the way they moved set off alarm bells in my head. They were too alert for this time of night, their movements too purposeful. I watched as 2 of them started to fill up the van while the third headed towards the store. As he got closer, I could see he was a big guy, easily 6'4" and built like a linebacker. The bell above the door chimed as he entered. Up close, he looked even more intimidating. A jagged scar ran from his left eye to his chin, and his eyes darted around the store, taking everything in. "Evening," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Can I help you find anything?" He turned those cold eyes on me, and I felt a chill run down my spine. "Just browsing," he grunted, then headed down one of the aisles. I kept one eye on him as he meandered through the store, picking up random items and putting them back. Something wasn't right. My hand inched towards the panic button under the counter, but I hesitated. What if I was overreacting? I didn't want to call the cops for no reason. The bell chimed again, and the other 2 men entered. They were smaller than their friend, but no less menacing. One had a tattoo of a snake coiling up his neck, while the other had a nervous energy about him, his eyes constantly moving. "Find everything okay?" I asked, my mouth dry. Snake Tattoo smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Oh yeah, we found just what we needed." That's when I saw the gun tucked into his waistband. My heart started racing. This was really happening. We were in the middle of nowhere, at least an hour from the nearest town. No one was coming to save me. "Listen, fellas," I said, raising my hand slowly. "The register doesn't have much cash, maybe a couple $100. It's not worth—" "Shut up," Scarface growled, pulling out his own gun. "We're not here for the chump change in your register, kid. This is just a pit stop." Nervous guy locked the front door and pulled down the blinds. "How long?" he asked Scarface. "Hour, maybe 2, Scarface replied. "Enough time for our friend to patch himself up and for us to figure out our next move." That's when I noticed the dark stain on Snake Tattoo's shirt. Blood. These guys were on the run, and they were wounded. This was bad. This was very, very bad. "All right, kid," Scarface said, turning back to me. "Here's how this is gonna go. You're gonna sit tight and keep your mouth shut. You play nice. Maybe you walk away from this. You try to be a hero." He let the threat hang in the air. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Scarface motioned to nervous guy, who came around the counter and zip-tied my hands behind my back. They marched me to the storeroom in the back, shoving me down onto an overturned milk crate. "Sit tight," Scarface said with a smirk. "We'll be checking on you." The door closed, leaving me alone in the dimly lit room. I could hear them moving around the store, talking in low voices. My mind raced, trying to think of a way out of this mess. I don't know how long I sat there, my hands going numb from the tight zip ties, listening to the muffled voices outside. It could have been minutes or hours. Time seems to lose all meaning when you're scared out of your mind. Suddenly, the door opened. It was Snake Tattoo, his shirt now off, revealing a crude bandage on his side. He was sweating, his eyes glassy with pain or fever. "Water," he grunted, nodding towards the cases of bottled water stacked against the wall. I stood up awkwardly, my bound hands making it difficult to keep my balance. "I can't exactly grab it for you," I said, turning slightly to show him my tied hands. He grunted again, then stepped forward to grab a bottle himself. As he did, he stumbled slightly, catching himself on the shelf. The movement caused him to wince in pain, and I saw fresh blood seeping through his bandage. "You need a hospital," I said before I could stop myself. Snake Tattoo's head snapped up, his eyes narrowing. "What I need," he snarled, "is for you to shut your mouth." But I was already committed. Maybe it was the adrenaline, or maybe I was just tired of feeling helpless, but I pressed on. "Look, I don't know what you guys are mixed up in, but that wound looks bad. If it gets infected—" I said, "Shut up." He backhanded me across the face and sending me sprawling onto the concrete floor. Pain exploded in my cheek, and I tasted blood. But as I lay there, my face pressed against the cold floor, I saw something that made my heart leap. A box cutter must have fallen off one of the shelves, lay just a few feet away. Snake Tattoo was too busy trying to open his water bottle with shaking hands to notice. I inched towards the box cutter, praying he wouldn't look down. Just as my fingers closed around the handle, the door burst open again. It was Nervous Guy. "Tommy's getting antsy," he said to Snake Tattoo. "Says we need to move soon." Snake Tattoo cursed under his breath. "Tell him to cool it. I'm not going anywhere until this bleeding stops." Nervous Guy's eyes darted to me, then back to Snake Tattoo. "What about him? We can't just leave him here." "We'll figure it out," Snake Tattoo snapped. "Now get out of here and let me rest." As soon as the door closed, I started working on my bonds. It was awkward and slow going, trying to maneuver the box cutter with my hands behind my back. I could feel the sharp blade nicking my skin, but I didn't care. Freedom was worth a few cuts. Just as I felt the zip tie give way, the door opened again. This time it was Scarface, and he did not look happy. "Time's up," he growled. "We're moving out, now." Snake Tattoo struggled to his feet, his face pale and drawn. "I told you, I need more time." Scarface wasn't having it. "Cops found the car we ditched. They'll be expanding their search. We need to go." That's when he noticed me, still on the ground but with my hands now free. His eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed in anger. I didn't give him time to react. I launched myself at him, driving my shoulder into his midsection. We went down in a tangle of limbs, his gun skittering across the floor. What followed was a desperate, frenzied fight. I was younger and fueled by terror and adrenaline, but Scarface was bigger and meaner. He landed a solid punch to my ribs that left me gasping for air. But I had surprise on my side, and desperation. As we grappled on the ground, my hand closed around a heavy flashlight that had fallen from one of the shelves. I swung it with all my might, catching Scarface on the temple. He went limp, and for a terrifying moment I thought I'd killed him. But then I saw his chest rise and fall. He was just unconscious. I scrambled to my feet, snatching up Scarface's gun. Snake Tattoo was leaning heavily against the wall, looking like he might pass out at any moment. He didn't even try to stop me as I ran past him. I burst out of the storeroom, gun raised, only to find Nervous Guy already had his hands up. He'd clearly heard the commotion and decided he wanted no part of it. "Don't shoot," he pleaded, I'm done, man. I give up. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold the gun steady. On the ground, I managed to say. Face down, hands behind your head. As soon as he was down, I ran for the phone behind the counter. My fingers fumbled as I dialed 911, my voice cracking as I told the dispatcher what had happened. The next hour was a blur. Police cars and ambulances descended on the gas station, their lights painting everything in surreal shades of red and blue. I gave my statement over and over, first to the local cops, then to the state police, and finally to a couple of FBI agents. Turns out these guys were part of a crew that had pulled off a series of armed robberies across 3 states. The cops had been after them for months, and little old me, the night shift gas station attendant, had brought them down. As the sun began to rise, casting a warm glow over the chaos of the crime scene, one of the FBI agents approached me. "You did good, kid," he said, clapping me on the shoulder. "Not many people would have had the guts to do what you did." I nodded, too exhausted to form words. The adrenaline had long since worn off, leaving me feeling hollowed out and shaky. "Get some rest," the agent continued. "We'll need you to come in later to sign some papers, but for now, go home." Home. It sounded like heaven. As I walked to my car, I caught my reflection in the window. A bruise was blooming on my cheek, and there was dried blood on my shirt. I barely recognized myself. One thing was for sure. I was done with night shifts at gas stations. Maybe it was time to reconsider that accounting major my parents were always pushing for. Suddenly, a nice, boring desk job sounded pretty damn good. I climbed into my car and started the engine, casting one last look at the gas station that had nearly been the death of me. The open sign was still dark, and probably would be for a while. As I pulled out onto the empty highway, the rising sun warm on my face, I couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought that a simple night shift could turn into the craziest night of my life? But hey, at least I had one hell of a story for my next class presentation. What I did on my summer vacation. Foiled an armed robbery and captured 3 fugitives. Yeah, that ought to get me an A. The moment I stumbled upon that clearing in the woods, I knew I'd seen something I wasn't supposed to. What I didn't know was that the next 24 hours would be a fight for my life, testing every ounce of strength and will I possessed. My name's Sarah, and I'm an avid hiker. There's nothing I love more than losing myself in nature, feeling the crunch of leaves under my boots and breathing in the crisp forest air. That's why I decided to take a solo hiking trip in the Cascade Mountains. Just me, my backpack, and miles of pristine wilderness. I'd been on the trail for 3 days, reveling in the solitude and the breathtaking views. On the 4th morning, I woke up early, eager to cover some ground before the heat of the day set in. The trail I'd chosen was less traveled, winding through dense forest and rocky outcroppings. It was challenging, but that's how I liked it. As the sun climbed higher, I decided to take a short detour off the main path. There was a small stream marked on my map that looked like a perfect spot for a lunch break. I pushed through some thick underbrush, the sound of running water growing louder. That's when I saw it. The clearing was man-made, that much was obvious. Tarps were strung up between trees, creating makeshift shelters. But it was what was under those tarps that made my blood run cold. Crates, dozens of them. And next to those crates, weapons, the kind you don't see outside of war zones. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Gun runners, drug smugglers, whatever it was, I knew I'd stumbled onto something dangerous. I took a step back, ready to get the hell out of there, when a twig snapped under my foot. The sound seemed to echo through the clearing. "Hey, who's there?" A gruff voice shattered the silence. My heart leaped into my throat as I saw a man emerge from one of the shelters, a rifle in his hands. I didn't think. I ran. Crashing through the underbrush, I could hear shouts behind me. They were coming. The peaceful forest that had been my refuge was now a deadly maze, and I was the prey. I ran harder than I'd ever run in my life, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. But I didn't dare slow down. The sounds of pursuit were getting closer. There! I see her! A bullet whizzed past my ear, splintering the bark of a tree just inches from my head. They were shooting at me. This was real. This was happening. I veered off to the left, hoping to lose them in a particularly dense patch of forest. My lungs were burning, my legs screaming for rest, but stopping wasn't an option. As I ran, my mind raced almost as fast as my feet. I needed a plan. I couldn't outrun them forever. I needed to outsmart them. The ground began to slope upward, and I remembered seeing a series of cliffs on my map. If I could reach higher ground, maybe I could find a place to hide, to catch my breath and think. I scrambled up the incline, using roots and rocks as handholds. The shouts behind me were growing fainter, but I didn't dare hope I'd lost them. These men knew these woods, probably better than I did. Finally, I reached a small plateau. Gasping for air, I looked around frantically for somewhere to hide. That's when I saw it, a narrow crevice in the rock face, just big enough for a person to squeeze through. Without hesitation, I shimmied into the gap. It was a tight fit, the rough stone scraping against my skin, but I pushed on. The crevice opened up into a small cave, damp and dark but blessedly hidden. I slumped against the cool rock, trying to quiet my ragged breathing. Outside, I could hear my pursuers. Where'd she go? She can't have gotten far. Spread out and find her. I stayed perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe. Minutes ticked by like hours. I could hear them searching, their voices sometimes fading, sometimes growing alarmingly close. As the initial surge of adrenaline wore off, the reality of my situation began to sink in. I was trapped in a cave, being hunted by armed men, miles from any help. My phone had no signal this deep in the wilderness. No one knew exactly where I was or when to expect me back. I was on my own. As night fell, the temperature dropped. I huddled in my cave, shivering, straining my ears for any sound of my pursuers. They were still out there. I could hear them occasionally, their flashlight beams sweeping across the forest floor. I knew I couldn't stay in the cave forever. I needed to find a way out of these woods, to get to safety and alert the authorities. But how? As I sat there, my mind racing through possibilities, I remembered something from my many hiking trips. Search and rescue often used rivers as landmarks. If I could find the stream I'd been looking for earlier, I might be able to follow it out of the forest. It was risky. I'd have to leave the safety of my hiding spot and navigate in the dark. But it was the only plan I had. I waited until the forest had been quiet for a while, then slowly, painfully, squeezed out of the crevice. The night was pitch black, the canopy above blocking out any moonlight. I took a deep breath, oriented myself as best I could, and started moving. Every step was agonizing. I had to move slowly to avoid making noise, but every moment I was exposed felt like an eternity. More than once, I froze at the sound of a snapping twig or rustling leaves, sure I'd been discovered. After what felt like hours, I heard it, the faint sound of running water. Hope surged through me, giving me a second wind. I quickened my pace and following the sound. I was so focused on the stream that I almost missed the voices. I dropped to the ground just as a flashlight beam swept over the spot where I'd been standing. I'm telling you, I heard something. Probably just an animal. The girl's long gone by now. Boss ain't gonna like that. You know what was in those crates. If she talks... My breath caught in my throat. Whatever was in those crates, it was big. Big enough that these men were willing to kill to keep it secret. I lay there, barely breathing, as the men moved past me. Once I was sure they were gone, I crawled towards the stream, staying low to the ground. When I reached the water, I nearly cried with relief. It wasn't much, Just a small creek, really, but it was flowing downhill. Civilization would be downhill. I began to follow the stream, moving as quickly as I dared. The sound of the water masked my movements, and I made better time than I had in the forest. As the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, I heard a sound that made my heart soar. Cars, a road. I was close to civilization. I quickened my pace, hope giving me strength I didn't know I had left. The trees began to thin, and suddenly, I was there. A 2-lane highway stretched out before me, blessedly empty in the early morning light. I wanted to collapse right there on the asphalt, but I knew I couldn't stop. Not yet. I needed to get help, to tell someone about what I'd seen. I started walking, my thumb out, praying for a car to come by. After what felt like an eternity, I saw headlights approaching. An old pickup truck slowed to a stop beside me. An elderly man peered out at me, concern etched on his weathered face. "You all right, miss? You look like you've been through hell." I probably looked a mess. Clothes torn, scratched and bruised, wild-eyed with exhaustion and fear. But at that moment, this kind stranger was the most beautiful sight I'd ever seen. "Please," I said, my voice hoarse from dehydration and fear. "I need help. I need to call the police." He didn't ask questions, just nodded and unlocked the passenger door. As we drove towards the nearest town, I told him an abbreviated version of what had happened. He listened silently, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. When we reached the local police station, he insisted on coming in with me. "Just to make sure you're okay," he said gruffly. The next few hours were a blur of questions and statements. Local police, and then state troopers, then the FBI. I told my story over and over, marking locations on maps, describing what I'd seen in that clearing. They found the camp, but it had been abandoned. The crates, the weapons, the men, all gone. But they found enough evidence to corroborate my story. Bullet casings that matched the shots fired at me. Traces of whatever had been in those crates. Something highly illegal, they said, though they wouldn't give me details. As I sat in the police station, wrapped in a shock blanket and sipping bad coffee, the reality of what I'd been through began to sink in. I'd stumbled upon a major criminal operation. I'd been hunted, shot at, nearly killed, and I'd survived. The FBI agent in charge approached me, a look of grudging respect on his face. "You did good out there," he said. "Not many people would have made it out of those woods alive." I nodded, too exhausted to speak. He continued, "We're going to need to put you in protective custody for a while, just until we're sure it's safe." Part of me wanted to protest. I had a life, a job, friends and family who would worry. But a larger part of me knew he was right. The men in the woods were still out there, and they knew what I looked like. As I was led out of the station to a waiting SUV with tinted windows, I cast one last look at the mountains in the distance. They had always been a place of peace for me, a refuge from the stresses of everyday life. Now they loomed ominously, hiding dangers I'd never imagined. I didn't know what the future held. I didn't know if I'd ever feel safe in the wilderness again, but I did know one thing. I was alive. Against all odds, I'd survived. And whatever came next, I'd face it with the same determination that had gotten me out of those woods. As the SUV pulled away, carrying me towards an uncertain future, I made a silent promise to myself. I would not let fear win. Someday, somehow, I would find my way back to the trails, because those mountains had tried to kill me, but they had also shown me just how strong I could be. And that was a lesson worth nearly dying for. The flickering neon sign of the Stardust Motel should have been my first warning. But after 12 hours on the road, all I wanted was a bed and a hot shower. I had no idea that checking into room 13 would be the beginning of the longest night of my life. My name's Alex, and I'm a traveling salesman. Cheap motels and long stretches of highway are my second home. I've seen my fair share of dingy rooms and sketchy characters, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened that night at the Stardust. I pulled into the nearly empty parking lot around 11 p.m. The motel was one of those old-school, single-story places you see dotting the highways of rural America. Paint peeling, rust stains on the walls, but beggars can't be choosers when you're in the middle of nowhere. The office was dim, lit only by the glow of an ancient TV. Behind the counter sat a man who looked as old and worn as the motel itself, his roomy eyes fixed on me as I approached. "Need a room?" I said, stifling a yawn. He grunted, reaching for a key without taking his eyes off me. 25 cash. Checkout's at 11. I handed over the money, and he slid the key across the counter. Room 13. Great. Anywhere to grab a bite around here? I asked. He shook his head slowly. Kitchen's closed. Vending machines busted. Nearest place is 30 miles down the road. Of course it was. I sighed, resigning myself to the granola bar and lukewarm water bottle in my car. As I turned to leave, the old man spoke again. "Word of advice, stranger. Lock your door. Don't open it for nobody." I paused, a chill running down my spine despite the stuffy warmth of the office. "Why's that?" He just stared at me, then turned back to his TV. Conversation over, I guess. Outside, the night seemed darker than before. The few streetlights in the parking lot cast sickly yellow pools on the cracked asphalt. I hurried to my room, suddenly eager to be behind a locked door. Room 13 was exactly what I expected. Faded wallpaper, a sagging bed, and a bathroom that had seen better days. But it was a place to rest my head, and that's all I needed. I took a quick shower, the water never quite getting hot enough, then settled into bed with my laptop. Might as well get some work done before turning in. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a loud thump against my door. I sat up, heart racing, as another thump came, followed by the sound of scratching. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small in the dark room. No response, man, just more scratching. I reached for my phone, ready to call the front desk, when I remembered the old man's warning. Don't open the door for nobody. The scratching stopped. I held my breath, straining to hear any sound. Then, a voice, low and gravelly. "Let me in. Please, I need help." Every instinct screamed at me to stay put, but what if someone really was in trouble? I slid out of bed, approaching the door cautiously. "Who's there?" I asked, my hand hovering over the doorknob. "Please." The voice came again, more urgent this time. "They're after me. I need to hide." Against my better judgment, I opened the door a crack, keeping the chain on. What I saw made my blood run cold. A man stood there, his face hidden in shadow. But what caught my attention was the dark stain spreading across his shirt. Blood. "Jesus," I breathed. "What happened to you?" He stumbled forward, pushing against the door. "Let me in. Quick." I hesitated for a split second, then made a decision I'd soon regret. I closed the door, unlatched the chain, and opened it fully. The man practically fell into the room. As he passed under the light, I got my first good look at him. He was younger than I expected, maybe early 30s, with wild eyes and a day's worth of stubble. The blood on his shirt was real. "All right." "Thank you," he gasped, leaning against the wall. They almost had me. "Whose card they?" I asked, closing and locking the door. "What's going on? Should I call an ambulance?" He shook his head violently. "No, no police, no ambulance. They'll find me." I was about to press further when another knock came at the door. This one was different. 3 sharp raps in quick succession. The man's eyes widened in terror. "Don't answer it," he hissed. "Whatever you do, don't let them in." My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I approached the door slowly, trying to peer through the peephole, but it was too dark outside to see anything. "Management," came a voice from the other side. "We need to speak with you, sir." I looked back at the bleeding man, who was shaking his head frantically. Against my better judgment, I called out, "Everything's fine. I'm trying to sleep." A pause. Then, "Sir, we have reason to believe you're harboring a fugitive. Open the door now, or we'll be forced to enter." Fugitive. I turned to the man, who was now backing away towards the bathroom. "What the hell have you gotten me into?" I demanded. Before he could answer, there was a loud crash as the door burst open. 3 men rushed in, dressed in dark clothes that could have passed for uniforms in the dim light. But the guns in their hands were very real. "On the ground," one of them shouted. "Both of you now." I dropped to my knees, hands raised. The bleeding man made a dash for the bathroom, but one of the intruders caught him, slamming him against the wall. "Please," I stammered. I don't know what's going on. He just asked for help." "Shut up," snapped the one who seemed to be in charge. He turned to his companions. "Search the room. Find it." As they tore the place apart, I stayed on the ground, my mind racing. What were they looking for? Who were these people? After a few minutes of fruitless searching, the leader grabbed the bleeding man by the collar. "Where is it?" he snarled. "I don't have it," the man gasped. "I swear, I don't." The leader backhanded him across the face. "Don't lie to me. We tracked you here. Now where's the package?" "Package?" My eyes darted to my laptop bag. "Oh God, what if—" One of the other men noticed my look. He grabbed the bag, dumping its contents onto the bed. Among my papers and cables tumbled out a small, wrapped parcel I'd never seen before. The leader's eyes lit up. Well, looks like our friend here made a delivery after all." The bleeding man sagged in defeat. "I'm sorry," he muttered. "I had no choice." The leader pocketed the package, then turned to me. "As for you, I'm afraid you've seen too much." My blood ran cold. "Wait, please," I begged. "I don't know anything. I won't say a word, I swear." He seemed to consider for a moment, then nodded to one of his men. "Bring them both. We'll let the boss decide what to do with them." As they zip-tied my hands and dragged me to my feet, my mind was reeling. How had a simple night at a motel turned into this nightmare? They marched us out to the parking lot, where a van with blacked-out windows was waiting. As they shoved us inside, I caught a glimpse of the motel office. The old man stood in the doorway, watching impassively. Our eyes met for a brief moment, and I saw something there. Regret? Pity? Then the van door slammed shut, and we were plunged into darkness. The drive seemed to last forever. I lost all sense of direction as we wound through back roads, the van's suspension groaning with every bump and turn. Beside me, the bleeding man was silent, his breathing labored. Finally, we came to a stop. The door opened, and we were roughly pulled out. We were in some kind of warehouse, dimly lit and filled with stacks of crates. A figure emerged from the shadows, a woman, impeccably dressed and radiating authority. The leader approached her, handing over the package. "Well done," she said, her voice cool and composed. "And these are our loose ends?" The leader nodded. "The courier and an unfortunate bystander. What do you want done with them?" She studied us for a moment, her gaze clinical and detached. The courier knew the risks. As for the other, her eyes locked onto mine. It's a shame you were in the wrong place at the wrong time, Mr. Alex," I supplied, my voice barely a whisper. "Mr. Alex," she continued. "You see, we can't afford any witnesses. Our operation is far too important." My mind raced, grasping for anything that might save me. "Wait," I blurted out. I have skills. I'm a salesman. I'm good with people, with logistics. I could be useful." She raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Is that so? And you'd be willing to work for us, knowing what we're capable of?" I nodded frantically. "Yes, anything. Just please, don't kill me." She considered for a long moment, then smiled. It wasn't a kind smile. Very well, Mr. Alex. Welcome to the organization. I do hope you're as skilled as you claim, for your sake. As they led me deeper into the warehouse, my relief at being alive was tempered by the realization of what I'd just agreed to. I'd escaped death, only to enter a world I knew nothing about, a world of secrets, danger, and moral compromise. The bleeding man wasn't so lucky. The last thing I heard as the door closed behind me was a single gunshot. That night at the Stardust Motel had changed everything. My old life was gone, replaced by something darker and far more dangerous. As I was shown to my new quarters, a sparse room in the back of the warehouse, I couldn't help but think of the old man's warning. Don't open the door for nobody. If only I'd listened. The rain was coming down in sheets, obscuring the lonely stretch of highway ahead. I never should have stopped to help that stranded motorist. But I did, and now I'm fighting for my life, praying I'll see the dawn. My name's Mike, and I'm just an ordinary guy who made one fatal mistake. I was driving home after a late shift at the factory, eager to get back to my wife and kids. The storm had been raging for hours, and I was looking forward to a hot shower in my warm bed. That's when I saw her, a woman standing next to a broken-down car, waving frantically. In retrospect, I should have known better. It was past midnight, in the middle of nowhere, but I've always been the type to lend a hand, and I couldn't bear the thought of leaving someone stranded in this weather. I pulled over, rolling down my window just enough to hear her over the pounding rain. "Oh, thank God," she cried, her blonde hair plastered to her face. "My car just died, and I have no cell service out here. Could you please help me?" I hesitated for a moment, but her pleading eyes and the ferocity of the storm won me over. "Hop in," I said. "We can drive to the next town and call for a tow." Relief washed over her face as she quickly got into the passenger seat. "Thank you so much," she said, shivering. "I'm Sarah." "Mike," I replied, pulling back onto the road. "There's a diner about 20 miles up ahead. We can stop there and get you some help." As we drove, Sarah chatted nervously, telling me about her job as a nurse and how she was heading home after visiting her sister. I nodded along, keeping my eyes on the treacherous road. Suddenly, Sarah gasped. "Oh no. I left my purse in my car. All my cards and ID are in there. Could we please go back?" I glanced at the clock. It was already so late, and the weather was only getting worse. But I couldn't just leave her stranded without her belongings. "All right," I sighed, looking for a place to turn around. "But let's make it quick." As I executed a careful U-turn, I failed to notice Sarah reaching into her jacket pocket. It wasn't until I felt something cold and hard pressing against my ribs that I realized how badly I'd messed up. "Keep driving," Sarah said, her voice now hard and cold. "And don't try anything stupid." My heart began to race as I gripped the steering wheel tighter. "What's going on? What do you want?" "Just drive," she snapped. "Take the next right." I did as I was told, my mind reeling. This couldn't be happening. Things like this didn't happen to guys like me. I was just a factory worker, a family man. I didn't have any enemies, didn't owe anyone money. Why me? We drove for what felt like hours, the rain never letting up. Sarah directed me down increasingly remote roads, deeper into the countryside. Finally, we pulled up to an old farmhouse, its windows dark and uninviting. "Park behind the barn," Sarah ordered. As soon as I cut the engine, the passenger door opened. A man appeared, his face hidden by the shadows and rain. He yanked me out of the car, quickly zip-tying my hands behind my back. "Good work, babe," he said to Sarah. "Let's get him inside before anyone drives by." They marched me into the farmhouse, shoving me down onto a rickety chair in what must have been the living room. A single bulb dangled from the ceiling, casting eerie shadows across the peeling wallpaper. "What do you want from me?" I asked, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. "I don't have any money if that's what this is about." The man chuckled, a sound devoid of any warmth. Oh, this isn't about money, Mike. At least, not your money. Sarah perched on the arm of a moth-eaten couch, smirking. You see, Mike, you're what we in the business call a good Samaritan. Always ready to help a damsel in distress. Makes you predictable, easy to manipulate. My blood ran cold as the reality of the situation sank in. This wasn't a random crime. They had targeted me specifically. But why? The man pulled up another chair, sitting down across from me. Here's how this is going to work. You're going to call your lovely wife Karen and tell her that you've been in an accident. You need her to withdraw $50,000 from your joint account and bring it to a location we specify. No cops, no questions. I stared at him in disbelief. Are you insane? We don't have that kind of money. And how do you know my wife's name? He leaned in close, his breath hot on my face. We know everything about you, Mike. Your job at the factory, your 2 kids, Emily and Jason, the mortgage you're struggling to pay. We've been watching you for weeks. My mind raced, trying to process this information. How had I never noticed? How long had they been planning this? Why me? I managed to ask. Sarah laughed, a harsh, grating sound. Why not you? Middle-class family man, steady job, good credit score. You're the perfect mark. Banks don't ask questions when people like you need a sudden loan. But we can't get that much money, I protested. The bank won't just hand over $50,000 even if we asked. The man's eyes hardened. Then you better be very convincing when you talk to Karen, because if that money doesn't show up, well, he pulled out a knife, running his thumb along the blade. Let's just say it won't end well for you or your family. Fear gripped me like a vice. These people knew where I lived, knew about my family. Even if I somehow got away, they could still hurt Karen and the kids. Okay, I said, my voice barely a whisper. I'll do it. Just, please don't hurt my family. The man nodded, seemingly satisfied. He pulled out a burner phone and dialed my home number, then held it up to my ear. Karen answered on the 3rd ring, her voice thick with sleep. Hello. Karen, it's me, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Mike, what's wrong? Where are you? I took a deep breath, silently praying she would understand. I've been in an accident. I'm okay, but I need your help. I need you to go to the bank first thing in the morning and withdraw $50,000 from our account. There was a long pause. What? Mike, what's going on? Should I call the police? I could feel the man's eyes boring into me. No police. Please. Karen, just do as I say. I'll explain everything later. I need you to take the money to the old Miller farm on Route 7. Come alone. Another pause. Then, so quietly I almost missed it. Red or blue. My heart skipped a beat. Years ago, Karen and I had come up with a simple code in case of emergencies. Red meant danger, call for help. Blue meant play along. I have a plan. Blue, I said, hoping my captors wouldn't notice anything amiss. Definitely blue. Okay, Karen replied, her voice stronger now. I understand. I'll do exactly as you said. Be safe, Mike. I love you. The call ended, and the man took the phone away. Not bad, he said. Let's hope your wife is as cooperative in person. The next few hours were a blur of anxiety and fear. I was tied to the chair, left alone in the dark room while my captors discussed their plans in hushed tones in the kitchen. I strained to hear what they were saying, but could only catch snippets. As dawn began to break, I heard the crunch of tires on gravel. My heart leapt into my throat. Karen was here. The man and Sarah tensed, peering out the window. Suddenly, their faces changed from anticipation to confusion, then to anger. Shit, the man yelled. It's the cops! Everything happened so fast after that. The sound of car doors slamming, shouts of, "Police! Come out with your hands up!" The man and Sarah scrambled, looking for an escape route. But it was too late. The door burst open, and suddenly, the room was filled with police officers. In the chaos, I saw Karen rush in, her eyes wild with fear and relief as she spotted me. As an officer untied me, the full story came out. Karen had recognized the distress code and called the police immediately. They had set up a sting operation, using the money drop as bait to catch my kidnappers. The man and Sarah were led away in handcuffs, their elaborate scheme in ruins. As Karen hugged me tightly, I finally let myself break down, the stress and fear of the night catching up with me all at once. In the days that followed, we learned more about the failed plot. The couple had been running this scam for months, targeting Good Samaritans across 3 states. They had been watching our family, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. As I gave my statement to the detective, he shook his head in amazement. "You're lucky, Mr. Thompson. If you and your wife hadn't had that code, this could have ended very differently." I nodded, still processing how close I'd come to disaster. "I guess no good deed goes unpunished, huh?" The detective smiled grimly. "Sometimes. But don't let this change who you are. The world needs more Good Samaritans. Just maybe be a little more cautious next time." As we left the police station, Karen squeezed my hand. "You okay?" she asked softly. I thought about the terror of that night, the helplessness I'd felt, but I also thought about the courage Karen had shown and the quick thinking that had saved my life. "Yeah," I said, managing a small smile. "I think I will be." The rain had finally stopped, and as we stepped out into the sunlight, I felt a glimmer of hope. The world could be a dangerous place, full of people waiting to take advantage of kindness. But it was also full of love, bravery, and small acts of heroism. I may think twice before stopping for a stranded motorist in the future, but I won't stop trying to be one of the good guys. After all, that's who Karen fell in love with. That's who my kids look up to. And that's who I am, come rain or shine. The moment I saw those vials of medication disappear into Nurse Samantha's pocket, I knew my quiet night shift had just become a waking nightmare. What I didn't know was that my discovery would plunge me into a world of corruption, danger, and betrayal that would test every ounce of courage I possessed. My name's Alex, and until that night, I was just another janitor at St. Mary's Hospital, invisible to most as I mopped floors and emptied trash cans. Now, I'm the whistleblower who brought down a multi-million-dollar drug ring, but getting here nearly cost me everything. It was a Tuesday night, or maybe Wednesday morning. The hours tend to blur together on the night shift. I was making my usual rounds on the 3rd floor, nodding to the occasional nurse or orderly. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting that sickly glow that makes everyone look a little ghoulish at 3 a.m. I just turned the corner when I saw her. Nurse Samantha, a big woman with a reputation for being tough as nails, was standing by the medicine cabinet. Nothing unusual there, except for the way she kept glancing over her shoulder, her movements jerky and nervous. Curiosity got the better of me. I hung back, pretending to be very interested in a particularly stubborn floor stain. From the corner of my eye, I watched as Samantha quickly pocketed several vials of what I was pretty sure weren't aspirin. My heart skipped a beat. I'd seen enough TV to know what was going on here, but seeing it in real life, that was something else entirely. I must have made a noise, or maybe she just sensed she was being watched. Samantha's head snapped up, her eyes locking with mine. For a moment, we just stared at each other, the truth of what I'd witnessed hanging between us like a live wire. Then she smiled, and my blood ran cold. "Alex, isn't it?" she said, her voice honey-sweet but her eyes hard as flint. "Just the man I wanted to see. Could you come help me with something?" Every instinct screamed at me to run. But where would I go? This was my job, my livelihood. And who would believe the night janitor over a respected nurse? So, like an idiot, I nodded and followed her into an empty patient room. The moment the door closed behind us, Samantha's demeanor changed. The sweet smile vanished, replaced by a snarl that made her look more animal than human. "Listen here, you little rat," she hissed, backing me against the wall. "You didn't see anything. Got it? And if you even think about opening your mouth, I'll make sure you regret it. Understand?" I nodded frantically, my heart pounding so hard I was sure she could hear it. "Yes, I understand. I didn't see nothing." She studied me for a moment, then stepped back, smoothing her scrubs. "Good. Now get back to work. And Alex, remember, I know where you live." With that chilling reminder, she left, leaving me alone in the room, shaking like a leaf. For the next few days, I tried to convince myself it was a one-time thing. Maybe Samantha was having personal problems. Maybe she was addicted herself. But deep down, I knew it was bigger than that. The way she'd threatened me, the confidence in her voice. This wasn't her first rodeo. I started paying more attention, noticing things I'd overlooked before. How certain nurses always seemed to be around when shipments of controlled substances arrived. How some patients' charts didn't quite add up. How often Samantha met with Dr. Reeves, the chief of surgery, in hushed conversations that stopped abruptly when anyone approached. It was like a veil had been lifted, and suddenly I could see the corruption that had been right under my nose all along. I knew I had to do something, but who could I trust? Going to the hospital administration seemed risky. What if they were in on it too? The police. But I had no real evidence. Just the word of a janitor against respected medical professionals. That's when I remembered Sarah, a young nurse who'd always been kind to me. She was new, only a few months on the job, and still had that idealistic gleam in her eye. If anyone would believe me, it would be her. I caught her alone in the break room one night, my hands shaking as I poured myself a cup of coffee I didn't really want. "Sarah," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Can I talk to you about something? It's important." She must have seen the fear in my eyes because her usual cheerful expression turned serious. "Of course, Alex. What's wrong?" I took a deep breath and told her everything. As I spoke, her eyes widened, a mix of shock and anger crossing her face. "We have to report this," she said when I finished. "This isn't just theft, Alex. Patients could be getting hurt." I nodded, relief washing over me. She believed me. I wasn't crazy. But how? Who do we tell? Sarah thought for a moment. "I have a friend in the DA's office. She deals with medical fraud cases. Let me reach out to her, see what she thinks we should do." For the first time since that night with Samantha, I felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe we could actually stop this. But our optimism was short-lived. The very next day, Sarah was gone. Transferred to another hospital, they said. No warning, no goodbye. When I tried to call her, the number was disconnected. That's when the real fear set in. They knew, somehow, they knew we were onto them. The next few weeks were a nightmare. I jumped at every shadow, convinced I was being watched. Samantha seemed to be everywhere, her eyes following me with a mixture of suspicion and malice. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. The weight of what I knew was crushing me. I was seriously considering quitting, maybe even leaving town, when it happened. I was taking out the trash behind the hospital when I overheard voices, Dr. Reeves and a man I didn't recognize. "The shipment's late," the stranger was saying, his voice low and angry. "My buyers are getting impatient." "It'll be here," Reeves replied. "We had to change our supplier after that nosy bitch nurse almost blew our cover, but it's under control now." My blood ran cold. Sarah. They'd gotten rid of her because of me. I must have made a noise, because suddenly they were looking in my direction. I ducked behind the dumpster, my heart pounding. "What was that?" the stranger asked. "Probably just a raccoon," Reeves said. "Come on, let's finish this inside." As their footsteps faded, I let out a shaky breath. I couldn't ignore this anymore. People were getting hurt, maybe even killed. I had to do something, no matter the risk. That night, I made a decision. I would gather evidence, document everything I could, and then I'd go to the police. Consequences be damned. For the next week, I became a ghost in the hospital. I used my access as a janitor to slip into offices after hours, taking photos of documents and eavesdropping on conversations. I noted shipment times, tracked which patients were receiving unusually high doses of certain medications. It was dangerous work. More than once I nearly got caught. But the thought of Sarah, of the patients being exploited, kept me going. Finally, I felt I had enough. I copied everything onto a USB drive and steeled myself for what I had to do next. As I was leaving the hospital that night, a hand grabbed my arm. I spun around, my heart in my throat, to find myself face to face with Samantha. "Going somewhere, Alex?" she asked, her grip painfully tight. "Jay, just heading home," I stammered. Her eyes narrowed. "Empty your pockets." For a moment, I considered making a run for it. But where would I go? Instead, I slowly reached into my pocket and pulled out the USB drive. Samantha's face contorted with rage. "You stupid little..." She never finished the sentence. At that moment, the parking lot erupted with noise and light. Police cars seemed to materialize out of nowhere, officers pouring out with guns drawn. "Freeze! Police!" Samantha's grip on my arm loosened in shock, and I took the opportunity to wrench free. As an officer handcuffed her, another approached me. "Alex Thompson?" he asked. When I nodded, he continued, "I'm Detective Johnson. We got an anonymous tip about what's been going on here. Said you had evidence for us." Still in a daze, I handed over the USB drive. As I watched Samantha being led away, along with Dr. Reeves and several others, the reality of what had just happened began to sink in. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of police interviews, grand jury testimonies, and media attention. The scale of the operation was even bigger than I'd imagined. Dozens of hospitals across 3 states, millions of dollars worth of drugs diverted and sold on the black market. Sarah resurfaced, safe and sound. She'd been the one to contact the police after she was forcibly transferred. Her friend in the DA's office had put her into a sort of unofficial witness protection. As the dust settled and the trials began, I found myself hailed as a hero, but I didn't feel like one. I was just a guy who'd stumbled onto something wrong and decided to do something about it. The hospital offered me a promotion, but I turned it down. After everything that had happened, the sterile halls and beeping machines held too many bad memories. Instead, I decided to go back to school. Maybe become a patient advocate or work in hospital administration. Use what I'd learned to help prevent something like this from happening again. As I packed up my small office in the hospital basement for the last time, Sarah stopped by. She said, leaning against the door frame. Most people would have just kept their heads down, pretended they didn't see anything. I shrugged, a little embarrassed by her praise. I couldn't live with myself if I'd done that. Besides, I had help. You're the real hero here. She smiled, shaking her head. We both did what was right. That's all. As we walked out of the hospital together, the sun warm on our faces, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. The nightmare was over. And though the road ahead was uncertain, I knew that whatever challenges came my way, I'd face them with the same courage and conviction that had gotten me through this ordeal. Sometimes, being a hero isn't about grand gestures or superpowers. Sometimes, it's just about being willing to stand up and say, "This is wrong," when everyone else is looking the other way. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough to change the world. The moment I realized my daughter was missing, the peaceful cabin getaway turned into my worst nightmare. The dense forest that had seemed so beautiful just hours ago now loomed ominously, hiding secrets I was terrified to uncover. My name is Claire, and I'm a single mom to my 8-year-old daughter, Lily. We'd been planning this trip for months, a chance to escape the city, bond, and enjoy nature. The cabin we rented was perfect, rustic but comfortable, nestled in a clearing surrounded by towering pines. It was supposed to be our sanctuary. Instead, it became the starting point of the most harrowing 48 hours of my life. We arrived on a Friday afternoon, the late summer sun casting long shadows across the forest floor. Lily was ecstatic, running from room to room in the cabin, her laughter echoing off the wooden walls. We spent that first evening exploring the nearby trails, roasting marshmallows over a campfire gear and stargazing. It was everything I'd hoped for. The next morning, I woke to the smell of pine and the gentle rustling of leaves outside our window. Lily was still asleep, her blonde curls splayed across the pillow. I decided to let her rest while I made breakfast. As I stood at the small kitchenette, flipping pancakes and humming softly, I heard Lily's footsteps behind me. "Morning, sleepyhead," I said, turning with a smile. But the room was empty. "Lily!" I called out, moving towards her bedroom. No answer. I checked every room, my heart rate increasing with each empty space I encountered. She wasn't in the cabin. Trying to quell the panic rising in my chest, I stepped outside onto the porch. "Lily!" I shouted, my voice echoing through the trees. Nothing but birdsong answered me. That's when I saw it. Lily's favorite stuffed rabbit, Mr. Flopsy, lying in the dirt near the tree line. She never went anywhere without that rabbit. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Lily was gone. The next few hours passed in a blur of frantic searching and desperate phone calls. The local sheriff arrived with a small search party, but their grim faces told me what I already knew. Finding a little girl in these vast woods would be like finding a needle in a haystack. "Mrs. Thompson," Sheriff Brooks said, his weathered face etched with concern. "I know this is difficult, but I need you to think. Did Lily say anything about wanting to explore on her own? Did you notice anyone suspicious in the area?" I shook my head, trying to focus through the fog of fear. "No, nothing. She knows not to wander off. She wouldn't just leave, especially without Mr. Flopsy." I clutched the dirty stuffed animal to my chest, as if it could somehow bring Lily back. As the sun began to set, casting an orange glow through the trees, the sheriff approached me again. "Mrs. Thompson, we're going to have to suspend the search until morning. It's too dangerous in these woods after dark." "What? No," I protested, my voice rising hysterically. "She's out there alone. She must be so scared. We can't just stop looking." The sheriff placed a hand on my shoulder, his eyes sympathetic but firm. "I understand, but we can't risk losing anyone else. We'll resume at first light with additional resources. Please, try to get some rest. We'll need you sharp tomorrow." Rest? How could I possibly rest when my baby was out there somewhere? As the search party packed up and the sheriff's car disappeared down the dirt road, I found myself alone in the suddenly too quiet cabin. The walls seemed to close in on me, every creak and groan of the old wood sounding like an accusation. How could I have let this happen? I paced the small living room, alternating between bouts of tears and frantic planning. Should I go out searching on my own? But what if Lily came back and I wasn't here? The rational part of my brain knew the sheriff was right. Searching these woods at night would be suicide. But the mother in me screamed to do something, anything. As midnight approached, my exhaustion finally overtook me. I collapsed onto Lily's bed, burying my face in her pillow, breathing in her scent. "Please," I whispered into the darkness. "Please bring her back to me." I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a sound. A child's laughter, faint but unmistakable, drifting through the open window. I was on my feet in an instant, heart pounding. "Lily," I called out, rushing to the window. The forest outside was pitch black, the trees nothing more than looming shadows. But there it was again, a giggle, followed by what sounded like singing. Without thinking, I grabbed a flashlight and ran outside. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating a narrow path leading into the woods. The singing grew louder, and I could now make out the words. It was Lily's favorite lullaby, the one I sang to her every night. "Lily!" I shouted, plunging into the forest. Branches whipped at my face and arms, but I barely felt them. All that mattered was following that voice. I don't know how long I ran, the flashlight beam bouncing wildly as I stumbled over roots and rocks. The singing always seemed just out of reach, leading me deeper and deeper into the woods. Suddenly, the trees opened up into a small clearing. My flashlight beam fell on a figure standing in the center, a little girl with blonde curls. "Lily!" I cried, relief flooding through me. But as I moved closer, the figure turned and my blood ran cold. It wasn't Lily. The thing that faced me looked like a child, but its skin was pale as moonlight, its eyes black as coal. It smiled, revealing pointed teeth. "Mommy," it said in Lily's voice. But the sound was all wrong, too hollow, too cold. I stumbled backward, a scream caught in my throat. This couldn't be real. I had to be dreaming. The creature took a step towards me, still smiling that terrible smile. "Don't you want to play with me, Mommy?" "You're not my daughter," I managed to choke out. "Where is Lily? What have you done with her?" The thing cocked its head to the side, an eerily childlike gesture. "Lily's playing with us now. She's having so much fun. Don't you want to join us?" As it spoke, I became aware of movement in the trees surrounding the clearing. More pale figures emerged, some child-sized, others adult, all with those same black eyes and pointed teeth. Terror unlike anything I'd ever known gripped me. These creatures, whatever they were, had my daughter, and now they wanted me too. "Give her back," I said, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. "Give me back my daughter." The creature that wore Lily's face laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "But we like Lily. She's so full of life, so bright. We need that brightness." The other creatures were closing in now, forming a circle around me. I clutched my flashlight like a weapon, my mind racing. What were these things? How could I fight them? How could I save Lily? Just as the circle was about to close, a piercing whistle cut through the night. The creatures hissed, shrinking back from the sound. A moment later, a blinding light flooded the clearing. "Claire, get down!" a voice shouted. I dropped to the ground just as something whooshed over my head. There was a terrible shrieking, and when I looked up, the creatures were fleeing back into the woods. A hand grabbed my arm, pulling me to my feet. It was Sheriff Brooks. His face grim in the harsh light of what I now saw was a floodlight mounted on a truck. "Are you all right?" he asked, his eyes scanning the tree line warily. I nodded, still too shocked to speak. "We need to get you out of here," he said, leading me towards the truck. "It's not safe." As we drove back to the cabin, the sheriff explained. The woods were home to something ancient and malevolent, something that fed on the life force of the young and innocent. They took children, luring them away with false promises and familiar voices. "We've known about them for generations," he said, his voice heavy with regret. "We try to keep people away, but sometimes—" "Lily," I whispered, fresh tears spilling down my cheeks. "Is she—" The sheriff's grip tightened on the steering wheel. "There's still hope. They don't take the children right away. They play with them first, draw out their energy slowly. If we can find where they're keeping her in the next 24 hours, we might be able to save her." The next day was a blur of activity. The sheriff called in reinforcements, not just more officers, but people he called specialists. They arrived with strange equipment and ancient-looking books, speaking in hushed tones about ley lines and dimensional weak points. I wanted to believe it was all some elaborate hoax, that any moment I'd wake up back in the cabin with Lily safe beside me. But the memory of those black eyes and pointed teeth was burned into my mind. This was real, as impossible as it seemed. As the sun began to set, the specialists pinpointed a location deep in the woods where they believed the entrance to the creature's realm would appear. Armed with an array of weapons both modern and mystical, our group set out. The forest seemed different now, more alive, watching our every move. Strange whispers echoed between the trees, and more than once I caught glimpses of pale figures darting just out of sight. Finally, we reached a small cave entrance, half hidden behind a curtain of vines. The air around it shimmered strangely, and I could hear faint, otherworldly music drifting out. "This is it," one of the specialists said. "The gateway will open at midnight. We'll have exactly 1 hour to find the girl and get out before it closes again." I stepped forward, my heart pounding but my resolve firm. "I'm going in. She's my daughter." The sheriff nodded, handing me a strange, glowing amulet. "Wear this. It'll protect you from their glamours. And take this." He pressed a wicked-looking iron knife into my hand. "Iron burns them. Use it if you have to." As midnight struck, the cave mouth seemed to waver and expand. Beyond it, I could see a twisted version of the forest, bathed in an eerie, phosphorescent light. Taking a deep breath, I stepped through. What followed was like something out of a nightmare. The forest on the other side was alive in the worst way possible. Trees reached out with gnarled branches, trying to snatch at us. The ground itself seemed to shift and breathe beneath our feet. And everywhere, those creatures watched us with their black eyes, always just out of reach, laughing and calling out with the voices of lost children. We fought our way through their tricks and traps, the specialists using their strange devices to guide us towards where they believed the children were kept. Every step was a battle, but the thought of Lily kept me going. Finally, we reached a large and hollow tree. Inside, suspended in glowing cocoons, were dozens of children, and there, right in the center, was Lily. "Mommy," she called out weakly as I cut her free. "I knew you'd come." Clutching her to my chest, we ran. The creatures, realizing their prey was escaping, attacked in force. It was chaos, flashing lights, inhuman shrieks, the smell of burning flesh as iron and magic did their work. Somehow, we made it back to the cave entrance with only minutes to spare. As we burst back into our world, I heard the awful howls of the creatures fade away as the gateway closed behind us. The next few days were a whirlwind of hospital visits, police statements, and tearful reunions. Lily would recover fully, the doctor said, though the psychological scars might take longer to heal. As for me, I know I'll never look at a forest the same way again. The world is stranger and more dangerous than I ever imagined. But it's also full of brave people willing to fight the darkness, to protect the innocent. We never went back to that cabin, but sometimes, on dark nights, I think I hear faint laughter on the wind, and I hold Lily a little tighter, grateful for every moment I have with her. Because now I know the truth. There are things in this world that hunger for the brightness of children. And as a mother, it's my job to stand against the darkness, no matter what form it takes. The security camera feed flickered to life, revealing 3 masked figures creeping through the darkened office. In that moment, I realized my boring night shift had just become a fight for survival. My name's Mike, and I'm a night security guard at Pinnacle Enterprises, a tech company housed in a sleek high-rise in downtown Chicago. Most nights, my biggest challenge is staying awake. But tonight, I'm trapped in a building with armed intruders, limited resources, and no backup. This is the story of how I outwitted a crew of professional thieves and lived to tell the tale. It started like any other night. I arrived at 10 p.m., relieved the day shift guard, and settled in for my usual routine of monitoring security feeds and making hourly rounds. The building was always eerily quiet at night, just the hum of electronics and the occasional whir of the HVAC system. Around 2 a.m., I was on my 3rd cup of coffee, idly flipping through camera feeds, when something caught my eye. A shadow moved across the lobby camera where there shouldn't have been any movement. I leaned in, squinting at the screen. There it was again, definitely a person, trying to stay out of the camera's main field of view. My heart rate picked up. This wasn't some employee working late. The figure was dressed all in black, face obscured by a ski mask. As I watched, two more similarly dressed individuals joined the first. "Shit," I muttered, reaching for the phone to call the police. But as my hand touched the receiver, the screen went dark. All the screens did. The entire security system had just gone offline. These weren't amateurs. They had somehow cut the building's main power and the backup generator hadn't kicked in. I was flying blind. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing thoughts. I had two choices. I could try to get out of the building and call for help, or I could stay and try to stop whatever was happening. The smart thing would be to leave. But something inside me couldn't just walk away. I checked my equipment. Flashlight, radio, now useless without power, pepper spray, and a baton. Not exactly an arsenal, but it would have to do. I knew the building layout like the back of my hand. That would have to be my advantage. Quietly, I slipped out of the security office and into the darkened hallway. The emergency lights cast an eerie glow, creating more shadows than illumination. I could hear muffled voices and footsteps coming from the direction of the executive offices on the top floor. I made my way to the stairwell, careful to avoid the squeaky spots I'd noted during my nightly rounds. As I climbed, my mind raced. What were they after? Pinnacle dealt in cutting-edge AI technology. Their servers probably held millions in intellectual property. I reached the top floor landing and peered through the small window in the stairwell door. Two of the intruders were working on the lock to the CEO's office while the third stood guard, a nasty-looking gun in his hands. My mouth went dry. This was real. These guys weren't messing around. For a moment, I considered retreating, finding a place to hide until they left. But then, I thought about all the people whose livelihoods depended on what was in those servers. I couldn't just let these thieves walk away with it. I needed a distraction, something to split them up. My eyes fell on the fire alarm on the wall. It was powered by a separate battery system. Perfect. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what I was about to do. Then I pulled the alarm. The sudden, piercing wail shattered the silence. Through the door's window, I saw the intruders jump, looking around wildly. The leader gestured frantically, and they split up, one heading towards the stairs where I was, the other two continuing to work on the office door. I pressed myself against the wall beside the door, heart pounding so loud I was sure they'd hear it over the alarm. The door burst open and the masked figure rushed in. As he passed, I struck, swinging my baton with all my might at the back of his knee. He went down with a cry of pain, his gun skittering across the floor. Before he could recover, I was on him, using zip ties from my belt to secure his hands behind his back. One down, two to go. I grabbed the fallen gun, checking to make sure the safety was off. I'm no marksman, but I know how to handle a firearm. The weight of it in my hand was reassuring. Keeping low, I crept down the hallway towards the CEO's office. The alarm was still blaring, but I could hear the sound of breaking glass over it. They must have given up on picking the lock and decided on a more direct approach. I reached the corner and risked a quick glance around it. The two remaining intruders were inside the office now. I could see the glow of a laptop screen. They were already accessing the servers. I had to act fast. Taking a deep breath, I stepped around the corner, gun raised. "Freeze!" I shouted, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Hands where I can see them." They spun around, clearly surprised. For a moment, nobody moved. Then, faster than I could react, one of them reached for his weapon. I fired. The sound was deafening in the enclosed space. The bullet went wide, shattering a framed photograph on the wall. But it had the desired effect. Both men dove for cover, giving me a chance to duck behind a heavy wooden desk. "You're outnumbered and outgunned, rent-a-cop," one of them called out. "Why don't you make this easy on yourself and walk away? We're not here for you." "Can't do that," I replied. my voice steadier than I expected. Whatever you're stealing, it's not yours to take. A harsh laugh. Noble. Stupid, but noble. Last chance. Walk away now, or we'll put you down. In response, I popped up and fired again, aiming for the computer. The screen exploded in a shower of sparks, and I heard cursing from the other side of the room. "You'll pay for that," the voice growled. What followed was the most intense few minutes of my life. We exchanged gunfire, neither side able to get a clear shot. I was pinned down, but so were they. It was a stalemate, and we all knew it. But they were professionals, and I was just a security guard running on adrenaline and luck. Eventually, that luck would run out. I needed to end this, and fast. My eyes scanned the room, looking for anything I could use. That's when I saw it. The fire extinguisher mounted on the wall near the intruder's position. Taking careful aim, I fired. The extinguisher erupted, filling the air with a thick cloud of white powder. In the confusion, I made my move. I vaulted over the desk, charging towards the coughing, disoriented thieves. I tackled one, driving him to the ground. We grappled, rolling across the powder-covered floor. He was strong, but I had desperation on my side. Somehow, I ended up on top. I landed 2 solid punches before he went limp beneath me. Breathing hard, I zip-tied his hands, then looked up to find the third intruder. He was gone. Cursing, I got to my feet. The powder was settling, visibility improving. Where could he have gone? A noise behind me made me spin around. The last thief was by the window, a bag slung over his shoulder. He had a grappling gun aimed at the building across the street. Our eyes met. Even through the mask, I could see the cold calculation in his gaze. He was weighing whether he could take the shot before I fired. "Don't," I said, my gun trained on him. "It's over. Police will be here any minute." For a long moment, neither of us moved. Then, slowly, he lowered the grappling gun. "Well played, rent-a-cop," he said, a hint of grudging respect in his voice. "Didn't think you had it in you." As if on cue, I heard sirens in the distance, growing louder. The cavalry was finally arriving. The next hour was a blur of police statements, paramedics checking me over, and a very surprised CEO showing up to survey the damage to his office. By the time things calmed down, the sun was rising, painting the Chicago skyline in hues of pink and gold. As I sat on the back of an ambulance, a shock blanket draped over my shoulders, the police chief approached me. "You did good tonight, son," he said, clapping me on the shoulder. "Not many people would have had the guts to do what you did." I nodded, too exhausted to form words. The adrenaline had long since worn off, leaving me feeling drained and slightly in shock. Had I really just single-handedly foiled an armed robbery? "Get some rest," the chief continued. "But when you're up for it, come down to the station. I think we might have a job for you that's a little more suited to your skills than night watchman." As he walked away, I couldn't help but laugh. 24 hours ago, I was a bored security guard counting the minutes until his shift ended. Now I was a hero, with a possible future in law enforcement on the horizon. I looked up at the Pinnacle Enterprises building, the top floor windows still dusted with fire extinguisher residue. Whatever they were going to pay me to clean up this mess, it wasn't going to be enough. But as I watched the 3 masked men being led away in handcuffs, I felt a surge of pride. I had protected what I was meant to protect. I had made a difference. Not bad for a night's work. As the ambulance doors closed and we pulled away from the scene, I leaned back, finally allowing my eyes to close. I had a feeling sleep wouldn't be a problem today. And for once, I was actually looking forward to my next shift. After all, who knew what excitement it might bring? The moment we crossed the town line of Millbrook, I knew we'd made a terrible mistake. The fog that had forced us off the highway seemed to thicken, swallowing our car whole. Little did we know, We were driving straight into a nightmare from which we might never escape. My name's Jack, and what was supposed to be a fun family road trip turned into a fight for survival in a town that shouldn't exist. It all started when my wife, Sarah, our two kids, Emma, 14, and Liam, 10, and I decided to drive to my parents' at a place for their 40th anniversary. We'd made this trip a dozen times before, always sticking to the main highway. But this time, a freak summer storm forced us to seek an alternate route. "Dad, I think we're lost," Emma said from the back seat, her eyes glued to her now useless phone. No signal. "Great." "We're not lost, honey," I replied, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "We're just taking the scenic route." Sarah shot me a look that said she wasn't buying it either. The GPS had gone haywire about an hour ago, right around the time the storm hit. Now, we were relying on an old paper map and my questionable sense of direction. As we crawled through the fog, headlights barely penetrating the gloom, a sign loomed out of the darkness. "Welcome to Millbrook, where time stands still." "Oh, thank God," Sarah sighed. "Maybe we can stop and ask for directions." I nodded, relief washing over me. A few minutes later, we rolled into what looked like the town's main street. Despite it being only 7 p.m., the place was eerily quiet. No pedestrians, no other cars, just rows of quaint shops and houses that looked like they belonged in the 1950s. "This is weird," Liam piped up, pressing his face against the window. "It's like we drove into an old movie." I had to agree. Something about this place felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on what. As we approached what looked like a diner, I decided to pull over. Maybe someone inside could point us in the right direction. "I'll just pop in and ask for directions," I told Sarah. "Won't be a minute." As I stepped out of the car, the air felt strange, heavy, almost oppressive. The fog seemed to cling to me, damp and cold despite the summer heat. The neon open sign in the diner window flickered weakly. I pushed open the door, a little bell announcing my arrival. Inside, a handful of patrons turned to look at me. Their stares were intense, unblinking. I felt like an insect under a microscope. Hi," I said, approaching the counter where a middle-aged waitress stood, perfectly still. "We're a bit lost. Could you point us back to Highway 16? The waitress tilted her head, her movement almost mechanical. "Highway 16? Never heard of it, stranger. Why don't you and your family come in for a bite? You look tired. A good meal will do you good." Her smile didn't reach her eyes, which remained cold and calculating. A shiver ran down my spine. "Thanks, but we really need to get going. If you could just—" "I insist." She cut me off, her voice taking on a steely edge. "We don't get many visitors in Millbrook. It would be rude to leave so soon." The other patrons were standing now, moving towards me with an eerie synchronicity. Their faces were blank, emotionless. I backed towards the door. "Right, well, thanks anyway," I stammered, fumbling for the handle. As I burst out of the diner, I could have sworn I heard the waitress say, "You can check out any time you like him, but you can never leave." I ran back to the car, my heart pounding. "We need to go, now." Sarah must have seen the panic in my eyes because she didn't argue. I gunned the engine, tires squealing as we took off down the empty street. "Dad, what's going on?" Emma asked, her voice trembling. "I don't know, sweetheart, but something's not right here. We need to find a way out of this town." As we drove, I noticed more unsettling details. All the clocks in town seemed to be stuck at 7:13. The few people we saw moved in strange, jerky motions, like marionettes on strings. And no matter which turn we took, we always seemed to end up back on that same main street. "Jack, look," Sarah gasped, pointing ahead. Through the fog, we could see the "Welcome to Millbrook" sign, but we were driving out of town, not in. Impossible. I slammed on the brakes, my mind reeling. This can't be happening. "Maybe we should ask someone else for help," Sarah suggested, but her voice lacked conviction. I shook my head. No. Did you see the way they looked at us? Like they wanted to eat us or something? We need to figure this out ourselves. We decided to park the car and try to find a way out on foot. Maybe we'd have better luck spotting an exit without the fog pressing in on all sides. I grabbed a tire iron from the trunk, just in case. Sarah gave me a look but didn't object. Stay close, I told the kids as we set off down the sidewalk. The fog seemed to part just enough for us to see a few feet ahead, then close behind us like a curtain. It was as if the town itself was alive, watching our every move. We walked for what felt like hours, but the hands on my watch never moved past 7:13. The streets were a maze, each turn leading us back to where we started. Panic was starting to set in. Mom, Dad, look, Liam suddenly exclaimed, pointing down an alley we'd passed a dozen times before. But this time, something was different. A faint blue glow pulsed at the far end, barely visible through the fog. Should we check it out? Sarah asked, gripping my arm tightly. I nodded. It's the only thing that's changed. It has to mean something. As we approached the light, the air grew colder. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something was very wrong here, but it was also our only lead. The source of the glow turned out to be an old television set, sitting incongruously in the middle of the alley. On its screen, a man in a 1950s suit smiled at us. "Welcome, travelers," he said, his voice tinny through the ancient speakers. "You've found the heart of Millbrook. Are you enjoying your stay?" "Who are you?" I demanded. "What is this place?" The man's smile widened, showing too many teeth. "Millbrook is a special place, a place where time stands still, where the outside world can't touch us. You should be honored. We don't invite just anyone to join our little family." "We don't want to join anything," Sarah said, her voice shaking. "We just want to leave." The man's expression darkened. "Leave? Oh, I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, Millbrook needs new blood every now and then, to keep things fresh." A chill ran down my spine as the implications of his words sank in. "You can't keep us here," I said, gripping the tire iron tighter. "Can't I?" The man laughed. It was a horrible sound, like metal scraping on metal. "Look around you. You're already trapped. The longer you stay, the more you'll become like us. Part of the town, forever." As if on cue, I noticed a strange sensation in my limbs. They felt heavy, sluggish. I looked down into my horror, saw my skin taking on a waxy, artificial sheen. "No!" I shouted, smashing the tire iron into the TV screen. The image flickered, distorted, but the man's laughter continued. "Run!" I yelled to my family. "Back to the car, now!" We took off down the alley, the laughter echoing behind us. As we ran, I noticed the town changing. Buildings shifted and warped. Streets rearranged themselves. The few townspeople we saw were transforming too, their features melting like candle wax, revealing something inhuman underneath. By some miracle, we found our car where we'd left it. As we piled in, I saw a crowd of not quite people emerging from the fog, moving towards us with unnatural speed. I gunned the engine, not caring which direction we went as long as it was away from here. The townspeople threw themselves at the car, their hands leaving smears on the windows. I plowed through them, feeling sick as they crunched under the wheels. We drove blindly through the fog, the town a nightmarish blur around us. I had no idea if we were going in circles or making progress. All I knew was that we had to keep moving. Suddenly, the fog began to thin. Through the windshield, I could see the "Welcome to Millbrook" sign approaching. This was it. Either we'd break free, or we'd be trapped here forever. I pressed the accelerator to the floor, the engine roaring in protest. The sign loomed closer, larger. At the last second, I could have sworn I saw the man from the TV standing beside it, his face a mask of fury. We hit the sign at full speed. There was a moment of resistance, like pushing through a membrane, and then we were through. The fog vanished as if it had never existed. Ahead of us stretched the highway, blessedly normal and fog-free. In the rearview mirror, there was no sign of Millbrook, just empty fields. We drove in stunned silence for several miles before I finally pulled over. We all sat there, breathing heavily, trying to process what had just happened. Was that real? Emma finally asked, her voice small. I looked at Sarah, saw the same shell-shocked expression I knew was on my own face. I don't know, I admitted. But whatever it was, we got away. As we continued our journey, now sticking firmly to the main highway, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd brushed up against something beyond our understanding. A pocket of reality where the normal rules didn't apply. I also knew that I'd never take an unmarked exit again. Some detours, once taken, can never be undone. And some towns, once entered, never let you go. We made it to my parents' house late that night. We never told them what happened. How could we? But from that day on, our family shared a bond forged in the crucible of that impossible town. A reminder that in this world, there are still dark corners where logic fails and nightmares come to life. And somewhere out there, hidden in the fog, Millbrook waits, hungry for its next visitors. The moment I found that note on my bed, I knew my peaceful house-sitting gig had just become a deadly game of cat and mouse. You can't hide from me, it read in jagged handwriting. Suddenly, the spacious mansion felt like a trap, and I was the prey. My name's Alex, and I'm a grad student who picked up a summer job house-sitting for the wealthy Henderson family. Easy money, I thought. Watch their sprawling estate while they vacationed in Europe for a month. Water the plants, feed the fish, enjoy their pool and home theater. What could go wrong? Everything, as it turned out. It started innocently enough. I'd been at the house for about a week, settling into a comfortable routine. The Hendersons had left detailed instructions for everything: when to water which plants, how to operate their high-tech security system, even a schedule for turning lights on and off to make it look like the house was occupied. I spent my days working on my thesis, lounging by the pool, and exploring the massive house. It was the kind of place where you could discover a new room every day. Home offices, guest suites, a wine cellar. The Hendersons clearly lived well. It was on day 8 that things started to feel off. I was in the kitchen, making dinner, when I heard a noise from upstairs. A thud, like something heavy being dropped. I froze, spatula in hand, straining to listen. Silence. "Hello?" I called out, immediately feeling foolish. I was alone in the house. It was probably just the house settling, or maybe something had fallen over in one of the rooms. Still, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had settled over me. I turned off the stove and slowly made my way upstairs, my heart pounding in my chest. The upper floor was dark, the hallway stretching out before me like the mouth of some great beast. I flicked on lights as I went, peering into each room. Nothing seemed out of place. No fallen objects, no open windows. Everything was exactly as it should be. I was about to head back downstairs, chalking it up to an overactive imagination, when I noticed something. The door to Mr. Henderson's study was ajar. I was sure I'd closed it earlier. I always kept it shut because their cat, Mittens, liked to claw at the expensive leather furniture. With a trembling hand, I pushed the door open wider. The room looked undisturbed at first glance. But then I saw it. The painting behind Mr. Henderson's desk, a boring landscape that probably cost more than my entire college education, was slightly askew. I approached it slowly, my instincts screaming at me to turn and run. With shaking fingers, I straightened the painting. As I did, I noticed a slight depression in the wall behind it. A safe. Of course, the Hendersons would have a hidden safe, but it wasn't fully closed. A sliver of darkness showed where the door hadn't quite shut. My mind raced. Had I accidentally opened it somehow? No, I'd never even known it was there, which meant Someone else had been in this room. I stumbled backward, my breath coming in short gasps. I had to call the police. I had to get out of here. I turned to run and collided with a solid mass that hadn't been there a moment ago. I screamed, lashing out blindly. My fist connected with something, and I heard a grunt of pain. Adrenaline surging. I shoved past the figure and bolted for the door. I made it halfway down the stairs before a hand grabbed my ankle. I went down hard, my chin slamming into a step. Stars exploded in my vision as I tasted blood. "Not so fast," a gruff voice said. A man's voice, unfamiliar and cold. I kicked out wildly, feeling a surge of satisfaction as my foot connected with something soft. The hand on my ankle loosened, and I scrambled to my feet, nearly falling again in my haste. I ran for the front door, fumbling with the locks. Just as I got it open, a weight slammed into me from behind, sending us both sprawling onto the porch. We grappled there on the expensive stonework, me fighting with the desperation of prey, him with the calculated moves of a predator. He was bigger than me, stronger, but I had surprise on my side. He clearly hadn't expected me to put up such a fight. I managed to land an elbow to his solar plexus, hearing the whoosh of air leave his lungs. It gave me just enough time to break free and run. The grounds of the Henderson estate were vast and meticulously landscaped. In the fading evening light, the neatly trimmed hedges and winding paths became a maze. I ran blindly, my only thought to put as much distance between myself and my attacker as possible. I could hear him behind me, recovering quickly and giving chase. His footsteps pounded on the gravel path, getting closer with each passing second. In desperation, I veered off the path, crashing through a carefully manicured flower bed and into a dense cluster of trees. Branches whipped at my face as I ran, but I didn't slow down. Eventually, I couldn't hear the footsteps anymore. I allowed myself to slow, gulping in great lungfuls of air. My whole body ached, and I could feel blood trickling from scrapes on my arms and face. As my breathing steadied, I tried to take stock of my situation. I was somewhere in the wooded area at the edge of the Henderson property. I had no phone. It was still charging in the kitchen. No idea which direction led back to the house or to the road. And somewhere out there, a man who wanted to do God knows what to me was searching. I needed a plan. First things first, I needed to find a way to call for help. The Hendersons had neighbors, though the nearest house was a good quarter-mile away. If I could make it there. A twig snapped somewhere to my left. I froze, barely daring to breathe. "I know you're out here," the man's voice called out, sounding far too close for comfort. "You're only making this harder on yourself." I stayed perfectly still, praying he wouldn't spot me in the growing darkness. "You saw something you shouldn't have," he continued. "But we can work this out. Just come out and we'll talk." Fat chance of that. I'd seen enough movies to know how that talk would end. As quietly as I could, I began to move away from his voice. Each step was agonizingly slow, carefully placing my feet to avoid making noise. I'd made it about 20 feet when my foot came down on something that definitely wasn't forest floor. It was smooth, cool, metal. I looked down and nearly cried with relief. A maintenance hatch for the estate's sprinkler system, and next to it, a service phone for the landscapers. With shaking hands, I pried open the box containing the phone. "Please work, please work," I silently pleaded as I lifted the receiver to my ear. A dial tone. I could have wept. I dialed 911, my eyes scanning the darkness around me. The dispatcher answered, and I quickly whispered my situation and location. "Help is on the way," she assured me. "Want to stay on the line with me if you can?" I was about to respond when a hand clamped over my mouth. The phone was ripped away, and I heard it smash against a tree. "Clever girl," the man hissed in my ear, "but not clever enough." I drove my elbow back, catching him in the ribs. He grunted but didn't let go. I thrashed wildly, kicking and clawing at any part of him I could reach. We went down in a tangle of limbs, rolling across the forest floor. I ended up on top, straddling him. Without thinking, I grabbed a rock and brought it down hard on his head. The man went limp beneath me. For a terrifying moment, I thought I'd killed him. But then I saw his chest rise and fall, just unconscious. I scrambled off him, my whole body shaking. In the distance, I could hear sirens. Help was coming. I'd done it. I'd survived. The next few hours passed in a blur. Police swarming the property, paramedics checking me over, detectives taking my statement. The man, it turned out, was a professional thief who had been casing the Henderson house for weeks. He'd been after some rare coins in the safe, coins I hadn't even known existed. As the adrenaline wore off, the reality of what had happened began to sink in. I'd been in real danger. I could have died, but I hadn't. I'd fought back. I'd outsmarted him. I'd survived. The Hendersons cut their vacation short, flying back the next day. They were horrified at what had happened, but grateful that I was okay and that I'd prevented the theft. They offered me a generous bonus, which I accepted gratefully. Grad school isn't cheap, after all. I didn't stay at the house again. Couldn't, really. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat, every creak of the house a potential attacker. But as I packed up my things, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror. There were cuts and bruises, sure. But there was something else too. A steeliness in my eyes that hadn't been there before. A newfound confidence. I'd faced my worst fear and come out the other side. Whatever life threw at me next, I knew I could handle it. As I drove away from the Henderson estate for the last time, I felt a mix of emotions. Relief, certainly. Lingering fear, but also pride. I'd taken on a hardened criminal and won. Not bad for a grad student on a summer job. I don't think I'll be house-sitting again anytime soon, but I will be taking some self-defense classes, and maybe looking into home security systems for my own apartment. Because if there's one thing I've learned, it's that you never know when you might need to fight for your life. And when that moment comes, you'd better be ready. The moment I saw the rusted shovel half buried in the dirt, I knew our innocent camping trip had taken a sinister turn. Little did I know, that shovel was just the beginning of a nightmare that would push us to the very edge of survival. My name's Mike, and what started as a weekend adventure with my 3 best friends quickly descended into a fight for our lives against a threat we never saw coming. Looking back, I wonder how we could have been so naive, so unprepared for the darkness that lurked in those woods. It was supposed to be a guy's trip, a chance to disconnect from the world and reconnect with each other. Me, Tom, Dave, and Chris had been friends since college. But life had a way of pulling us in different directions. This camping trip was our way of recapturing some of that old camaraderie. We'd chosen a remote spot, miles from the nearest town or cell phone signal. Real wilderness, Dave had said with a grin as we pulled off the main road onto a bumpy dirt track. No tourists, no rangers, just us and nature. If only we'd known what was waiting for us in that nature. The first day was perfect. We hiked, fished in a crystal clear stream, and set up camp in a small clearing surrounded by towering pines. As night fell, we sat around the campfire, trading stories and passing around a bottle of whiskey. It was Chris who first noticed something was off. He'd gone to gather more firewood and came back looking pale. "Guys," he said, his voice shaking slightly, "I think I found something weird out there." We followed him into the woods, flashlights cutting through the darkness. About 100 yards from our camp, Chris stopped and pointed. There, half hidden by undergrowth, was an old shovel. "So what?" Tom laughed. "Someone left their gardening tools behind. Big deal." But as I shone my light around, I saw other things. A rusted-out tin can, the remains of what might have been a tent. This wasn't just a forgotten tool. This was a campsite, and judging by the state of decay, it had been abandoned for a long time. "Let's head back," I said, trying to ignore the chill running down my spine. "It's getting late." We returned to our camp, but the jovial mood had evaporated. We turned in early, each of us lost in our own thoughts. I was woken in the middle of the night by a sound. At first I thought it was the wind, but as I listened, I realized it was too rhythmic, too deliberate. It was whistling, a tune I didn't recognize, eerie and discordant. I unzipped my tent, peering out into the darkness. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint red glow over the clearing, and there, at the edge of the light, I saw a figure, tall and lean. It stood unnaturally still. I couldn't make out any features, just a dark silhouette against the darker woods. The whistling was coming from it. "Hey!" I called out, my voice cracking. "Who's there?" The whistling stopped abruptly. The figure remained motionless for a moment, then slowly, deliberately, turned and walked into the forest, disappearing from view. I was fully awake now, my heart pounding. I woke the others, telling them what I'd seen. Dave and Chris were spooked, but Tom remained skeptical. "You were probably half asleep," he said. "Dreamed the whole thing." But I knew what I'd seen, and judging by the nervous glances my friends kept throwing towards the tree line, they believed me too. None of us slept much after that. As soon as the first light of dawn broke through the trees, we were up, packing our gear. We'd planned to stay 2 more nights, but suddenly, getting back to civilization seemed like a very good idea. We were nearly finished breaking camp when we heard it. A scream, high and terrified, coming from the direction of the old campsite we'd found. We froze, looking at each other in horror. "That sounded like a kid," Chris said, his face pale. "We have to help," I said, already moving towards the sound. The others followed, our earlier fear forgotten in the face of someone else's distress. We reached the old campsite, calling out as we went. The screaming had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. The rusted shovel was where we'd left it, but now I noticed something we'd missed in the dark. The ground around it was disturbed, as if something had been recently dug up or buried. "Hello?" Dave called out. "Is anyone there?" We heard screaming. No response, just the rustle of leaves in the breeze. We were about to give up and head back when Tom spotted something, a flash of color in the underbrush. He reached down and pulled out a child's backpack, bright pink and decorated with cartoon characters. "Oh God," Chris whispered. "There really is a kid out here." That's when we heard the whistling again, the same discordant tune from the night before. It was coming from deeper in the forest, and it was moving away from us. Without a word, we took off after it. The underbrush was thick, branches whipping at our faces as we ran. The whistling always seemed just out of reach, leading us deeper and deeper into the woods. Suddenly, the trees opened up into a small clearing. In the center stood a cabin, old and decrepit. The whistling had stopped. We approached cautiously, calling out. No response. The cabin door stood slightly ajar, swaying gently in the breeze. "We should go in," I said, though every instinct screamed at me to run. "If there's a kid in there." Tom nodded, pulling out his hunting knife. "Or I'll go first." The door creaked as Tom pushed it open. The interior was dark, musty. Our flashlight beams revealed a single room, sparsely furnished. A table, a chair, a bed with rotting sheets, and on the walls... "Jesus," Dave breathed. The walls were covered in photographs, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, and in every photo was a child, different ages, different races, but all with the same terrified expression. "We need to get out of here," Chris said, his voice shaking. "Now." But as we turned to leave, we found our exit blocked. The tall figure from last night stood in the doorway, and now I could see him clearly. He was gaunt, almost skeletal, with pale skin and eyes that seemed to glow in the dim light. And he was smiling. "Welcome," he said, his voice a raspy whisper. "I've been waiting for you." What followed was a nightmare of violence and desperation. We fought like cornered animals, using anything we could get our hands on as weapons. I took a blow to the head that left me dazed, barely aware of the chaos around me. I remember flashes: Tom slashing with his knife, Dave throwing a chair, Chris screaming as the man's hands closed around his throat. And then, suddenly, it was over. The man lay still on the cabin floor, Tom's knife protruding from his chest. We were alive, battered and bloodied, but alive. We stumbled out of the cabin, gasping in the fresh air. That's when we heard it. A small whimper, coming from behind the cabin. We found a cellar door, hidden by overgrown weeds. Inside, huddled in the darkness, were 3 children. The oldest couldn't have been more than 10. They were dirty, terrified, but alive. What happened next is a blur. The long hike back to our car, carrying the children who were too weak to walk. The frantic drive to the nearest town. The police, the paramedics, the endless questions. We learned later that the man had been abducting children for years. The cabin was his hideout, so remote that no one had ever found it, until we stumbled upon it. They called us heroes, said we'd saved those kids' lives. But as I sat in the hospital, getting stitches for the gash on my forehead, all I could think about were those photos on the wall. How many hadn't been saved? How long had this been going on? It's been 6 months since that day in the woods. The nightmares have mostly stopped, but I still wake up sometimes, hearing that eerie whistle. The 4 of us. We don't talk about it much. But there's a bond between us now, forged in that cabin, that will never be broken. We went into those woods looking for adventure, for a chance to recapture our youth. We came out changed men, with a stark understanding of the evil that can lurk in the quiet places of the world. I still go camping sometimes, still love the peace of the forest. But now, I always keep one eye on the tree line, because I know now that the real monsters aren't the bears or the wolves. They're the ones that look just like us, the ones that whistle in the dark. The moment the power went out and I heard that first gunshot, I knew this wouldn't be just another boring shift at the gas and go. Little did I know, I was about to spend the longest night of my life trapped with a desperate fugitive, fighting to survive until dawn. My name's Sarah, and I'm a night clerk at a 24-hour convenience store just off the highway. It's not glamorous work, but it pays the bills while I finish my degree. Most nights, my biggest challenge is staying awake. But that all changed on a rainy Tuesday in October. It was about 2 a.m., and I was halfway through my shift. The store was empty, as usual for that time of night. I was behind the counter, nose buried in a textbook, when the bell over the door chimed. I looked up to see a man stumble in, soaking wet from the rain. He was tall, with dark hair plastered to his forehead, and his eyes darted around the store nervously. "Can I help you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice friendly despite the unease growing in my gut. He jumped at the sound of my voice, then seemed to steel himself. "Yeah, bathroom?" I pointed to the back of the store. "Past the coolers on the left?" He nodded and hurried off. I watched him go, noticing how he kept one hand pressed against his side. Something was definitely off about this guy. I was debating whether to call my manager when the lights flickered once, twice, and then went out completely. The sudden darkness was disorienting, broken only by the faint glow of emergency lights. "Great," I muttered, reaching for the flashlight we kept under the counter. Power outages weren't uncommon during storms, but they were always a pain. That's when I heard it. A car pulling up outside, its headlights cutting through the gloom. Then another, and another. I moved to the front of the store, peering out the rain-streaked windows. 3 police cruisers had pulled into the parking lot, their lights flashing silently in the darkness. Officers were getting out, guns drawn. My heart leapt into my throat. What the hell was going on? Don't move. The voice came from behind me, low and threatening. I turned slowly to see the man from earlier. He had a gun pointed at my chest. I said, "Don't move," he growled. "Okay," I said, raising my hand slowly. "Okay, just take it easy." "Is there another way out of here?" he demanded. I shook my head. "Just the front door and the emergency exit, but that'll trigger an alarm." He cursed under his breath, running a hand through his wet hair. That's when I noticed the blood seeping through his shirt where he'd been holding his side. "You're hurt," I said, the words tumbling out before I could stop them. His eyes narrowed. "Oh, shut up, just shut up and let me think." Outside, I could hear muffled voices. The police were surrounding the building. "This is the police. We have the building surrounded. Come out with your hands up." The man's face contorted with panic and rage. "Damn it." He grabbed me roughly by the arm, pulling me away from the windows. "Get down behind the counter. Now." I complied, my legs shaking so bad I nearly fell. He crouched beside me, gun still trained on me. "What's your name?" he asked suddenly. Sarah," I stammered. "Okay, Sarah. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to be my ticket out of here. You do exactly what I say, and you might just survive this. Understand?" I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. "Good. Now, is there a back room, somewhere away from the windows?" "The stock room," I managed to say, "through that door behind us." He nodded. "All right, we're going to move there. Slowly. Any sudden moves and..." He left the threat unspoken, but the gun pressing into my ribs made his meaning clear. We made our way to the stockroom, a cramped space filled with shelves of inventory. He closed the door behind us, then slumped against it, breathing heavily. In the dim light of my flashlight, I could see how pale he was. The wound in his side was worse than I'd thought. "You need a doctor," I said. He laughed bitterly. "Yeah, well, that's not an option right now." "What did you do?" I asked, immediately regretting the question. His eyes hardened. "Nothing I'm going to tell you about. The less you know, the better." We fell into an uneasy silence, broken only by the muffled sounds of police activity outside and the steady drip of rain from a leaky corner of the roof. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, there was a crackle of static, and then a voice boomed through a megaphone. "This is Detective Ramirez. We know you're in there, Jackson. There's no way out. Come out now, and no one has to get hurt." The man, Jackson apparently, tensed. "They're lying," he muttered. "The moment I step out that door, they'll put a bullet in my head." I didn't know what to say to that. Part of me wanted to tell him to give himself up, that it was his best chance. But the wild look in his eyes told me that would be a bad idea. Instead, I asked, "How bad is it? Your wound, I mean." He glanced down at his side, grimacing. "Bad enough? Bastard got a lucky shot in during the escape." I have some first aid training," I offered hesitantly. "If you let me, I could try to help." He stared at me for a long moment, suspicion warring with pain in his eyes. Finally, he nodded. "Fine, but try anything stupid, and..." "I know," I interrupted. "You'll shoot me. I get it." I found the store's first aid kit and set to work. Up close, the wound looked nasty, a deep gash that was still bleeding sluggishly. I cleaned it as best I could and applied a pressure bandage. As I worked, I tried to keep him talking, partly to distract him from the pain, partly to try and understand what was happening. "So, Jackson, that's your name, right? How'd you end up here?" He snorted. "You really want to know? Fine. I was in county lockup, awaiting trial. Some of my old associates arranged a breakout. It went sideways. I got shot. The getaway driver panicked and left me behind. I've been running ever since." "What were you in for?" I asked. taping down the edges of the bandage. He was quiet for so long I thought he wasn't going to answer. Then, softly, armed robbery. But they're trying to pin a murder on me too. A cop who got in the way. I felt a chill run down my spine. This man was dangerous, maybe even a killer, and I was trapped in a small room with him. I didn't do it, he said, as if reading my thoughts. The murder, the robbery, yeah, that was me. But I never killed anyone. I didn't know whether to believe him or not. But looking into his eyes, I saw something there. Fear, yes, but also a flicker of hope, desperation. Why should I believe you? I asked. He shrugged, wincing at the movement. You shouldn't, but it's the truth. Not that it matters now. They'll never believe me. We lapsed into silence again. Outside, I could hear the police trying to negotiate, but Jackson ignored them. As the hours dragged on, I found myself in the surreal position of having something like a normal conversation with my captor. We talked about our lives, my studies, his troubled past. In another context, it might have been almost friendly, but reality would intrude. Every time he shifted and I saw the gun, every time the police called out, I was reminded of the danger I was in. As dawn approached, Jackson grew more agitated. The wound was clearly taking its toll, and he was running out of options. They're going to come in soon, he said, his voice hoarse. When they do, I want you to know I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I looked at him, really looked at him. Despite everything, I found myself believing him. Not about his innocence necessarily, but about his remorse. It's not too late, I said softly. You could still give yourself up, tell your side of the story. He laughed, but there was no humor in it. Yeah, right. Who's going to believe a con like me? I might, I said, surprising myself. If you let me go, if you give yourself up peacefully, I'll tell them you treated me well, that you said you were innocent of the murder. It might not be much, but it's something. Jackson stared at me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, he lowered the gun. Okay, he said, his voice barely a whisper. Okay. What happened next was a blur. Me walking out first, hands raised. The rush of police into the store. Jackson being led out in handcuffs. As they put him in a squad car, our eyes met one last time. There was gratitude there, and something else. A silent acknowledgement of the strange bond we'd formed during that long night. In the days that followed, I gave my statement to the police. True to my word, I told them how Jackson had treated me, about his claim of innocence. I don't know if it made a difference. I never saw Jackson again after that night. Sometimes I wonder what became of him, if he ever got a chance to tell his side of the story. As for me, well, I still work the night shift at Gas and Go. But now, every time the bell over the door chimes, I look up with a mix of apprehension and curiosity, because you never know who might walk in or how they might change your life. One thing's for sure, I'll never look at a quiet night shift the same way again. The moment I saw his thumb jutting out on the side of that lonely stretch of highway, I knew I should have kept driving, but I didn't. And that decision turned a routine road trip into a life-or-death struggle I'll never forget. My name's Jack, and I'm just an ordinary guy who made one simple mistake. I picked up a hitchhiker. It sounds so innocuous, doesn't it? A good deed, even. But sometimes, the road to hell really is paved with good intentions. It was a crisp autumn evening, and I was driving back from a business trip in Chicago. The sun was setting, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and pink. I'd been on the road for hours, the monotony of the highway broken only by the occasional rest stop or small town. That's when I saw him. A lone figure on the side of the road, thumb outstretched. He was young, maybe mid-20s, with a scruffy beard and a worn backpack at his feet. As I approached, he looked up, his eyes meeting mine through the windshield. I don't know what made me do it. Maybe it was the weariness in his stance, or the fading light that made me worry about him being stuck out there after dark. Whatever the reason, I found myself slowing down, pulling onto the shoulder just ahead of him. He jogged up to the passenger side, a grateful smile on his face as I rolled down the window. "Hey, thanks for stopping," he said. "I've been out here for hours." "Where are you headed?" I asked, still not quite sure why I was doing this. "Just up to the next town, if that's okay. Name's Mike, by the way." I hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Hop in. Mike, I'm Jack." As he settled into the passenger seat, I caught a whiff of cigarette smoke and something else I couldn't quite place. He tossed his backpack in the back seat, and I pulled back onto the highway. For the first few miles, we made small talk. He told me he was a freelance photographer, traveling the country for work. I shared a bit about my job in sales, my family back home. It was all very normal, very mundane. But then I noticed something. Every time I mentioned my home, my family, Mike would tense up almost imperceptibly. His responses became shorter, his gaze fixed firmly on the road ahead. "You okay?" I asked, glancing over at him. He startled slightly, then forced a smile. "Yeah, just tired. Been a long day, you know?" I nodded, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The easy rapport we'd had earlier was gone, replaced by a tension I couldn't quite explain. As we drove on, the sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the world into twilight. The highway stretched out before us, empty, save for the occasional passing car. That's when Mike spoke up again. "Mind if we take a little detour?" he asked. His voice casual, but with an undercurrent of something. "There's a scenic overlook just off the next exit. Great place to stretch our legs." I hesitated. We were in the middle of nowhere, and the idea of pulling off onto some dark side road with a stranger suddenly seemed like a very bad idea. "I don't know," I said slowly. "It's getting pretty late. I should really keep going." Mike's demeanor changed in an instant. The friendly facade dropped away, replaced by a cold, hard stare. "That wasn't a request," he said, reaching into his jacket and pulling out a wicked-looking knife. "Take the next exit, now." My heart leapt into my throat, my hands tightening on the steering wheel. This couldn't be happening. It was like something out of a movie, not real life. "Look, Mike," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "You don't want to do this. Whatever's going on, we can figure it out. Just put the knife away and—" "Shut up and drive," he snarled, the blade now pressed against my ribs. "Next exit, or things are going to get really unpleasant." With no choice, I took the exit. The road quickly became narrow and winding, leading us deeper into the dark countryside. My mind raced, trying to figure a way out of this nightmare. "Pull over here," Mike ordered as we reached a clearing overlooking a steep ravine. I did as he said, my palms sweaty on the wheel. As soon as the car stopped, Mike grabbed my keys from the ignition. "Get out," he said, gesturing with the knife, "and don't try anything stupid." We both got out of the car, Mike keeping the knife trained on me as he moved around to the driver's side. "Okay, Jack," he said, a cruel smile twisting his features. "Here's how this is going to go. You're going to give me your wallet, your watch, and your phone. Then you're going to start walking down that road. Don't look back, don't try to follow me. If you're lucky, someone will pick you up before you freeze." "Please," I said, my voice shaking. "You don't have to do this. Just take the car and go. I won't report it, I swear." Mike laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. "Nice try, but I can't take that chance. Now, hand over your stuff. I won't ask again." Slowly, I reached for my wallet, but as I pulled it out, I let it drop to the ground. It was a desperate move, but it worked. Mike's eyes flicked down for just a second. In that moment, I lunged. We went down in a tangle of limbs, grappling for control of the knife. Mike was stronger than he looked, but I had the advantage of surprise and desperation. We rolled across the gravel, dangerously close to the edge of the ravine. I managed to get on top, pinning Mike's knife hand to the ground, but he wasn't done. With his free hand, he grabbed a fistful of gravel and flung it into my eyes. Blinded and in pain, I reeled back. I felt the knife slash across my arm, hot blood spilling down my sleeve. Mike shoved me hard, and suddenly there was nothing beneath me but air. I tumbled down the steep slope, branches and rocks tearing at my clothes and skin. When I finally came to a stop at the bottom, every inch of me ached. But I was alive. Above, I could hear Mike cursing. The beam of a flashlight swept over me, and I pressed myself against the ground, hardly daring to breathe. After what felt like an eternity, I heard the car door slam and the engine roar to life. As the sound of my car faded into the distance, I allowed myself to assess the damage. The cut on my arm was painful but not too deep. Nothing felt broken, though I was sure I'd be one giant bruise come morning. Slowly, painfully, I began to climb back up the slope. It was slow going in the dark, my hands scrabbling for purchase on loose rocks and exposed roots. By the time I reached the top, I was exhausted and shaking. The clearing was empty now, no sign of Mike or my car. I was alone in the middle of nowhere, with no phone and no idea which way the nearest town might be. For a moment, despair threatened to overwhelm me, but then I remembered my family, waiting for me back home. I couldn't give up. I had to find help. I chose a direction and started walking, my arm cradled against my chest. The night was cold, and I shivered in my thin jacket, but I kept moving, one foot in front of the other. I don't know how long I walked. Hours, probably. The moon rose, providing just enough light to keep me from stumbling off the road. Every car I saw, I tried to flag down, but they were few and far between on this lonely stretch, and none stopped. Just when I thought I couldn't take another step, I saw lights in the distance. As I got closer, I realized it was a small gas station, a beacon of hope in the darkness. I stumbled into the fluorescent-lit store, startling the sleepy clerk behind the counter. "Please," I gasped. "I need help. I need to call the police." What followed was a whirlwind of activity. Police statements, paramedics checking me over, calls to my frantic family. Mike and my car were long gone, but the police put out an APB. As I sat in the back of an ambulance, a shock blanket draped over my shoulders, the reality of what had happened began to sink in. I had nearly died, all because I decided to pick up a hitchhiker. In the days and weeks that followed, I jumped at every shadow, flinched at every unexpected sound. I couldn't drive for months without having a panic attack. The physical wounds healed, but the psychological scars ran deep. They never caught Mike. Sometimes I wonder where he is, if he's still out there on some lonely highway, thumb out, waiting for another good Samaritan to make the same mistake I did. I've learned my lesson. No more picking up hitchhikers, no matter how harmless they might seem, because you never know who might be hiding behind a friendly smile and a hard luck story. These days, when I drive that stretch of highway, I keep my eyes firmly on the road ahead. And if I see a figure on the side of the road, thumb outstretched, I press the gas pedal a little harder and send up a silent prayer for whoever might stop next. Because sometimes, the most dangerous predators are the ones hiding in plain sight, just waiting for someone to let down their guard. The moment I heard the lock click behind me, I knew this open house had just become a trap. What I didn't know was that the next few hours would push me to the very edge of survival, testing every ounce of wit and will I possessed. My name's Emily, and I'm a real estate agent in a small town just outside of Portland. It was supposed to be a routine Saturday afternoon, showing a charming Victorian home to potential buyers. But as I stood there, heart pounding, staring at the now locked front door, I realized this was anything but routine. It had started normally enough. I arrived early to set up, placing fresh flowers on the dining room table and opening curtains to let in the warm autumn light. The house was a beauty, all original hardwood floors and intricate moldings, a bit remote, tucked away at the end of a long, tree-lined drive, but that just added to its charm. My first clients were due at 2 p.m., but at 1:45 a man showed up, tall, well-dressed, with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Am I too early?" he asked, his voice smooth as silk. I put on my best realtor smile. "Not at all. I'm Emily. Would you like to start the tour?" He nodded, following me into the foyer. As I launched into my usual spiel about the home's features, I couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. The way he looked at me, rather than the house. The fact that he hadn't asked a single question. We were in the kitchen when I heard the front door close. Odd, I thought. I was sure I'd left it open for the other expected clients. "Excuse me," I said. "I should check on that." But as I turned to leave the kitchen, he grabbed my arm. His grip was like iron, his earlier charm evaporating. "I don't think so," he said, his voice now cold and hard. "You're not going anywhere." Fear surged through me as I realized the terrible truth. This man wasn't here to buy a house. He was here for me. I reacted on instinct, bringing my knee up hard. He grunted in pain, his grip loosening just enough for me to wrench free. I ran for the front door, my heels clattering on the hardwood. But when I reached it, my heart sank. Locked. And not with the simple latch I'd used earlier. This was serious hardware, probably installed while I'd been distracted with the tour. I spun around, looking for another escape route. The man was at the end of the hallway, recovering and looking furious. "That wasn't very nice, Emily," he growled. "Now we're going to have to do this the hard way." I bolted for the stairs, taking them two at a time. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps heavy on the old wood. My mind raced. I needed a weapon, a phone, anything. I ducked into the master bedroom, slamming the door and wedging a chair under the handle. It wouldn't hold him for long, but it might buy me some time. The room was large and with tall windows overlooking the backyard. For a moment, I considered trying to climb out, but a quick glance showed it was too far to jump. I'd break an ankle at best, and then I'd be helpless. I grabbed my cell phone from my pocket, but my heart sank. No signal. Of course. The remote location that had seemed so quaint earlier now felt like a death sentence. The door shuddered as he threw his weight against it. The chair scraped across the floor. It wouldn't hold much longer. I looked around desperately for a weapon. My eyes fell on a heavy crystal vase on the dresser. Not ideal, but it was better than nothing. I gripped it tightly, positioning myself beside the door. With a final crash, the door burst open. As he stumbled in, I swung the vase with all my might. It connected with a sickening crunch, and he went down hard. For a moment, I stood there, panting, the broken vase still clutched in my hand. Was he dead? The rise and fall of his chest told me no, just unconscious. But for how long? I had to find a way out, and fast. I searched his pockets, hoping for the key to the front door, but came up empty. He must have hidden it somewhere in the house. As I turned to leave the room, something caught my eye. A small notebook had fallen from his jacket. I picked it up, my blood running cold as I flipped through the pages. It was full of names, dates, and addresses. Other real estate agents, I realized. Other victims. This wasn't some random attack. This man was a predator, and he'd been doing this for a long time. And now, I was his latest target. The sound of him stirring snapped me back to reality. I didn't have much time. I ran down the stairs, my mind racing. The front door was out, but there had to be another way. I remembered the back door in the kitchen. It was worth a shot, but as I reached for the handle, my heart sank. Also locked, with the same heavy-duty hardware as the front. That's when I heard him, his footsteps slow and menacing on the stairs. "Oh, Emily," he called out, his voice dripping with false sweetness. "Don't make this harder than it needs to be. Come out now, and I'll make it quick." I bit back a scream of frustration. "Think, Emily, think." My eyes fell on the cellar door. It was a long shot, but it might be my only chance. I yanked it open and descended into the darkness, pulling the door shut behind me. The cellar was pitch black and smelled of damp earth. I fumbled for my phone, using its dim light to navigate. Old boxes and dusty furniture loomed like specters in the gloom. And there, on the far wall, I saw it. A small window, just big enough for a person to squeeze through. I made my way towards it, hope rising in my chest. But as I reached it, my heart sank. It was sealed shut, probably painted over years ago. Above, I could hear him moving through the house, calling my name. He'd figure out where I was soon enough. I was trapped. No, I refused to accept that. I was not going to die in this cellar. Another name in that monster's notebook. I looked around frantically for something, anything I could use. My light fell on an old toolbox. I rummaged through it, my hands shaking. Screwdrivers, hammers, and there, at the bottom, a crowbar. I grabbed it and turned back to the window. It was now or never. I wedged the crowbar into the seam and pushed with all my might. The wood creaked and groaned but didn't budge. I could hear him in the kitchen now, his footsteps right above me. Any second, he'd find the cellar door. With a desperate surge of strength, I threw my whole weight onto the crowbar. There was a loud crack, and suddenly, blessedly, the window popped open. Fresh air rushed in, along with the sound of approaching sirens. My 2 p.m. clients must have called the police when they found the house locked up. I scrambled through the window, scraping my arms and tearing my clothes. But I didn't care. I was out. I was free. I ran towards the sound of the sirens, not daring to look back. As I reached the front of the house, I saw police cars pulling up, officers jumping out with guns drawn. "Help!" I screamed, waving my arms. "He's inside. He tried to kill me." What followed was a blur of police statements, paramedics checking me over, and my boss arriving, white-faced with shock. The man, it turned out, was wanted in 3 states for similar attacks. They found a kill kit in his car, along with trophies from previous victims. As I sat in the back of an ambulance, a shock blanket draped over my shoulders, the reality of what had happened began to sink in. I had come face to face with a serial killer, and I had survived. In the days and weeks that followed, I jumped at every shadow, flinched at every unexpected sound. I couldn't do an open house without breaking into a cold sweat. The physical bruises faded, but the psychological scars ran deep. But slowly, surely, I began to heal. I took self-defense classes. I changed our company policies to ensure no agent ever had to be alone in a house with a stranger again. And I told my story, hoping it might save someone else from going through what I did. Now, when I walk into a house, I always make sure I have an escape route. I trust my instincts when something feels off, and I never, ever take my safety for granted, because I learned the hard way that sometimes the most dangerous thing in an empty house isn't a faulty foundation or outdated wiring. Sometimes, it's the person who walks through the door with a smile that doesn't reach their eyes. I still sell houses. I still love the joy of helping someone find their dream home. But now, I do it with my eyes wide open, always aware that danger can lurk in the most unexpected places. And every time I hand over a set of keys to a happy new homeowner, I say a silent prayer of thanks, because I know how close I came to never doing that again. So if you're ever at an open house and something feels off, listen to that little voice in your head. It might just save your life. I know it saved mine. The footsteps circling my tent weren't human. They couldn't be. The rhythm was all wrong. Too slow, too deliberate. But as I lay there, paralyzed in my sleeping bag, I knew one thing for certain. Whatever was out there knew I was inside. I'd been looking forward to this solo camping trip for months. The Cascade Mountains in late summer were a hiker's paradise, and I'd found the perfect spot off the beaten path. No designated campgrounds, no noisy neighbors, just me, the towering pines, and the promise of solitude. The first day had been everything I'd hoped for. I'd set up my tent in a small clearing, the scent of pine needles and wildflowers heavy in the air. The sun filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with patches of warm light. I'd spent the afternoon exploring, my boots crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves and twigs. The only sounds were the occasional calls of birds and the gentle rustle of wind through the trees. As evening fell, I'd built a small fire, the flames casting flickering shadows across the clearing. I'd watched the stars emerge, bright pinpricks against the darkening sky, feeling a sense of peace I hadn't experienced in years. This was why I'd come out here, to disconnect, to breathe, to remember what it felt like to simply exist in the world without the constant noise of modern life. I'd crawled into my tent that night, muscles pleasantly sore from the day's hike, and fallen into a deep sleep almost instantly. The footsteps woke me sometime in the early hours of the morning. At first, in my groggy state, I thought it might be a deer or maybe a raccoon sniffing around my campsite. But as I became more alert, a chill ran down my spine. The steps were too heavy, too measured to be an animal. I held my breath, straining my ears. The footsteps continued their slow circuit around my tent. Whoever, or whatever it was, they were taking their time, pausing occasionally as if studying the tent's exterior. My heart hammered in my chest, so loud I was sure the intruder could hear it. I wanted to call out, to challenge them, but fear had frozen my voice. What if it was a bear? But no, bears didn't move like that. A person then. But who would be out here, circling a lone camper's tent in the middle of the night? The rational part of my brain tried to come up with explanations. Maybe it was a park ranger doing a late-night patrol, but I knew I was miles from any official campgrounds or ranger stations. Perhaps another hiker had gotten lost and was looking for help, but why wouldn't they call out? As the footsteps completed another circuit, a new sound joined them. A low, guttural breathing that sent shivers through my entire body. It was almost a growl, but not quite animal. There was an intelligence behind it, a purposefulness that made it all the more terrifying. I lay there, every muscle tense as the night wore on. The footsteps continued their relentless patrol, never speeding up, never slowing down. Just that steady, deliberate pace punctuated by pauses and that awful breathing. I don't know how long it lasted. It felt like hours, but time seemed to stretch and warp in the darkness. Eventually, as the first weak light of dawn began to filter through the tent fabric, the footsteps receded. I heard them move off into the underbrush, growing fainter until they disappeared altogether. For a long time, I didn't move. I was afraid that if I so much as twitched, the footsteps would return. But as the forest around me came to life with morning birdsong, I finally found the courage to unzip the tent and peer outside. The clearing looked exactly as I'd left it the night before. My fire pit was cold, the ashes undisturbed. My backpack leaned against a nearby tree, seemingly untouched. For a moment, I wondered if I'd dreamed the whole thing. But then I saw the footprints. They circled my tent in a perfect ring, the grass and underbrush trampled flat. I stepped out, my legs shaky, to get a closer look. The prints were like nothing I'd ever seen before, too large to be human, with strange elongated toes that dug deep into the soft earth. Whatever had made them was heavy, and definitely not a normal forest creature. My breath caught in my throat as I followed the trail of prints with my eyes. They led away from my tent towards the denser part of the forest, disappearing into the shadows between the trees. I should have packed up right then. Should have hiked out and never looked back. But curiosity mingled with my fear. I'd always been too inquisitive for my own good, and now that same trait propelled me forward, following the strange tracks into the woods. The forest seemed different in the wake of the night's events. The cheerful birdsong took on an ominous tone, as if the birds were trying to warn me away. Shadows seemed deeper, the spaces between trees more menacing. Every snapping twig made me jump. I followed the tracks for about a quarter mile before they disappeared at the base of a massive old-growth cedar. The tree was ancient, its trunk wider than my arm span. Deep grooves ran up its bark, as if something with massive claws had used it as a scratching post. As I circled the tree, my foot caught on something. I looked down and felt the blood drain from my face. Half buried in the leaf litter was a scrap of fabric, a piece of tent material identical to mine. My hands shook as I bent to examine it. The edges were ragged, as if it had been torn away by something with incredible strength. I straightened up, suddenly aware of how quiet the forest had become. No birds sang, no insects buzzed. It was as if the entire wood was holding its breath. That's when I saw it, a flash of movement in my peripheral vision. I whirled around, but there was nothing there. Just trees and shadows, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I backed away from the cedar, my eyes darting from tree to tree. There it was again, movement just at the edge of my vision, but every time I turned to look, there was nothing. Panic rose in my throat. I turned and ran, no longer caring about stealth or tracking. Branches whipped at my face as I crashed through the underbrush, my only thought to get back to my campsite, to grab my things and get out of these woods. I burst into the clearing, gasping for breath. My tent stood there, innocent and unthreatening in the morning light. But something was different. Something was wrong. It took me a moment to realize what it was. My backpack, which I'd left leaning against a tree, was now sitting upright in front of my tent. And hanging from one of the straps was a crudely woven bracelet made of grass and twigs. With trembling hands, I approached the backpack. The bracelet was intricate, each blade of grass and twig woven together with precision, and threaded through the center was a single long, coarse hair, too thick to be human, too long to belong to any animal I knew. A twig snapped in the forest behind me. I spun around, my heart in my throat. There, at the edge of the clearing, stood a figure. It was tall, impossibly tall, and covered in shaggy, matted fur. Its arms hung long at its sides, ending in hands with elongated fingers tipped with wicked claws. But it was the face that turned my blood to ice. It was almost human, but not quite. The proportions were all wrong, the features twisted into a grotesque parody of a human visage. And the eyes, God, the eyes. They were intelligent, aware, and fixed directly on me with an intensity that froze me in place. For a long moment, we stared at each other. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Then, slowly, deliberately, it raised one long-fingered hand and pointed at the bracelet hanging from my backpack. A gift, I realized with dawning horror. It had left me a gift. The creature's mouth opened, revealing rows of sharp teeth. A sound emerged. Not quite a growl, not quite speech, but somehow, I understood the message behind it. You're welcome. Then, in a movement almost too fast to follow, it turned and loped into the forest, quickly swallowed by the shadows between the trees. I stood there for what felt like hours, staring at the spot where it had disappeared. Then, moving on autopilot, I grabbed my backpack, leaving the bracelet where it hung. I didn't bother breaking down my tent or gathering the rest of my gear. I just ran. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. I ran until I hit the main trail, and then I ran some more. I didn't stop until I reached my car, parked at the trailhead miles away. As I fumbled with my keys, I glanced back at the forest. For a split second, I thought I saw a tall, shaggy figure standing between the trees, watching me. But I blinked, and it was gone. I drove home in a daze, my mind struggling to process what had happened. Even now, months later, I'm not sure I believe it myself. But sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I catch a whiff of pine and wild fir. and I remember those footsteps circling my tent in the dark, leaving gifts and terror in their wake. I don't go camping alone anymore. The cabin looked abandoned, but the fresh food wrappers told a different story. As thunder rolled overhead and rain pelted the roof, I realized I wasn't alone in these woods, and whoever was here with me didn't want to be found. I've always been a bit of a loner, preferring the company of trees and mountains to that of people. So when I decided to take a week-long hiking trip through the Adirondacks, going solo felt natural. I'd mapped out a route that would take me deep into the wilderness, far from the well-trodden tourist paths. The first 3 days were blissful. I woke each morning to birdsong, spent my days trekking through lush forests and scaling rocky outcrops, and fell asleep each night under a canopy of stars. The solitude was rejuvenating, washing away months of stress and city grime. On the 4th day, the weather turned. Dark clouds rolled in, bringing with them a bone-chilling wind. I pushed on, hoping to reach my planned campsite before the storm hit. But as the first fat raindrops began to fall, I realized I'd miscalculated. I was still miles from where I'd intended to stop, with no shelter in sight. That's when I saw it. A small cabin nestled among the pines, barely visible through the deepening gloom. Relief flooded through me. Even if it was occupied, surely the owners wouldn't turn away a hiker in need of shelter from the storm. I approached the cabin, noting its weathered exterior and sagging porch. It looked like it had seen better days, perhaps an old hunting lodge fallen into disrepair. As I got closer, I noticed there were no lights on inside, no smoke rising from the chimney. My spirits fell. It was probably abandoned, and likely in no better shape inside than out. Still, any shelter was better than none. I climbed the creaky steps and knocked on the door, more out of habit than expectation. When no one answered, I tested the handle. To my surprise, it turned easily. "Hello?" I called out as I pushed the door open. "Anyone here? Sorry to intrude, but I need to get out of this storm." Silence greeted me, broken only by the steadily increasing patter of rain on the roof. I stepped inside, fumbling for the flashlight in my pack. As the beam swept across the interior, I felt a mix of relief and unease. The cabin was Spartan but intact. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, with a couple of worn armchairs facing it. A small kitchen area occupied one corner, and I could see a door that presumably led to a bedroom. Everything was coated in a fine layer of dust, confirming my initial impression that the place was abandoned. But then my light fell on the kitchen table, and my heart skipped a beat. There, amid the dust and grime, was a scatter of fresh food wrappers, a half-empty bag of chips, candy bar wrappers, the packaging from a pack of beef jerky. These weren't old. The plastic still held its shape, the colors bright and unfaded. Someone had been here, and recently. I stood frozen, listening intently, but there was nothing to hear beyond the storm outside, which had now risen to a fever pitch. Wind howled around the eaves, and rain lashed against the windows. If there was anyone else moving around inside the cabin, the storm would have covered the sound. For a moment, I considered leaving, braving the elements rather than risk an encounter with whoever had left those wrappers. But a flash of lightning followed by an immediate crack of thunder made the decision for me. The storm was directly overhead, and I knew from experience how dangerous these mountain thunderstorms could be. I was stuck here, at least until the worst passed. I shrugged off my pack and began to make myself at home, all the while keeping an ear out for any sound that might indicate I wasn't alone. I found some old dry wood stacked near the fireplace and managed to get a small fire going. Its warmth was welcome after the chill of the rain, and the flickering light it cast made the cabin feel a bit less eerie. As I sat in one of the armchairs, warming my hands by the fire, I tried to make sense of the situation. The cabin looked like it hadn't been used in years. Yet there was clear evidence someone had been here recently. Were they hikers like me, seeking shelter from the storm? But then why leave in such a hurry that they'd abandon their food? A darker possibility crept into my mind. What if they hadn't left? What if they were still here, hiding, watching me? I shook my head, trying to dismiss the thought. I was letting my imagination run wild, spooking myself like a kid telling ghost stories around a campfire. The storm showed no signs of letting up. If anything, it seemed to be getting stronger. I realized I might be in for a long night and decided to explore the cabin more thoroughly. Partly out of curiosity, partly to reassure myself I was truly alone. The kitchen area yielded nothing beyond the wrappers I'd already seen. The cupboards were bare save for a few cans, so old their labels had faded to illegibility. I did, however, find a large jug of water that looked relatively clean. At least I wouldn't go thirsty. I turned my attention to the closed door I'd noticed earlier. Taking a deep breath, I grasped the handle and pushed it open, my flashlight beam piercing the darkness beyond. It was, as I'd guessed, a bedroom. A large bed dominated the space, its sheets musty but otherwise intact. A dresser stood against one wall, and a small writing desk occupied the corner. But what caught my eye was the closet door, which stood slightly ajar. My palms began to sweat as I approached it. This was how every horror movie went wrong. The protagonist, investigating a creepy noise or half-open door. But I couldn't stop myself. I had to know. I yanked the closet door open in one swift motion, my flashlight ready to illuminate whatever lurked inside. But there was nothing. Just a few old coats hanging forlornly and a pair of boots so worn they were more hole than shoe. I let out a shaky laugh, relief washing over me. I was being ridiculous. There was no one here but me. That's when I heard it. A creak from the main room, like someone shifting their weight on an old floorboard. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. It could have been the cabin settling, I told myself. Old buildings made all sorts of noises, especially in storms like this. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. The sound had been too distinct, too deliberate. Slowly, I crept back towards the bedroom door. My flashlight beam danced wildly as my hand shook. I pressed my ear against the wood, listening. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then, unmistakably, I heard footsteps. Slow, cautious, but definitely there. Someone was moving around in the main room of the cabin. Panic clawed at my throat. I was trapped. The bedroom had no other exit, no windows large enough to climb through. The only way out was through that door, past whoever was out there. My mind raced. Should I confront them, call out, or stay hidden and hope they left? But even as I considered my options, the decision was made for me. The bedroom door handle began to turn. I switched off my flashlight and pressed myself against the wall beside the door. My heart pounding so hard I was sure it could be heard over the storm. The door swung open, and a beam of light swept across the room. "I know you're in here," a gruff voice called out. "No use hiding. Come on out where I can see you." I remained frozen, barely daring to breathe. The light moved methodically around the room, illuminating every corner. It was only a matter of time before it found me. In that moment, I made a desperate decision. As the beam of light swung towards me, I lunged forward, slamming my body into the door. I heard a grunt of surprise as it connected with something solid, and then I was running, bursting into the main room of the cabin. I didn't stop to look back, didn't pause to grab my pack. I just ran, yanking open the cabin door and plunging into the storm outside. Rain lashed at my face and nearly blinding me, but I kept going. I could hear shouts behind me, but they were quickly swallowed by the howling wind. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. I ran until I couldn't hear anything but the storm and my own ragged breathing. Only then did I dare to stop, to lean against a tree and try to get my bearings. I was lost, soaked to the bone, and without any of my gear. But I was alive, and free from whoever had been in that cabin. As the adrenaline began to fade, the full weight of my situation settled in. I was in serious trouble, but that was a problem for later. For now, I had to keep moving. I picked a direction and started walking, pushing through the underbrush, always listening for any sign of pursuit. The storm raged on, and somewhere behind me, a cabin in the woods held secrets I never wanted to uncover. I'd gone looking for solitude in these mountains, but I'd found something else entirely, a mystery and a danger that would haunt me long after I found my way back to civilization. As I trudged through the rain, one thought kept repeating in my mind. Sometimes, it's not the isolation of the wilderness we should fear, but what or who might be hiding in it. The moment he mentioned my dog's name, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. As my fingers tightened on the steering wheel, I realized this wasn't just another hitchhiker, and our journey was about to take a dark turn. I've always been the kind of person who believes in the goodness of others. Maybe that's naive, especially in this day and age, but it's a part of me I've never wanted to change. So when I saw him standing on the side of that dusty Arizona highway, thumb out, looking weary and sun-beaten, I didn't think twice about stopping. The day had started like any other. I was on my way back to Tucson after visiting my sister in Phoenix, a drive I'd made countless times before. The desert stretched out endlessly on either side of the road, shimmering in the late afternoon heat. I had the windows down, country music playing softly on the radio, and a cooler full of water bottles in the back seat. It was peaceful, almost meditative. That's when I saw him. He was standing just past a bend in the road, his figure distorted by the heat waves rising from the asphalt. As I got closer, I could see he was middle-aged, with a weathered face and clothes that had seen better days. He didn't look dangerous, just tired and in need of a break from the relentless sun. I slowed down, pulling onto the shoulder a few yards ahead of him. In my rearview mirror, I watched him jog towards the car, a grateful smile on his face. I reached over and unlocked the passenger door. "Thanks for stopping," he said, as he climbed in, his voice gravelly from the dry air. "Not many people would, these days." "No problem," I replied, pulling back onto the highway. "Where are you headed?" "Tucson, if you're going that far," he said. "Name's Jake, by the way." "Nice to meet you, Jake. I'm Sarah," I said, keeping my eyes on the road. "And yeah, I'm heading to Tucson. You're in luck." We fell into easy conversation as the miles rolled by. Jake told me he'd been traveling for a while, picking up odd jobs here and there. He had a way of talking that put me at ease, sharing funny stories about his travels and asking me questions about my life. It wasn't until we were about an hour into the drive that I started to notice something odd. Jake's questions were becoming more specific, more personal. He asked about my job, and before I could give more than a vague answer, he said, "That software company downtown, right? Must be nice working so close to that little cafe you like." I felt a chill run down my spine. I hadn't mentioned where I worked, or anything about a cafe. I tried to brush it off, telling myself I must have said more than I remembered, but the uneasy feeling lingered. Then came the comment about my dog. We'd been talking about pets, and I'd mentioned I had a dog, but nothing more. Suddenly, Jake said, "I bet Max loves that dog park near your place. Great spot for a golden retriever." My blood ran cold. I'd never told him my dog's name, or his breed, or anything about a dog park. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, trying to keep my voice steady, as I asked, "How did you know that?" Jake's demeanor changed in an instant. The friendly smile vanished, replaced by a cold, calculating look. "Oh, Sarah," he said, his voice low and menacing. "I know a lot more than that." My mind raced. Who was this man? How did he know so much about me? And more importantly, what did he want? I tried to stay calm, to think rationally. We were still at least an hour from Tucson, surrounded by nothing but desert. If I panicked now, things could go very badly. "Who are you?" I managed to ask, hating how my voice shook. Jake chuckled, a sound devoid of any warmth. "Let's just say I've been waiting a long time to meet you, Sarah. You should really be more careful about what you post online. You never know who might be watching." A wave of nausea washed over me. This wasn't a chance encounter. This man, this stranger I'd let into my car, had been stalking me. Every instinct screamed at me to stop the car, to run. But where would I go? There was nothing around us for miles. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to buy time, to figure out a way out of this nightmare. "Oh, we'll get to that," Jake said, reaching into his pocket. I flinched, expecting a weapon, but he pulled out a phone instead. "For now, just keep driving, and don't try anything stupid. I'd hate for anything to happen to your sister in Phoenix, or your parents back in Illinois." The threat was clear. Somehow, this man knew everything about me, about my family. I felt trapped, cornered in my own car as it sped down the empty highway. For the next half hour, we drove in tense silence. Jake kept his eyes on me, that cold smile never leaving his face. I ran through scenarios in my head, trying to figure out a way to escape, to get help. But every plan seemed doomed to failure. As we approached a small town, little more than a gas station and a diner, Jake finally spoke again. "Pull over here. We need to have a chat about what happens next." I complied, my hands shaking as I guided the car into the gas station. As soon as I put it in park, Jake reached over and snatched the keys from the ignition. "Here's what's going to happen," he said, his voice eerily calm. "You're going to go inside and buy us some snacks. Act normal. If you try to ask for help or signal anyone, well, let's just say I have friends who are keeping a very close eye on your loved ones right now. Understand?" I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. As I got out of the car on shaky legs, Jake called out, "Oh, and Sarah, don't forget to fill up the tank. We've got a long drive ahead of us." The fluorescent lights of the gas station felt harsh after the dim interior of the car. I moved on autopilot, grabbing bottles of water and bags of chips. The bored-looking cashier barely glanced at me as I paid. I wanted to scream, to beg for help, but the thought of what might happen to my family kept me silent. As I walked back to the car, my mind was whirling. This couldn't be happening. How had a simple act of kindness turned into this waking nightmare? I was about to open the driver's side door when I noticed something that made my heart skip a beat. The tires. All four of them were flat. For a moment, I just stood there staring in disbelief. Then I heard Jake's voice, sharp and angry. "What the hell?" He got out of the car, his face twisted in rage as he saw the flat tires. In that moment of confusion, I made a split-second decision. I turned and ran. I sprinted towards the diner, my legs pumping harder than they ever had before. I could hear Jake shouting behind me, his footsteps pounding on the asphalt. The diner's door seemed impossibly far away. Just as I reached for the handle, I felt Jake's hand close around my arm. He yanked me back, spinning me around to face him. His eyes were wild, filled with a fury that made me shrink back in terror. "You think you can run from me?" he snarled, his fingers digging painfully into my arm. "You have no idea what you're dealing with, Sarah. No idea at all." But before he could say anything else, the diner's door burst open. A large man in a trucker's cap stepped out, taking in the scene before him with narrowed eyes. "Everything all right here?" he asked, his voice deep and suspicious. Jake's grip on my arm loosened slightly. I saw my chance and took it. "Help me!" I cried, wrenching myself free and stumbling towards the trucker. "Please, he's been stalking me. He knows everything about me. I don't know what to do." The trucker's expression hardened as he stepped between me and Jake. "I think you'd better leave, buddy," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Jake looked from the trucker to me, his face a mask of cold fury. For a terrifying moment, I thought he might try to fight, but then, Without a word, he turned and ran, disappearing around the side of the gas station. The next few hours passed in a blur. The police were called, statements were taken. They searched the area but found no sign of Jake. My car was towed, the tires mysteriously slashed by an unknown assailant. As I sat in the sheriff's office, a shock blanket around my shoulders, the reality of what had happened began to sink in. The kindness I'd always prided myself on had nearly cost me everything. The world suddenly seemed darker, more dangerous. But as I watched the sun setting over the desert through the office window, I made a promise to myself. I wouldn't let this experience change who I was at my core. I would be more cautious, yes, but I wouldn't let fear rule my life. The hitchhiker on the lonely desert highway had taught me a harsh lesson, but in the end, it was also the kindness of a stranger, the trucker who intervened, that had saved me. In this vast, sometimes frightening world, both danger and salvation can come from unexpected places. As I prepared to call my sister for a ride, I took a deep breath. The ordeal was over, but its echoes would linger. I knew I had a long journey ahead, not just back home, but towards reclaiming my sense of safety and trust. But I was alive, and I was free. And for now, that was enough. The tiny red light blinked at me from behind a tree, and my blood ran cold. It wasn't a firefly. It wasn't a reflection. It was a camera, and I had a sickening feeling it wasn't the only one watching me. I'd always been a bit of a loner, preferring the company of nature to the chaos of the city. That's why I decided to take a week-long solo camping trip in the Ozarks. Just me, my tent, and miles of unspoiled wilderness. Or so I thought. The first 2 days were blissful. I hiked through dense forests, the canopy above filtering the sunlight into a gentle green glow. I set up camp near a burbling stream, falling asleep each night to the sound of water over rocks and the distant hoot of owls. It was exactly the escape I'd been craving. On the third day, I decided to explore a less traveled path. The trail was overgrown, barely visible in places, but that only added to the sense of adventure. I pushed through thick underbrush, ducking under low-hanging branches, feeling like a true explorer. That's when I saw it. A flash of metal in the undergrowth, out of place among the leaves and twigs. Curious, I knelt down to investigate. My heart skipped a beat as I brushed aside the foliage to reveal a small, sophisticated-looking camera. It was well hidden, its casing designed to blend in with the forest floor. But there was no mistaking the lens, or the tiny red light indicating it was active. I stood up quickly, suddenly feeling exposed. Why would there be a camera out here, miles from any marked trail or campsite? My mind raced through possibilities. Maybe it was for wildlife research, but if so, why hide it so carefully? I tried to shake off the unease, telling myself I was overreacting. I snapped a quick picture of the camera with my phone, thinking I'd ask a park ranger about it when I got back to civilization. Then I continued on my hike, trying to recapture the peace I'd felt earlier. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every rustle in the bushes, every snapping twig, made me whirl around, half expecting to see someone lurking behind a tree. By the time I made it back to my campsite, my nerves were frayed. As I started to prepare dinner, movement caught my eye. There, partially hidden by a fallen log, was another camera. This one was aimed directly at my tent. My hands shook as I approached it. This was no coincidence. Someone had deliberately placed these cameras. Someone who knew I would be here. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I was being monitored. I spent a sleepless night in my tent, jumping at every sound. My mind conjured up terrifying scenarios. Was I the subject of some twisted reality show? Was someone hunting me for sport? Or was it something even darker? When dawn finally broke, I made a decision. I had to find out what was going on. I packed a day bag and set out, determined to scour the area around my campsite. I moved slowly, methodically, checking every bush, every tree, every rocky outcropping. By midday, I had found 5 more cameras, each more cunningly hidden than the last. They formed a perimeter around my camp, covering every approach. Whoever had placed them knew what they were doing. As I documented the location of each camera, a pattern emerged. They seemed to be leading away from my campsite, forming a trail of their own. With a mixture of dread and determination, I decided to follow it. The path led me deeper into the forest, to areas I hadn't explored yet. Every few hundred yards, I'd find another camera. Some were obvious, almost like breadcrumbs meant to be found. Others were so well hidden that I only spotted them by chance. The sun was starting to dip towards the horizon when I found it. A small clearing, unremarkable except for the tent pitched in its center. My heart raced as I approached. It looked recently used, with muddy boot prints leading in and out. I called out, half hoping for a response, half dreading one. Silence was my only answer. Gathering my courage, I unzipped the tent flap and peered inside. What I saw made my blood run cold. The tent was empty of people, but it was far from empty. One entire side was taken up by sophisticated-looking computer equipment. Monitors displayed feeds from what I assumed were the cameras I'd found. And there, in the center of it all, was a corkboard covered in photos. Photos of me. Me setting up my tent. Me cooking dinner. Me sleeping. Dozens of images, documenting my every move since I'd arrived in these woods. And in the center, a map of the area with my campsite circled in red. I staggered back, my mind reeling. This was no chance encounter, no random act of voyeurism. This was planned, meticulous, terrifying in its thoroughness. A twig snapped behind me. I spun around, my heart in my throat. A man stood at the edge of the clearing, his expression a mixture of surprise and anger. He was ordinary looking, the kind of person you'd pass on the street without a second glance. But the hunting knife in his hand was anything but ordinary. "You weren't supposed to find this place," he said, his voice eerily calm. "You've ruined everything." I backed away slowly, my eyes never leaving the knife. "Who are you?" I managed to ask, my voice barely more than a whisper. "Why are you doing this?" He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Why does anyone do anything? For the thrill, the challenge, the game. Game. The word echoed in my head. This man, this monster, saw my life as nothing more than entertainment. "Please," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just let me go. I won't tell anyone, I swear." He shook his head, almost sadly. "I'm afraid I can't do that. You see, the game isn't over yet." He lunged forward, the knife flashing in the fading sunlight. I reacted on pure instinct, throwing my backpack at him. It caught him in the chest, making him stumble. I didn't wait to see if he fell. I turned and ran. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps steady and determined. He knew these woods, I realized with growing horror. He'd been watching me, studying my movements. This was his territory. I ran blindly, with no idea which direction would lead me to safety. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but terror kept me moving. Every time I thought I'd lost him, I'd hear a twig snap or leaves rustle and know he was still on my trail. As the light faded, my chances of escape seemed to dim with it. I was lost, exhausted, and being hunted by a madman who knew every inch of this forest. Despair threatened to overwhelm me. Then I saw it. A flicker of light through the trees. Firelight. My campsite. Hope surged through me, giving me a final burst of energy. I sprinted towards the light, branches scratching my arms, my feet slipping on the leaf-strewn ground. I burst into the clearing, making a beeline for my tent. My car keys were in there. If I could just reach them. I dove into the tent, frantically searching for my keys. Behind me, I could hear him entering the clearing, his breathing heavy but controlled. My fingers closed around the keys just as a hand grabbed my ankle. I kicked out, feeling my foot connect with something solid. There was a grunt of pain, and the grip on my ankle loosened. I scrambled out of the tent, keys clutched tightly in my hand. The man was on the ground, clutching his face where I'd kicked him. The knife lay just out of his reach. For a moment, we locked eyes. I saw the rage there, the frustration of a predator whose prey was escaping. Then I turned and ran for my car. My hands shook as I tried to unlock the door. Behind me, I could hear him getting to his feet. The key slid home, and I yanked the door open, throwing myself inside. I jammed the key into the ignition, silently praying to whatever might be listening. The engine roared to life just as a hand slammed against my window. I didn't look. I threw the car into reverse, tires spinning in the dirt. The hand slipped away as I accelerated, the car fishtailing as I turned it around. I sped down the dirt road, not daring to slow down until I hit pavement. Only then, with miles between me and that nightmare in the woods, did I let myself breathe. I drove straight to the nearest police station, my story spilling out in a jumbled rush. They were skeptical at first, but the photos on my phone and the wild look in my eyes must have convinced them. They sent out search parties, but by the time they reached my campsite, it was empty. The cameras were gone. The mysterious tent had vanished, and there was no sign of the man who had hunted me. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I still wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I can hear footsteps outside my window. I see flashing red lights in the shadows and imagine hidden cameras watching my every move. The woods that once brought me peace now fill me with dread. But I won't let him win. I won't let fear rule my life. I'm telling my story, hoping that it might save someone else from falling into the same trap. Because out there, in the wilderness we think is untouched, someone might be watching. And the next camera you spot might be more than just a hidden eye. It might be the first clue that you've become part of someone's twisted game. The abandoned tent flapped in the breeze, its torn fabric a silent witness to whatever violence had occurred here. As I stood there, my backpack suddenly heavy on my shoulders, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Little did I know, my curiosity was about to lead me into a nightmare I might never escape. I've always loved hiking the Appalachian Trail. There's something about the ancient mountains, the dense forests, and the sense of history that speaks to my soul. I'd been planning this solo trip for months, eager to disconnect from the world and reconnect with nature. The first few days had been everything I'd hoped for, challenging hikes, breathtaking views, and the kind of solitude that clears your mind and refreshes your spirit. It was on the fourth day that everything changed. I'd veered off the main trail, following a less traveled path that promised a view of a hidden waterfall. The forest was thick here, the canopy overhead casting everything in a greenish twilight. The only sounds were my boots crunching on fallen leaves and the occasional call of a bird. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just an oddly shaped bush, but as I got closer, I realized it was a tent, or what was left of one. It was a sorry sight, the fabric ripped and muddy, one of the poles snapped clean in half. The zipper on the entrance flap was open, and I could see what looked like clothes and gear scattered inside. My first thought was that a bear had gotten to it. It wouldn't be the first time a careless camper had attracted unwanted attention. But as I approached, I noticed things that didn't fit that theory. There was no scattered food, no claw marks on the fabric. This damage looked deliberate. I called out, thinking that maybe the tent's owner was nearby. "Hello? Anyone there? Do you need help?" My voice sounded unnaturally loud in the quiet forest, but there was no response. I should have turned back then, should have hiked to the nearest ranger station and reported what I'd found. But curiosity got the better of me. I'd always had a bit of a detective streak, and the mystery of this abandoned campsite tugged at me. I set my backpack down and began to examine the scene more closely. The clothes inside the tent were strewn about, as if someone had left in a hurry. A hiking boot lay on its side, caked with dried mud. A water bottle rolled across the tent floor as a gust of wind shook the fabric. Something glinted in the leaf litter near the tent entrance. I bent down to look closer and felt my breath catch in my throat. It was a small pendant on a broken chain, a silver heart, smeared with what looked disturbingly like dried blood. My heart started to race. This was no longer just a strange campsite. Something bad had happened here. I stood up quickly, suddenly aware of how quiet the forest had become. No bird calls, no rustling in the underbrush. It was as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. That's when I saw the drag marks. Leading away from the tent, through the fallen leaves and into the undergrowth, was a clear trail where something, or someone, had been pulled. Without thinking, I began to follow it. The trail led deeper into the forest, away from any marked paths. Branches scratched at my face and arms as I pushed through, my eyes fixed on the disturbed ground in front of me. I don't know how long I walked, my mind spinning with increasingly terrifying scenarios. The drag marks ended abruptly at the base of a large oak tree. I looked around, confused, before I noticed a scrap of fabric caught on a low branch. It matched the color of the ruined tent. A twig snapped somewhere behind me. I whirled around, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. There was nothing there, just trees and shadows. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. "Hello," I called out again, hating how my voice shook. "Is anyone there?" Silence. Then, so quiet I almost missed it. A whisper of movement to my left. I turned slowly, my eyes straining to see through the dim forest light. For a split second, I saw a figure, just a glimpse, a shadow darker than the others, moving between the trees. Then it was gone. Panic surged through me. I turned and ran, no longer caring about stealth or tracking. Branches whipped at my face as I crashed through the underbrush, my only thought to get back to the main trail, back to safety. I don't know how long I ran. My lungs burned and my legs felt like lead, but terror kept me moving. Every sound became a pursuer, every shadow a threat. When I finally burst out onto the main trail, I nearly cried with relief. But my ordeal wasn't over. As I stood there, gasping for breath, I realized I had no idea which way led back to civilization. In my panic, I'd lost all sense of direction. I was lost. The sun was starting to set, the forest growing darker by the minute. I knew I needed to find shelter, but the thought of spending the night out here, with whatever, or whoever, was in these woods, filled me with dread. I picked a direction and started walking, trying to move quickly while still watching for trail markers. The shadows lengthened, trees turning into looming monsters in the twilight. Every rustle in the undergrowth made me jump. That's when I heard it. A voice, carried on the wind. I froze, listening intently. It came again, a faint call that might have been my name. Relief flooded through me. Someone was looking for me. I was saved. "Here," I shouted. "I'm over here." I waited for a response, but there was only silence. Had I imagined it? The forest played tricks on you, especially when you were scared and tired. I was about to start walking again when I heard it once more. Definitely a voice, definitely calling out. But this time, I wasn't so sure it was my name, and something about the tone sent a chill down my spine. The voice was closer now, and I could hear footsteps accompanying it, but they didn't sound right. The rhythm was off, like whoever it was dragging something heavy. Suddenly, the events of the day snapped into terrible focus. The ruined tent, the drag marks, the shadowy figure in the woods. This wasn't a rescue, it was a hunt, and I was the prey. I ran. I ran like I've never run before. My pack bouncing painfully against my back, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I could hear pursuit behind me, the footsteps faster now, gaining on me. A root caught my foot and I went down hard, scrambling back up with my hands scraped and bleeding. Just ahead, I saw a flicker of light through the trees. A campfire. Other hikers. Safety. I put on a final burst of speed, my legs burning with the effort. I burst into the clearing, startling the couple sitting by the fire. "Help!" I gasped. "Please, someone's after me." They jumped up, the man grabbing a heavy stick from near the fire. "What's going on?" he demanded, peering into the darkness behind me. I tried to explain, the words tumbling out in a rushed, garbled mess. The abandoned tent, the drag marks, the voice in the woods. As I spoke, I realized how crazy it all sounded. The couple exchanged a look I knew all too well, concern mixed with doubt. But then we all heard it, a twig snapping in the darkness just beyond the firelight. Then another. Something was out there, circling the camp. The woman pulled out a cell phone. They had reception here, thank God, and called for help. The man stood with his makeshift weapon, tense and alert. I huddled close to the fire, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow. We spent a tense hour like that, jumping at every sound, before we heard the blessed noise of a helicopter. The forest around us lit up with searchlights, and I nearly wept with relief when I saw the rangers approaching through the trees. The woods were searched, but they never found anyone. No sign of the ruined tent, no evidence of the drag marks I'd followed. If I hadn't been so obviously terrified, I think they might have written the whole thing off as an overactive imagination. I gave my statement to the police, but I could tell they didn't really believe me. How could I blame them? It all seemed so unreal in the harsh light of day. I went home the next day, my hiking trip cut short, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd had a narrow escape. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still see that shadowy figure moving through the trees. Still hear that voice calling out, so close to my name but not quite right. I don't go hiking alone anymore. The solitude I once craved now feels dangerous, but I can't stay away from the mountains entirely. There's still something that calls to me about those ancient forests. So I go back, but always with a group, always on the marked trails. And if sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I think I see a shadow moving where no shadow should be, well, I just walk a little faster and stay a little closer to my companions. Because I know now that in the deep woods, where the trail grows faint and the trees grow thick, there are some mysteries better left unsolved. The moment their smiles turned cold, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. What had started as a peaceful solo hike in Yosemite was about to become a fight for survival against two strangers who were anything but friendly. I've always loved the solitude of nature, the way it strips away the complexities of modern life and leaves you with nothing but your thoughts and the wilderness around you. That's why I decided to take a week-long solo hiking trip in Yosemite National Park. I'd been there before, but always on the popular trails, surrounded by other hikers and tourists. This time, I wanted to experience the real Yosemite, the parts that most visitors never see. The first few days were everything I'd hoped for. I hiked through meadows bursting with wildflowers, climbed rocky outcroppings that offered breathtaking views of the valley, and slept under a canopy of stars so bright it seemed unreal. I felt more alive than I had in years, my body tired but my spirit soaring. On the fourth day, I decided to explore a lesser-known trail that one of the park rangers had mentioned. It was a challenging hike, he'd said, but the views were unparalleled. I set out early, my backpack loaded with supplies, excitement thrumming through me at the prospect of new adventures. The trail was indeed challenging, steep and rocky in places, overgrown in others, but the solitude was perfect. I didn't see another soul all morning, just the occasional deer or squirrel darting across my path. By mid-afternoon, I was deep in a part of the park I'd never seen before, surrounded by towering sequoias and the constant murmur of a nearby stream. That's when I saw them, a couple, probably in their early 30s, sitting on a fallen log beside the trail. They looked as surprised to see me as I was to see them. The woman waved, a friendly smile on her face, and I felt a surge of relief. As much as I enjoyed solitude, it was nice to see another human face after days alone. "Hey there!" the man called out as I approached. "Didn't expect to see anyone else out here." I smiled back, slowing my pace. "Me neither. It's been pretty quiet out here." They introduced themselves as Mike and Sarah, avid hikers who, like me, had wanted to experience the less touristy side of Yosemite. We chatted easily, swapping stories about our experiences in the park. They were charming and funny, and I found myself relaxing in their company. "We were just about to stop for a late lunch," Sarah said. "Would you like to join us? We've got plenty to share." I hesitated for a moment. My mother's voice echoed in my head, warning me about stranger danger, but these two seemed harmless enough, and the thought of some company was appealing after days of solitude. Plus, they had fresh fruit, which sounded heavenly after days of trail mix and energy bars. "Sure," I said. "That would be great." We moved a little way off the trail to a small clearing with a stunning view of a nearby waterfall. As we ate, the conversation flowed easily. They asked me about my job, my hobbies, where I was from. I found myself opening up, telling them things I rarely shared with strangers. There was something about the setting, the isolation, that made it feel safe to do so. But as the afternoon wore on, I began to notice subtle changes in their behavior. Their questions became more probing, more personal. They wanted to know if anyone knew where I was, if I was meeting anyone at the end of my hike. Mike's eyes, which had seemed warm and friendly before, now held a calculating gleam that made me uneasy. I started making excuses to leave, gathering my things and talking about the long hike ahead of me. But every time I tried to go, they'd find a reason for me to stay a little longer. Sarah's hand on my arm, ostensibly friendly, felt more like a warning. "You know," Mike said, his voice casual but his eyes intent, "it's getting pretty late. The trail can be dangerous in the dark. Why don't you camp with us tonight? Safety in numbers and all that." A chill ran down my spine. He was right about the dangers of hiking in the dark, but every instinct I had was screaming at me to get away from these people. I forced a smile, trying to keep my voice steady. "Thanks, but I really should get going. I've got a GPS and a good headlamp. I'll be fine." I stood up, slinging my backpack over my shoulder. That's when I saw it, the flash of metal in Mike's hand as he pulled something from his pocket. My heart nearly stopped when I realized it was a knife. "I'm afraid we can't let you do that," he said, all pretense of friendliness gone. "You see, we've got plans, and they don't involve letting you walk away." Sarah stood up too, and I saw she was holding what looked like a length of rope. The friendly couple had vanished, replaced by two predators who had me cornered. My mind raced, trying to figure a way out of this nightmare. I was in good shape from days of hiking, but I was also tired, and they were between me and the trail. I glanced at the steep slope behind me, leading down towards the sound of the stream I'd heard earlier. "Look," I said, taking a step backwards. "I don't want any trouble. Just let me go, and I won't say anything to anyone. I swear." Mike laughed, a harsh sound that echoed in the clearing. "Well, we know you won't say anything. That's kind of the point." He lunged at me then, the knife glinting in the late afternoon sun. I reacted on pure instinct, throwing my heavy backpack at him with all my strength. It caught him in the chest, sending him stumbling backwards. I didn't wait to see if he fell. I turned and ran, not for the trail, but for the steep slope behind me. I heard Sarah shout and Mike curse as I plunged down the hillside. Branches whipped at my face. Roots threatened to trip me at every step, but I kept going. Behind me, I could hear them crashing through the underbrush in pursuit. The slope grew steeper, the ground looser. I was half running, half sliding. using trees to control my descent. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but terror kept me moving. The sound of the stream grew louder, and suddenly I burst out of the trees onto a rocky bank. The stream was larger than I'd thought, fast-moving and swollen with spring melt. On the other side, I could see the trail winding its way along the opposite bank. If I could just get across. I heard Mike and Sarah getting closer and knew I was out of time. Without letting myself think about it, I plunged into the icy water. The current was stronger than I'd expected, immediately sweeping me off my feet. I gasped as the cold hit me, fighting to keep my head above water. Rocks battered my legs and sides as I was carried downstream. I could hear Mike and Sarah shouting, their voices fading as the river carried me away. I don't know how long I was in the water. It felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes. Finally, I managed to grab onto a low-hanging branch and pull myself to the shore. I lay there on the rocky bank, gasping for air, my whole body shaking with cold and adrenaline. But I couldn't stay there. I forced myself to my feet, looking around wildly for any sign of Mike and Sarah. The forest was quiet except for the rush of the stream and my own ragged breathing. I picked a direction and started walking, then running, putting as much distance between myself and that terrible clearing as I could. As the sun began to set, I finally heard what I'd been praying for. Voices. Lots of them. I stumbled out onto a popular trail, nearly collapsing at the feet of a startled family of hikers. Through chattering teeth, I managed to gasp out my story. The next few hours passed in a blur. Park rangers were called, statements were taken, search parties were organized. They never found Mike and Sarah, though they did find the clearing where I'd met them, evidence of their camp hidden nearby. I left Yosemite the next day, my love for solo hiking shattered. For weeks afterward, I jumped at every shadow, saw danger in every friendly face. It took time and therapy before I could even think about the outdoors without panicking. But slowly, I've started to reclaim my love for nature. I still hike, but never alone now. I go with friends, stick to popular trails, always let someone know where I'll be. The deep wilderness still calls to me, but now I know its beauty hides dangers I'd never imagined. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still see Mike's friendly smile turning cold, still feel the icy rush of the stream that saved my life. Those memories may never fully fade, but they've taught me a valuable lesson. In the wilderness, trust your instincts. They just might save your life. The moment I pulled back the threadbare rug and saw the outline of a trapdoor, I knew my peaceful writing retreat was about to take a sinister turn. What I found beneath those floorboards would haunt me for years to come. I'd always dreamed of being a novelist, spinning tales of mystery and intrigue that would keep readers up all night. But between my day job and the constant distractions of city life, I could never seem to find the time or focus to finish my first book. That's why, when I stumbled across an ad for a remote cabin rental in the mountains, it seemed like the perfect opportunity. A month alone in the wilderness, just me and my laptop. Surely I could finally bring my story to life. The cabin was everything I'd hoped for, rustic, secluded, and charmingly weathered. It sat at the end of a long, winding dirt road, surrounded by towering pines and with a view of a crystal-clear lake in the distance. As I lugged my suitcase and box of supplies up the creaky wooden steps, I felt a sense of excitement and possibility that I hadn't experienced in years. The interior was cozy, if a bit dated. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, flanked by sagging bookshelves filled with dusty paperbacks. The kitchen was small but functional, and a narrow staircase led up to a loft bedroom. It was perfect. No TV, no internet, nothing to distract me from my writing. For the first few days, everything was bliss. I'd wake with the sun, make a pot of strong coffee, and write for hours on the cabin's small porch, the crisp mountain air filling my lungs and clearing my mind. In the evenings, I'd read by the fire, occasionally glancing up to watch the sunset paint the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks. I was making real progress on my novel, the words flowing easier than they ever had before. It was on the fourth night that things began to change. I was up late, pacing the living room as I worked through a particularly tricky plot point. As I turned near the fireplace, a floorboard creaked loudly under my foot. I paused, curious. The sound was different from the usual groans of the old cabin, hollower somehow. I knelt down, running my hands over the worn wooden planks. There was definitely something off about this section of the floor. It felt uneven. I noticed the edge of a small rug I hadn't paid much attention to before. Acting on a hunch, I pulled it back. My breath caught in my throat. There, barely visible in the dim firelight, was the outline of a trapdoor. For a moment, I just stared at it, my mind racing. Why would there be a hidden door in a rental cabin? What could possibly be down there? The rational part of my brain said to leave it alone, to respect the property owner's privacy. But the writer in me, the part always hungry for a good story, couldn't resist. With trembling hands, I grasped the iron ring set into the wood and pulled. The door opened with a groan, revealing a set of narrow stairs descending into darkness. The musty smell of long, undisturbed air wafted up, making me wrinkle my nose. I hesitated for a moment, then grabbed my phone to use as a flashlight. Taking a deep breath, I started down the stairs. The basement was small and cluttered, filled with dusty boxes and old furniture draped in sheets. But it was the table in the center of the room that drew my attention. It was covered in papers, some yellowed with age, others crisp and new. As I moved closer, my phone's light revealed photos scattered among the documents. My blood ran cold as I realized what I was seeing. The photos were of people, men, women, even a few children. But they weren't normal photos. These showed people bound, gagged, terror evident in their eyes. Some were clearly injured, bruises darkening their skin. I felt bile rise in my throat as I forced myself to look at the papers. They were notes, detailed accounts of abductions, torture, things so horrific I couldn't bear to read more than a few lines. My hands shook as I set down one paper and picked up another. This one was newer, the ink still fresh. It described plans for another abduction, with dates and locations. With a jolt of horror, I realized the date listed was just 2 days away. I stumbled backwards, my mind reeling. This couldn't be real. It had to be some sick joke, or maybe props for a movie. But deep down, I knew the truth. The cabin I'd thought was my writer's paradise was actually the lair of a monster. I had to get out of there. I had to call the police. I turned to rush back up the stairs and froze. There, silhouetted at the top of the staircase, was a figure. A man's voice, low and menacing, broke the silence. "You shouldn't be down here." Panic seized me. I looked around wildly for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. But I was trapped, cornered in this basement of horrors. The man started down the stairs, each slow step making the old wood creak ominously. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I backed away, bumping into the table and sending papers fluttering to the floor. "I'm sorry," I stammered, my voice barely more than a whisper. "I didn't mean to. I'll leave, I swear. I won't tell anyone." He chuckled, a sound devoid of any warmth. "Ugh, I know you won't." As he reached the bottom of the stairs, I caught my first clear glimpse of him in the light of my dropped phone. He was ordinary looking, the kind of man you'd pass on the street without a second glance. But his eyes were cold, lifeless like a shark's. He bent down and picked up my phone, glancing at the screen before pocketing it. "No service out here," he said casually, as if we were discussing the weather. "Shame, really, but it does make my work so much easier." My mind raced, trying to find a way out of this nightmare. Maybe if I could keep him talking, distract him somehow. "Why?" I asked, surprised at how steady my voice sounded. "Why do you do this?" He cocked his head, regarding me with something like curiosity. Why does anyone do anything? For the thrill? The power? He smiled, and it was the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen. For the art of it. He took a step towards me, and I knew I was out of time. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I grabbed the nearest object, a heavy old book, and hurled it at his head. It caught him off guard, striking him in the face. He stumbled, cursing, and I saw my chance. I bolted for the stairs, taking them two at a time. I could hear him behind me, recovering quickly. As I reached the top, I slammed the trapdoor shut, hearing a satisfying thud and howl of pain as it struck him. I ran for the front door, not bothering with my belongings. All that mattered was getting away. I burst out into the cool night air, the gravel of the driveway crunching under my bare feet as I sprinted for my car. My hands shook so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. Behind me, I heard the cabin door slam open. With a roar, the engine came to life, and I floored it, tires spinning on the loose gravel before finding purchase. As I sped down the winding road, my headlights illuminated a figure in my rearview mirror. The man stood in the middle of the road, watching me drive away. Even from a distance, I could see that terrible smile. I drove for hours, not stopping until I reached the nearest police station. The officers were skeptical at first, but something in my wild-eyed and terrified demeanor must have convinced them. They sent out patrol cars, then state troopers, then finally the FBI. They found the cabin, found the basement with its horrific contents, but the man was gone, vanished, along with some of the most damning evidence. The investigation is ongoing, but I don't have much hope they'll catch him. He seemed too smart, too prepared. I've moved since then, changed my name. I'm looking over my shoulder constantly, jumping at every shadow. I've started writing again, but not the novel I'd planned. Instead, I'm writing this, my account of what happened. A warning, I suppose. Because I know he's still out there. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still see that smile, still hear his voice. For the art of it, he'd said. And I can't shake the feeling that, in his twisted mind, I'm now part of that art, an unfinished piece. So I keep writing, keep telling my story. Because maybe, just maybe, it'll help someone else avoid the fate I so narrowly escaped. And perhaps, in the telling, I'll finally be free of the nightmare I discovered beneath those cabin floorboards. The flickering light in the distance wasn't a star or a fellow camper's fire. It was something else entirely, something that grew closer each night, bringing with it a terror I never thought possible. I've always been drawn to the wilderness, to the quiet solitude of nature untouched by human hands. That's why I decided to spend a week camping in a remote part of the forest, far from the designated campgrounds and well-worn trails. I wanted to experience true isolation, to test my skills and maybe find some inspiration for my writing. The first day was everything I'd hoped for. I hiked deep into the woods, the sounds of civilization fading away with each step. By late afternoon, I found the perfect spot to set up camp, a small clearing near a bubbling stream, surrounded by towering pines. As I pitched my tent and gathered firewood, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. This was exactly what I needed. That night, as I sat by my campfire watching the stars come out, I noticed something odd. Off in the distance, barely visible through the trees, was a faint light. At first, I thought it must be another camper's fire, but it didn't flicker or move like flames. It was steady, almost like a flashlight or a lantern. I shrugged it off, figuring it was probably just some hikers making their way through the forest. It was far enough away that I wasn't concerned about my solitude being disturbed. Besides, there was something comforting about knowing there were other people out there, even if I couldn't see or hear them. The next day passed uneventfully. I spent my time exploring the area around my camp, taking notes for my writing, and simply enjoying the quiet beauty of the forest. As night fell, I once again settled in by my fire. That's when I saw the light again. This time it seemed closer. Not dramatically so, but enough that I could tell it had moved. I peered into the darkness, trying to make out any details, but all I could see was that unwavering point of light through the trees. A chill ran down my spine, though I couldn't quite say why. There was something unsettling about that steady glow, something that didn't feel quite natural. I told myself I was being ridiculous, letting my writer's imagination run wild. Probably just some park rangers doing a night patrol, I reasoned. Nothing to worry about. But as I lay in my tent that night, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Every rustle of leaves, every crack of a twig made me start. I dozed fitfully, my dreams filled with shapeless fears and that persistent, watching light. The third day dawned bright and clear, and in the cheerful morning sunlight, my fears seemed silly. I spent the day hiking, pushing myself further into the wilderness. The physical exertion and the beauty around me drove all thoughts of mysterious lights from my mind. As evening approached, I made my way back to my campsite, pleasantly tired and looking forward to a quiet night by the fire. But as the sun dipped below the horizon and the shadows lengthened, my earlier unease returned. I found myself glancing constantly toward where I'd seen the light the previous nights. As full darkness fell, I held my breath, both dreading and expecting to see that glow once again. There it was. My heart sank as I spotted it, and this time there was no doubt. It was definitely closer, close enough that I could now tell it wasn't just a single point of light, but a cluster of them, moving together in a way that reminded me unsettlingly of eyes. I stood up, peering into the darkness, trying to see what was behind those lights. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and afraid in the vast silence of the forest. "Is someone there?" No response came, just that steady, unwavering glow, watching me from the shadows between the trees. A gust of wind rustled through the leaves, and I could have sworn I heard something else. A whisper, just on the edge of hearing. I strained my ears, but couldn't make out any words, if indeed there were any. Sleep was almost impossible that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those lights burned into my eyelids. I tossed and turned, alternating between convincing myself it was nothing to worry about and imagining increasingly terrifying explanations. By the fourth night, I was a nervous wreck. I'd spent the day debating whether to pack up and leave, but something kept me there. Curiosity, stubbornness, or maybe just paralyzing fear. I couldn't say for sure. As darkness fell, I didn't even pretend to go about my usual evening routine. I stood at the edge of my campsite, eyes fixed on the spot where I knew the lights would appear. And appear they did, earlier than before, and so much closer that I had to stifle a scream. They were at the edge of the clearing now, no more than 50 feet away. I could see them clearly. 3 distinct points of light, glowing with an eerie, pale blue radiance. They hovered about 6 feet off the ground, arranged in a triangle pattern that looked disturbingly like a face. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice cracking with fear. "What do you want?" For a long moment, there was only silence. Then a sound began to build, a low hum that I felt more than heard, vibrating in my chest and making my teeth ache. The lights pulsed in time with the sound, growing brighter and dimmer in a hypnotic rhythm. I wanted to run, to flee into the darkness of the forest, but I was rooted to the spot. My whole body trembled as the humming grew louder, the lights brighter. The air around me felt thick, charged with some kind of energy I couldn't understand. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The forest plunged into silence so absolute it was almost painful. The lights dimmed but didn't go out, still watching me with that unblinking, triangular gaze. A voice spoke then, but it wasn't a voice like anything I'd ever heard before. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, resonating in my mind rather than my ears. "We have been watching you," it said, each word sending shivers through my body. "We have been waiting." What are you?" I managed to stammer out. We are not for you to understand, the voice replied. We are beyond your comprehension, but we understand all too well. As it spoke, images began to flash through my mind, memories of my life, but seen from an outside perspective. I saw myself as a child, as a teenager, as an adult. I saw my hopes, my fears, my deepest secrets laid bare. Stop it, I cried out, clutching my head as if I could physically push the invasive thoughts away. Get out of my mind. We cannot stop, the voice said, implacable and emotionless. We must know. We must understand. The assault on my mind continued, memories and thoughts whirling past faster than I could process. I fell to my knees, overwhelmed by the psychic invasion. Please, I begged, tears streaming down my face. What do you want from me? There was a pause, and for a moment the mental onslaught ceased. When the voice spoke again, it seemed almost curious. Want? We do not want. We simply are. And now, you are part of us. The lights began to move then, drifting towards me with agonizing slowness. I tried to move, to run, but my body wouldn't respond. I could only watch in helpless terror as they drew nearer. Just as the lights were about to reach me, a new sound cut through the night. The distant whop 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 of helicopter blades. The lights froze, then began to retreat rapidly. We will return, the voice said, fading along with the lights. You cannot escape us. You are ours now. As the lights disappeared into the forest, I finally found the strength to move. I scrambled to my feet and ran, leaving everything behind in my blind panic. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, collapsing onto the forest floor as the sound of the helicopter grew louder. The next thing I remember clearly is being in a hospital bed, surrounded by concerned doctors and stern-faced government agents. They told me I'd been found wandering in the forest, dehydrated and babbling about lights and voices. They asked me countless questions, but I could tell they didn't believe my answers. How could they? I barely believed it myself. It's been months now, and I still wake up in a cold sweat some nights, certain that I can see those lights watching me from the corners of my room. The doctors say it's just trauma, that with time and therapy I'll recover. But I know the truth. I know they're still out there, whatever they are. And I know that one day they'll come back for me. Because like they said, I'm theirs now. And somehow, I don't think they're the kind to let go of what they claim. So I watch the night sky with wary eyes, jumping at every unexplained light. And I wonder, not for the first time, if there are some parts of the wilderness that are better left unexplored. The first gunshot shattered the peaceful night, and in that moment, I realized our camping trip had become a desperate fight for survival. We weren't just lost in the wilderness anymore, we were being hunted. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway. My three closest friends, Mike and Sarah and Alex and I, had been planning this camping trip for months. We were all experienced hikers, but this was our first time venturing into the more remote areas of the national forest. The promise of untouched wilderness and breathtaking views had been too tempting to resist. The first 2 days were everything we'd hoped for. We hiked through dense forests, crossed crystal clear streams, and set up camp each night under a canopy of stars so bright it seemed unreal. On the third day, we decided to go off trail, seeking out a hidden waterfall we'd heard about from a local guide. In hindsight, that was our first mistake. By mid-afternoon, it became clear we were lost. The terrain was rougher than we'd anticipated, and the landmarks didn't match up with our map. As the sun began to set, a tense silence fell over our group. We needed to find a place to camp for the night and reorient ourselves in the morning. We finally found a small clearing as the last light was fading from the sky. As we set up our tents, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The forest seemed too quiet, the shadows too deep. Hey, does anyone else feel like we're being watched? Sarah asked, voicing the unease we all felt. Mike laughed, but it sounded forced. It's just the woods playing tricks on us. We're all a bit on edge from being lost. We tried to lighten the mood, sharing stories around the campfire and making plans for getting back on track the next day. But as we retreated to our tents, that sense of wrongness lingered. I was jolted awake by the sound of a twig snapping nearby. For a moment, I lay perfectly still, straining my ears. There it was again, the unmistakable sound of footsteps, too heavy to be an animal. I unzipped my tent as quietly as I could and peered out. The moon was bright enough to cast long shadows across our campsite. At first, I saw nothing. Then a movement caught my eye. A figure was moving between the trees at the edge of the clearing, then another, and another. My heart began to race as I realized we were surrounded. I hissed at my friends to wake up, trying to keep my voice low. As they groggily emerged from their tents, I saw the moment realization dawned on their faces. "Who are they?" Alex whispered, his voice tight with fear. Before anyone could answer, a voice rang out from the darkness. "We know you're awake in there. Come on out, nice and easy." We exchanged terrified glances. There was no way to run. We were surrounded, and they had the advantage of knowing the terrain. Slowly, we emerged from our tents, hands raised. In the moonlight, I could see our captors clearly now. There were 5 of them, all men, dressed in camouflage and carrying rifles. They didn't look like park rangers or any official authority. The way they held their weapons with casual familiarity sent a chill down my spine. One of the men, a tall, bearded guy who seemed to be the leader, stepped forward. Well, what do we have here? A bunch of city folk out for a nature walk." "We're just camping," Mike said, his voice surprisingly steady. "We got a bit lost, that's all. If this is private property, we'll leave right away." The leader chuckled, but there was no humor in it. "Oh, it ain't about private property, boy. You see, you've wandered into our hunting grounds, and tonight, you're the game." My blood ran cold as his words sank in. These weren't just poachers. They were something far worse. "You can't be serious," Sarah said, her voice shaking. "We're people, not animals. You can't hunt us." "Can't we?" the leader replied, raising his rifle. "Way I see it, you're trespassing. And out here, we make our own rules." Time seemed to stand still as we stood there, the barrel of his gun glinting in the moonlight. Then, in a burst of desperate courage, Alex made a run for it. The sound of the gunshot was deafening in the quiet forest. Alex cried out and stumbled, clutching his arm, but kept running. In that moment of chaos, instinct took over. We scattered, each of us sprinting in a different direction into the dark woods. I ran blindly, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. I could hear shouts behind me, then another gunshot. I ran faster, my lungs burning, driven by pure terror. I don't know how long I ran before I finally stopped, collapsing behind a large fallen tree. My whole body shook as I tried to catch my breath, straining my ears for any sound of pursuit. For a long moment, there was nothing but the sound of my own ragged breathing and the frantic pounding of my heart. Then, in the distance, I heard a scream. It was Sarah's voice, cut off abruptly. Tears sprang to my eyes as I imagined what might have happened to her. I wanted to go back, to try and help my friends, but I knew it would be suicide. I was unarmed, lost, and alone against multiple armed men who knew these woods far better than I did. My only hope was to somehow make it back to civilization and get help. As the adrenaline faded, I became aware of a sharp pain in my side. Looking down, I saw my shirt was torn and stained with blood. I must have caught it on a branch while running. It didn't seem too deep, but in these conditions, even a small wound could become dangerous. I allowed myself a few more moments to rest, then forced myself to my feet. I had to keep moving. Standing still meant certain death. The next few hours were a nightmare of constant movement and paralyzing fear. Every snapping twig made me freeze. Every distant shout sent me scrambling for cover. I tried to move in what I thought was the direction of the main trail, but in the darkness, it was impossible to be sure. As dawn began to break, I heard voices again, closer this time. I ducked behind a large rock, hardly daring to breathe. Two of the hunters passed by, so close I could have reached out and touched them. "They can't have gotten far," one of them was saying. "The girl's down, and we winged one of the guys. They'll be slowing down soon." "Boss wants them all by sundown," the other replied. "Says we can't risk them getting back to the Rangers." As their voices faded, I felt a glimmer of hope. If they were worried about us reaching the Rangers, it meant we must be closer to the edge of their territory than I'd thought. With renewed determination, I pressed on. The rising sun made it easier to navigate, and I began to recognize landmarks from our hike in. But my optimism was short-lived. As I crested a small hill, I saw two figures in the valley below. My heart leapt. It was Mike and Alex. Alex was leaning heavily on Mike, his arm crudely bandaged. They were alive. I was about to call out to them when a movement in the trees caught my eye. One of the hunters was there, rifle raised, taking aim at my friends. Without thinking, I grabbed the largest rock I could find and hurled it at the hunter. It struck him in the back, throwing off his aim. The rifle discharged into the air. Mike and Alex's heads snapped up at the sound. "Run!" I screamed, already sprinting down the hill towards them. What followed was a desperate chase through the forest. We supported Alex between us, trying to move as fast as we could while staying low and using the trees for cover. The sounds of pursuit grew closer, punctuated by the occasional crack of gunfire. Just when I thought we couldn't go on, the trees began to thin, and then, miraculously, we burst out onto a paved road. A park ranger's truck was parked there, the ranger himself looking startled at our sudden appearance. "Help!" I gasped, stumbling towards him. "Please, you have to help us. They're right behind us." The ranger took one look at our battered, terrified state and Alex's bleeding arm, and quickly ushered us into his truck. As we sped away, I saw movement at the tree line, our pursuers, forced to retreat back into their forest. The following days were a blur of hospital visits, police interviews, and search parties. They never found Sarah, or any trace of the men who had hunted us. The official report cited an unfortunate encounter with illegal hunters, but we knew the truth was far darker. It's been months now, and I still wake up in a cold sweat some nights, the sound of gunshots echoing in my dreams. I haven't set foot in a forest since that day, and I'm not sure I ever will again. Because now I know that sometimes the most dangerous predators in the wilderness walk on two legs, and the most terrifying hunts are those where humans are the prey. The moment I saw his eyes in the flickering firelight, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. The stranger I'd invited into my tent wasn't seeking shelter from the storm. He was bringing a tempest of his own. I've always been a solitary camper. There's something about the quiet of the woods, the solitude of being alone with nature, that speaks to my soul. So when I planned a week-long camping trip in the Ozark Mountains, going solo felt natural. I'd done my research, packed my gear meticulously, and set out with a spring in my step and adventure in my heart. The first few days were blissful. I hiked through dense forests, marveling at the autumn colors painting the landscape. My evenings were spent by a crackling campfire, listening to the night sounds of the forest and gazing at stars so bright they seemed close enough to touch. I felt at peace, more connected to the world around me than I had in years. On the fourth day, the weather began to turn. Dark clouds rolled in, bringing with them a biting wind that cut through my layers. I set up camp earlier than usual, choosing a spot sheltered by a rocky overhang. As I secured my tent, the first fat raindrops began to fall. By nightfall, the storm was raging in earnest. Rain lashed against my tent, driven by howling winds that bent the trees and sent fallen leaves swirling through the air. Thunder boomed overhead, so close it made the ground tremble. I huddled in my sleeping bag, grateful for the protection of my sturdy tent, and tried to convince myself that the weather would pass by morning. That's when I heard it, a voice, barely audible over the storm, calling out for help. At first, I thought I'd imagined it, a trick of the wind. But then it came again, louder this time. "Hello? Is anyone there? Please, I need help." I hesitated. Every instinct honed by years of solo camping told me to stay put, to not risk exposing myself to the storm or to a potential threat. But the voice sounded genuinely distressed, and I couldn't bear the thought of someone being stranded out there in this weather. Pulling on my rain gear, I unzipped the tent and peered out into the darkness. Lightning flashed, illuminating a figure stumbling through the trees. It was a man, soaked to the skin and shivering violently. "Over here," I called out, waving my flashlight. "This way." He made his way towards me, relief evident in his posture. As he got closer, I could see he was probably in his mid-40s, with a scruffy beard and clothes that had seen better days even before the soaking. "Thank God," he gasped as he reached me. "I thought I was done for out there. My tent got blown away, and I've been wandering for hours." I ushered him into the shelter of my tent, handing him a towel and my spare set of dry clothes. "I'm Eric," I said, trying to sound calm and friendly despite the unease gnawing at my gut. "What's your name?" "Mike," he replied, teeth chattering as he dried off. "I can't thank you enough for this. I don't know what I would have done if I hadn't found your camp." As Mike changed into the dry clothes, I fired up my camp stove to make some hot tea. The storm continued to rage outside, but inside the tent, it felt almost cozy. I told myself I'd done the right thing. How would I have felt if I'd ignored his cries for help and found out later that something had happened to him? But as we sat there, sipping tea and waiting out the storm, I began to notice things that set my nerves on edge. Mike's eyes darted around constantly, never settling on one spot for long. His hands shook, and not just from the cold. And the way he spoke, rapid-fire sentences punctuated by long, uncomfortable silences, made me wonder if he was entirely stable. "So, Mike," I said, trying to keep my voice casual, "where are you from? What brings you out camping in weather like this?" His eyes snapped to mine, and for a moment, I saw something there that made my blood run cold. It was gone in an instant, replaced by a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Oh, just needed to get away for a while," he said vaguely. "Clear my head. You know how it is." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. The uneasy feeling in my stomach had grown into full-blown anxiety. I found myself acutely aware of how isolated we were, how far from help if anything went wrong. As the night wore on, Mike's behavior became increasingly erratic. He'd swing between manic chattiness and brooding silence. Several times, I caught him staring at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "You're a nice guy, Eric," he said suddenly, breaking a long silence. "Not many people would help a stranger like this. Most people are selfish. Cruel." There was a bitterness in his voice that set alarm bells ringing in my head. I mumbled some non-committal response, my mind racing to figure out how to get out of this situation. "Have you ever thought about how easy it would be to just disappear out here?" Mike continued, his voice taking on a dreamy quality that was somehow more terrifying than anger. "No one would know. No one would care." My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he must be able to hear it. I tried to keep my voice steady as I replied, "I'm sure people would care, Mike. Everyone has someone who'd miss them." He laughed, a harsh, brittle sound that made me flinch. "Not everyone, Eric. Not me. No one's looking for me. No one cares where I am or what I do." In that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that I was in danger. This man wasn't just a lost hiker, he was unstable, possibly dangerous, and I was trapped in a small tent with him miles from anywhere. I stood up, trying to appear casual. "I'm just going to step outside for a moment," I said, reaching for the tent zipper. "Nature calls, you know." Mike's hand shot out, gripping my wrist with surprising strength. "Don't," he said, his voice low and menacing. "Don't try to leave me. I can't be alone again. I won't." Time seemed to stand still as we stared at each other, the only sound the pounding of the rain on the tent and my own thundering heartbeat. I knew I had to act, and act now. With my free hand, I grabbed the lantern and swung it at Mike's head. It connected with a sickening thud, and his grip on my wrist loosened. I didn't wait to see if he was knocked out. I unzipped the tent and ran. The storm hit me like a physical force as I burst out of the tent. Rain lashed at my face, nearly blinding me, and the wind threatened to knock me off my feet. But fear drove me forward. I ran without direction, my only thought to put as much distance between myself and Mike as possible. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning in the chaos of the storm. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I didn't dare stop. Every sound behind me became Mike in pursuit. Every shadow his reaching hands. Finally, my foot caught on a root, and I went down hard, tumbling down a steep embankment. I lay there at the bottom, the breath knocked out of me, certain that at any moment I'd feel Mike's grasp. But as the minutes ticked by and nothing happened, I began to hope. Had I lost him? Or had he not followed at all? Slowly, painfully, I pulled myself to my feet. The storm was beginning to ease, the first hints of dawn lightening the sky. As my eyes adjusted, I realized I was standing on a trail, a real, maintained hiking trail. Relief washed over me so strongly my knees nearly buckled. I wasn't lost. I could follow this trail back to civilization, to safety. I started walking, each step taking me further from the nightmare of the night before. As the sun rose, I emerged from the forest into a parking lot. A park ranger was just getting out of his truck, looking surprised to see a bedraggled hiker appear at dawn. I told him everything, watching his face grow grave as he called it in. They never found Mike, or any trace of him. My campsite was empty when they checked, my gear gone. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, if the solitude and the storm played tricks on my mind. But then I remember the look in Mike's eyes, the grip on my wrist, and I know it was all too real. I haven't been camping since that night. The peace I once found in solitude has been replaced by a wariness, a knowledge that sometimes the most dangerous things in the wilderness aren't the animals or the elements, but the darkness that can lurk in the human heart. I know I'll camp again someday. I won't let one bad experience ruin my love for nature, but I'll never again open my tent to a stranger on a stormy night. Some risks aren't worth taking, no matter how well-intentioned you might be. The moment I heard them mention the witness, I knew I was in far deeper trouble than I'd ever imagined. What had started as a simple hike had turned into a fight for survival, with me caught in the middle of something I couldn't even begin to understand. I've always been drawn to the solitude of nature. There's something about being alone in the wilderness that clears my mind and rejuvenates my soul. So when I decided to take a week-long solo hiking trip in the backcountry of Utah, I was ecstatic. I'd researched the area thoroughly, packed all the necessary gear, and set out with a spring in my step and adventure in my heart. The first few days were everything I'd hoped for. I trekked through stunning red rock canyons, marveled at ancient petroglyphs, and slept under a canopy of stars so bright it seemed unreal. I felt more alive than I had in years, my worries and stress melting away with each mile I covered. On the fourth day, I decided to explore a less-traveled path that promised breathtaking views of a hidden valley. The trail was rough and overgrown, clearly not maintained like the main routes, but that only added to the sense of adventure. I felt like a true explorer, venturing into territory few had seen. As the sun began to set, I started looking for a suitable campsite. That's when I saw it. A small cabin tucked away in a grove of juniper trees. It looked old and weathered, but still sturdy. Curious, I approached, wondering if it was an old ranger station or perhaps a long-abandoned homestead. The door creaked as I pushed it open, dust motes dancing in the fading sunlight that streamed through the grimy windows. The interior was sparse, a small wood stove, a rickety table with 2 chairs, and a narrow cot pushed against one wall. But what caught my eye were the food wrappers scattered on the table. Recent food wrappers. My heart began to race. Someone had been here, and recently, I knew I should leave, head back to my original trail and find a different campsite. But curiosity got the better of me. I stepped further into the cabin, my eyes darting around for any other signs of recent habitation. That's when I heard the voices. They were faint at first, barely audible over the evening breeze. But they were getting closer. Panic seized me as I realized I was trapped. There was nowhere to run. The cabin was the only structure for miles. And in the open desert, I'd be spotted immediately if I tried to flee. Desperate, I looked for a hiding spot. The space under the cot was too exposed, and there was no closet or other furniture to conceal myself. Then I spotted it, a small trapdoor in the floor, partially hidden by a threadbare rug. With shaking hands, I pulled it open and lowered myself into the dark space below. It was tight and musty, filled with cobwebs and the scurrying sounds of small creatures. I pulled the trapdoor closed just as I heard boots on the cabin's porch. The door swung open, and heavy footsteps entered the cabin. I held my breath, pressing myself into the farthest corner of my hiding spot. "Damn, I'm beat," a gruff voice said. "Pass me a beer, would you?" "Sure thing, boss," another voice replied. I heard the clink of bottles and the hiss of caps being removed. "So, what's the plan?" a third voice asked. "We can't stay here much longer. The cops are going to start sniffing around soon." "Relax," the first voice, the boss, said. "I've got it all figured out. We lay low here for another day or two, then make our way to the rendezvous point. Our contact will have new IDs and transportation waiting." My mind was reeling. Who were these men? What had they done that had them hiding from the police? I wanted nothing more than to crawl out of my hiding spot and run as far and fast as I could. But I was trapped, forced to listen as they continued their conversation. "What about the witness?" the second voice asked. "You sure they can't ID us?" My blood ran cold. Witness? Had these men committed a crime so serious that they were worried about witnesses? "Nah, we're good," the boss replied. "They didn't get a clear look at us. Besides, by the time they piece everything together, we'll be long gone." They continued to talk, their voices growing louder and more animated as they drank. I caught bits and pieces of their conversation, something about a job gone wrong, a security guard who wasn't supposed to be there, a getaway that nearly went sideways. Hours passed, though it felt like an eternity. My muscles cramped from holding still for so long, and I had to fight the urge to cough as dust tickled my nose. Finally, mercifully, the men decided to turn in for the night. "I'll take first watch," the boss said. "You two get some sleep. We've got a long day ahead of us tomorrow." I heard the creak of the cot as someone lay down, and the scrape of chair legs as the others settled in. The cabin fell silent except for the occasional snore and the sound of bottles being emptied. I knew this might be my only chance. Moving as slowly and quietly as I could, I eased the trapdoor open just a crack. Through the slim opening, I could see the boss sitting at the table, his back to me. The other two were asleep, one on the cot, the other slumped in a chair. My heart pounding so loudly I was sure they'd hear it. I began to lift the trapdoor further, just a few more inches, and I might be able to slip out. A floorboard creaked under my hand. The boss whirled around, his eyes widening as they locked with mine. For a split second, we both froze, equally shocked. Then he shouted, "We've got company!" I burst from my hiding spot, adrenaline giving me strength I didn't know I possessed. I shoved past the boss, knocking him off balance, and made a mad dash for the door. The other two men were awake now, scrambling to their feet in confusion. I hit the door at full speed, nearly ripping it off its hinges as I exploded out into the night. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the pounding of feet as the men gave chase, but fear lent wings to my feet and I ran like I'd never run before. The desert night was pitch black, the moon hidden behind clouds. I stumbled over rocks and crashed through scrub brush, my lungs burning as I gasped for air. I had no idea where I was going, only that I had to get away. A gunshot rang out, the sound echoing off the canyon walls. I ducked instinctively, though I had no idea if the shot was aimed at me or just a warning. Either way, it spurred me to run faster. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning in the terrifying flight. Eventually, I became aware that I could no longer hear pursuit behind me. I slowed to a stop, my legs trembling with exhaustion, and listened intently. Nothing but the whisper of wind through the junipers and the pounding of my own heart. As the adrenaline began to fade, the reality of my situation set in. I was lost in the Utah desert in the middle of the night, with no supplies and no idea which direction would lead me to safety. And somewhere out there, 3 dangerous men were looking for me. I knew I couldn't stay put. Once the sun rose, I'd be exposed and easy to spot in the open desert. I had to keep moving, try to find my way back to a marked trail or a road. Picking a direction that I hoped would lead me away from the cabin, I set off at a brisk walk. The night seemed endless, each shadow a potential threat, each sound a possible pursuer. But as the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, I saw something that made my heart leap. A paved road cutting through the desert. Summoning the last of my strength, I jogged towards it. Just as I reached the asphalt, I heard the most beautiful sound imaginable, the rumble of an approaching vehicle. I turned to see a park ranger's truck coming around a bend. I flagged it down frantically, relief washing over me as it slowed to a stop. The ranger looked alarmed as he took in my disheveled appearance and wild eyes. "Are you all right?" he asked, reaching for his radio. What happened? The whole story came pouring out of me in a rush. To his credit, the ranger listened without interruption, his face growing grave as I described the men at the cabin and what I'd overheard. "You did the right thing by running," he said when I'd finished. "We've had reports of some dangerous fugitives in the area. You're lucky you got away." He called for backup and an ambulance to check me over, assuring me that they'd search for the men. As we waited, the sun rose fully, bathing the desert in golden light. It was beautiful, but I could no longer see it the same way. The wilderness I'd loved for its solitude now seemed full of hidden dangers. I never did find out who those men were or what exactly they'd done. The cabin was empty when the rangers searched it, with only my account as evidence that anyone had been there at all. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, if the isolation and the desert heat had played tricks on my mind. But then I remember the terror of that night, the sound of that gunshot echoing off the canyon walls, and I know it was all too real. I still go hiking, still seek out the peace of nature, but I'm more cautious now, more aware that even in the most remote places, you're never truly alone. And sometimes, the most dangerous things in the wilderness walk on 2 legs. The first time I saw the truck, I thought nothing of it. By the 3rd time, I knew I was being followed. What I didn't know was that this seemingly ordinary road trip was about to turn into a nightmare that would haunt me for years to come. I've always loved road trips. There's something freeing about being on the open road, watching the landscape change as you cross state lines, stopping at quirky roadside attractions, and meeting interesting people along the way. So when I decided to take a solo cross-country drive from New York to California, I was excited about the adventure ahead. I spent weeks planning my route, marking points of interest and scheduling stops at national parks along the way. I packed my trusty sedan with camping gear, snacks, and a well-stocked emergency kit. On a crisp autumn morning, I set out, the rising sun at my back, and the promise of adventure on the horizon. The first few days were everything I'd hoped for. I sang along to my favorite playlists, stopped to take photos of stunning vistas, and enjoyed the solitude of the open road. Each night, I'd either camp under the stars or crash at a small motel, falling asleep with a contented smile on my face. It was on the fourth day, somewhere in the vast expanse of the Midwest, that I first noticed the truck. It was a large, dark blue semi with no distinguishing features or company logos. I didn't think much of it at first. After all, truckers and road trippers often follow similar routes for long stretches. But as the day wore on, I began to feel uneasy. Every time I stopped, for gas, for food, for a quick stretch, the truck would appear shortly after, pulling into the same rest stop or parking lot. It always kept its distance, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the driver was just on a similar schedule. Maybe I was being paranoid, the long hours on the road playing tricks on my mind. But as I settled into my motel room that night, I made sure to double-check the locks on my door and windows. The next morning, I hit the road early, hoping to shake off my unease with the rising sun. For a few hours, I saw no sign of the blue truck, and I began to relax. I even laughed at myself for being so jumpy. But as I pulled into a small town for lunch, my heart sank. There it was, parked across the street from the diner where I'd stopped. I ate quickly, my appetite gone, constantly glancing out the window. The truck didn't move, but I never saw the driver. As I left, I made a spontaneous decision to deviate from my planned route. Instead of heading west as I'd intended, I turned south, taking a series of small back roads. For a while, I thought I'd lost them. The narrow country lanes were empty save for the occasional farmer's pickup or local traffic. I began to breathe easier, enjoying the scenic detour despite the circumstances that had prompted it. But as afternoon faded into evening and I merged back onto a larger highway, my blood ran cold. There it was again, the blue truck, looming in my rearview mirror. Panic set in. This was no coincidence. Whoever was driving that truck was following me, had perhaps been following me for days. But why? I racked my brain, trying to think if I'd witnessed something I shouldn't have, if I'd somehow offended someone along the way. Nothing came to mind. I pressed down on the accelerator, pushing my car faster than I'd ever driven before. The truck kept pace effortlessly, always maintaining the same distance behind me. My hands shook on the steering wheel as I looked for an exit, any exit. Finally, I saw a sign for a small town coming up. Without signaling, I swerved onto the exit ramp at the last second. In my mirror, I saw the truck continue past. Had I lost them? I pulled into the first motel I saw, a rundown place that had seen better days. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely sign the register. I took a room on the second floor, facing away from the road. Sleep was impossible. Every sound, a door closing, a car passing, made me jump. I sat by the window, peering out through a crack in the curtains, watching for any sign of the blue truck. As dawn broke, I made a decision. I couldn't keep running blindly. I needed help. With trembling fingers, I dialed the local police station. The officer who answered sounded skeptical as I poured out my story. I realized how crazy it all sounded. A mysterious truck following me across multiple states, always there, but never quite close enough to confront. He promised to send a patrol car by the motel, but advised me that without any concrete evidence of a threat, there wasn't much they could do. I hung up feeling frustrated and more alone than ever. I was considering my options when I heard it, the unmistakable rumble of a large truck engine, my heart in my throat. I peeked out the window. There it was, the blue truck, idling in the motel parking lot. I grabbed my phone to call 911, but to my horror, there was no signal. In my panic the night before, I hadn't noticed that my cell service was out in this rural area. I was trapped. A knock at the door made me nearly jump out of my skin. "Housekeeping," a female voice called. Relief washed over me. Another person, someone who could help, or at least witness what was happening. I opened the door. My relief turned to ice in my veins. It wasn't housekeeping. It was a man, tall and broad-shouldered, with cold eyes that seemed to look right through me. "Hello," he said, his voice surprisingly soft. "I think it's time we had a chat." I tried to slam the door, but he was too quick, too strong. He pushed his way in, closing the door behind him with a quiet click that seemed to seal my fate. "Please," I stammered, backing away until I hit the far wall. "I don't know what you want, but I haven't done anything. I haven't seen anything. Just let me go, and I swear I won't say a word to anyone." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Oh, I'm afraid it's not that simple. You see, you have something that belongs to us, something very valuable." My mind raced. What could I possibly have that would be worth following me across half the country? I'd been careful with my belongings, hadn't picked up any hitchhikers or strange packages. As if reading my thoughts, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a photo. My breath caught in my throat as I recognized it, a picture of me at a gas station on the first day of my trip. In the background, barely visible, was a man handing something to another person behind a car. "You didn't see it at the time," the man said, his voice still unnervingly calm. "But your camera did. That little automatic upload feature on your phone is quite handy, isn't it? Uploads every photo you take to the cloud, where anyone with the right skills can find it." I remembered the moment now. I'd been taking a selfie in front of a funny road sign, not paying attention to anything else around me. I hadn't even noticed the men in the background. "I don't understand," I said, my voice shaking. "What does this have to do with me? I didn't see anything." "Intent doesn't matter," he replied. "What matters is that you have evidence of a very important transaction. Evidence that could cause a lot of problems for some very powerful people." He stepped closer, and I pressed myself harder against the wall, wishing I could melt through it. "Now, we could just take your phone, delete the photos. But how can we be sure you haven't seen them? Haven't figured out what they mean? No. I'm afraid this needs a more permanent solution." My eyes darted to the door, gauging the distance. Could I make it? As if sensing my thoughts, he moved to block my path. "Don't do anything foolish," he said, reaching into his jacket. I tensed, expecting a weapon. Instead, he pulled out a small black device. "This will fry every electronic device in the room. Your phone, your laptop, everything. All your photos, all your data, gone. After that, well, let's just say you're going to have a very unfortunate accident. Tragic, really. A young traveler all alone, no one to miss them for days." As he fiddled with the device, time seemed to slow down. I saw my life flash before my eyes. My family, my friends, all the places I'd still wanted to see. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I lunged forward, catching him off guard. The device fell from his hands as I shoved past him, my fingers scrambling for the door handle. I yanked it open and ran, not daring to look back. I took the stairs two at a time, bursting out into the parking lot. The blue truck was still there, its engine running. Without thinking, I ran towards it, yanking open the passenger door and climbing in. The driver, a younger man with a startled expression, stared at me in shock. "Drive!" I yelled, my voice high with panic. "Please, just drive!" Maybe it was the wild look in my eyes, or maybe he was just caught off guard, but he listened. The truck lurched forward just as I saw the other man emerge from my motel room. As we pulled onto the highway, I finally let myself breathe. The driver kept glancing at me nervously, clearly unsure what to make of the situation. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I know this is crazy, but that man back there, he was going to kill me. All because of a photo I accidentally took. Please, I just need to get to a police station." Something in my voice must have convinced him. He nodded, his expression softening. "There's one in the next town, about 20 miles from here. I'll take you there." True to his word, he dropped me off at the police station. As I watched him drive away, I realized I'd never even asked his name. my guardian angel in a blue semi-truck. The police were skeptical at first, but the wild story combined with my obvious terror convinced them to investigate. They found evidence of the man's presence in my motel room, and my photo, the one that started it all, turned out to be key evidence in breaking open a major drug trafficking ring. I spent weeks helping the police and FBI, going over every detail of my trip. In the end, several arrests were made, including some high-ranking officials who had been protecting the operation. It's been years now, but I still get nervous every time I see a blue truck on the highway. My carefree love of road trips has been replaced by a cautious vigilance. I'm more careful about the photos I take, more aware of my surroundings. But I haven't stopped traveling. I refuse to let fear rule my life. Instead, I've learned to balance caution with curiosity, always remembering that sometimes the most ordinary moments can lead to the most extraordinary stories. And sometimes, the very thing that puts you in danger can also be your salvation. The moment I saw the first symbol carved into the tree, I felt a chill run down my spine. By the time I noticed the third one, I knew I wasn't alone in these woods, and whatever was out there with me was far from friendly. I've always been drawn to the less traveled paths, the hidden corners of the world that most people overlook. That's what led me to rent a small, isolated cabin deep in the forests of northern Maine. I was working on my novel, and I figured a month away from the distractions of civilization was just what I needed to finally finish it. The cabin was everything I'd hoped for, rustic, cozy, and completely off the grid. No electricity, no running water, just me, my laptop, with a solar charger, and the vast wilderness surrounding me. The first few days were bliss. I'd wake up with the sun, spend my mornings writing on the small porch, and use the afternoons to explore the surrounding woods. It was on one of these afternoon hikes, about a week into my stay, that I first noticed something odd. I was following a barely there trail, pushing through dense underbrush, when I came across a tree with a strange symbol carved into its bark. It looked ancient, the edges of the carving weathered and grown over, but the symbol itself was clear, a circle with a jagged line through it, almost like a stylized lightning bolt. I brushed it off as an old trail marker, maybe something left by loggers or earlier settlers. But as I continued my hike, I saw another one, then another. Each symbol was slightly different, but they all shared that same basic circular shape. By the time I returned to the cabin, I'd counted 7 of them. That night, as I sat by the fireplace working on my novel, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling those symbols had given me. I tried to rationalize it. I was alone in the woods. My writer's imagination was probably just working overtime. But every creak of the cabin's old timbers, every rustle of wind through the trees outside, set my nerves on edge. The next morning, I woke to find a new symbol carved into the trunk of a tree right at the edge of the clearing where my cabin sat. My blood ran cold. This carving was fresh, the wood still pale where the bark had been stripped away. Someone had been here, right outside my cabin, while I slept. I spent the day inside, jumping at every sound, peering out the windows for any sign of movement. As dusk fell, I heard it, a low, rhythmic chanting coming from the woods. It was too faint to make out any words, but the sound sent shivers down my spine. I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows, though I knew they'd be little protection if whoever was out there really wanted to get in. The chanting continued through the night, rising and falling like the tide. I didn't sleep a wink, just sat in a chair facing the door, a heavy flashlight clutched in my hand like a weapon. When dawn finally broke, the chanting stopped as suddenly as it had begun. Exhausted and on edge, I decided I'd had enough. I was going to pack up and leave. Novel be damned. But as I stepped outside to load up my car, my heart sank. Another symbol had been carved into the cabin's front door, this one larger and more intricate than the others. I threw my bags into the car and fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. The engine turned over once, twice, but wouldn't catch. I popped the hood, though I know next to nothing about cars. What I saw made my blood run cold. The battery was gone. Not dead, not disconnected, but completely removed. Panic set in as I realized I was trapped. The nearest town was a good 30 miles away, through dense forest. Even if I could make the hike, I had no guarantee that whoever had taken my battery wouldn't follow me. I barricaded myself in the cabin, pushing the heavy wooden table in front of the door. As the day wore on, I noticed more symbols appearing on the trees surrounding the clearing, each one seeming to draw the circle tighter around me. The chanting started again as night fell, louder this time, close enough that I could almost make out words in a language I didn't recognize. I cowered in the center of the cabin, away from the windows, my eyes darting from door to door. The flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the rough-hewn walls and the shadows that seemed to dance in the corners. Every creak, every groan of the old structure sounded like footsteps, like someone, or something, trying to get in. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, I must have dozed off despite my terror. I woke with a start to silence. The chanting had stopped. Pale dawn light filtered through the windows, and for a moment, I felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe it had all been a terrible dream, a product of isolation and an overactive imagination. But when I looked down, that hope shattered. There, on the wooden floor all around me, were more symbols. Dozens of them, burnt into the wood as if by a hot brand, forming a complex pattern with me at the center. I scrambled to my feet, my breath coming in short gasps. They had been in here. While I slept, they had been right here with me. I ran to the door, shoving the table aside with strength born of sheer panic. I had to get out, had to run, even if I had no idea where I was going. But as I yanked the door open, I froze. Standing in a semicircle around the cabin were figures in dark robes, their faces hidden by deep hoods. They stood perfectly still, silent, waiting. In the center was a taller figure, holding a staff carved with the same symbols I'd seen on the trees. The leader stepped forward, raising a hand in what might have been meant as a calming gesture. "We've been waiting for you," a voice said from within the hood, neither male nor female, but somehow both and neither at once. "You have been chosen." "Chosen for what?" I managed to croak out, my voice hoarse with fear. "To join us, to become part of something greater than yourself. The signs have been clear. Your arrival here was no accident." As the figure spoke, the others began to chant again, the same rhythmic sounds I'd heard through the night. I felt a strange pull, an urge to step forward and join them. It took every ounce of willpower I had to resist. "I don't understand," I said, gripping the doorframe to keep myself from moving closer. "What are you? What do you want from me?" The leader tilted their head, and though I couldn't see their face, I had the distinct impression they were smiling. "We are the guardians of ancient knowledge, keepers of secrets long forgotten by the world of men. And you, my dear, have a role to play in the grand design." As they spoke, the chanting grew louder, more insistent. The symbols on the ground began to glow with an eerie light. I felt dizzy, my thoughts becoming fuzzy. Part of me wanted to give in, to let go and join whatever this was. But another part, the part that had always pushed me to explore, to question, to seek the truth, rebelled against the idea. In that moment of internal struggle, I made a decision. I ran. Not towards the robed figures, but back into the cabin. I slammed the door shut and grabbed my backpack, shoving in whatever supplies I could reach. Then I ran for the back door, praying it wasn't guarded. To my relief, the back of the cabin was clear. I sprinted into the woods, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the sound of pursuit. The chanting had turned angry, threatening. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. When I couldn't run anymore, I found a dense thicket and crawled inside, making myself as small as possible. I lay there, barely breathing, listening to the sounds of my pursuers growing fainter. I don't know how long I stayed hidden. Hours, maybe. When I finally dared to move, the forest was quiet, save for the normal sounds of birds and small animals. Cautiously, I made my way back to the main trail, then followed it to the ranger station I'd passed on my way in. The rangers were skeptical of my story, of course. They found no trace of the robed figures, no strange symbols carved into trees. Even the cabin, when they checked it, was undisturbed. If it hadn't been for the new symbols I'd found branded into my own skin, small ones on the inside of my wrists, I might have thought I'd imagined the whole thing. I've spent years trying to understand what happened to me in those woods. I've researched obscure cults, ancient symbols, forgotten religions. I've never found any conclusive answers, but I've never stopped looking, because I know, deep down, that what I experienced was real. And I can't shake the feeling that someday, somehow, they'll come for me again. Every now and then, I see a symbol out of the corner of my eye, carved into a tree in a city park, drawn in chalk on a sidewalk. And I wonder if I ever really escaped at all, or if I'm still playing a part in their grand design, even now. The first symbol appeared on the old oak tree nearest to my cabin. By the third night, they had encircled my temporary home, and the whispers in the dark grew louder. I knew then that my peaceful writing retreat had become a waking nightmare. I'd always dreamed of writing a novel, but the chaos of city life and a demanding job left little time for creativity. So when I stumbled upon an ad for a secluded cabin rental deep in the Appalachian Mountains, it seemed like the perfect opportunity. A month alone in the wilderness. Just me, my laptop, and the great outdoors. What could go wrong? The drive up was breathtaking. As I wound my way along narrow mountain roads, the world seemed to fall away, replaced by towering trees and misty valleys. The cabin itself was everything I'd hoped for. Rustic, cozy, and blissfully isolated. The elderly owner who handed me the keys mentioned that the nearest neighbor was 5 miles away. Perfect, I thought. No distractions. The first few days were idyllic. I'd wake with the sun, spend my mornings writing on the small porch, and use the afternoons to explore the surrounding woods. The words flowed easier than they ever had before, inspired by the primal beauty of the forest. In the evenings, I'd sit by the fireplace, reading or planning the next day's chapters. I felt more at peace than I had in years. It was on the 4th day that I first noticed something odd. I was taking my usual afternoon walk when I saw it. A strange symbol carved into the trunk of the massive oak tree that stood at the edge of the small clearing where my cabin sat. It looked ancient, the edges weathered and grown over with lichen, but the shape was still clear, a circle bisected by a wavy line, with what looked like a crude eye at the center. I brushed it off as an old trail marker, maybe something left by early settlers or Native Americans. But as I continued my walk, I saw another symbol on a different tree, this one fresher, and another. By the time I made it back to the cabin, I'd counted 7 distinct markings, each similar but slightly different. That night, as I sat at my laptop trying to write, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling those symbols had given me. Every creak of the cabin's old timbers made me jump. I told myself I was being ridiculous. I was a city boy, unused to the sounds of the forest at night, but I still double-checked the locks before going to bed. I woke the next morning to find a new symbol carved into the porch railing, the wood still pale where the bark had been stripped away. My blood ran cold. This one was fresh, carved sometime during the night while I slept. Someone had been here, right outside my door. I spent the day inside, jumping at every sound, peering out the windows for any sign of movement. As dusk fell, I heard it, a faint whispering coming from the woods. At first, I thought it was just the wind in the trees, but as I listened, I realized it had a rhythm to it, almost like chanting. The words, if they were words, were too quiet to make out, but the sound sent shivers down my spine. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in a chair facing the door, a heavy flashlight clutched in my hand like a weapon. The whispering continued, rising and falling like waves on a shore, sometimes so faint I thought it had stopped, other times loud enough that I was sure whatever was making the sound was right outside my door. When dawn finally broke, the forest fell silent. Exhausted and on edge, I decided I'd had enough. I was going to pack up and leave, novel be damned. But as I stepped outside to load up my car, my heart sank. The symbols had multiplied overnight. They now formed a complete circle around the cabin, carved into every tree at the edge of the clearing. I threw my bags into the car and fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. The engine turned over once, twice, but wouldn't catch. I popped the hood, though I know next to nothing about cars. What I saw made my blood run cold. The battery was gone. Not dead, not disconnected, but completely removed. Panic set in as I realized I was trapped. The nearest town was a good 20 miles away, through dense forest. Even if I could make the hike, I had no guarantee that whoever had taken my battery wouldn't follow me. I barricaded myself in the cabin, pushing the heavy wooden table in front of the door. As the day wore on, I noticed more symbols appearing on the trees surrounding the clearing, each one seeming to draw the circle tighter around me. The whispering started again as night fell, louder this time, close enough that I could almost make out words in a language I didn't recognize. I cowered in the center of the cabin, away from the windows, my eyes darting from door to door. The flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the rough-hewn walls and the shadows that seemed to dance in the corners. Every creak, every groan of the old structure sounded like footsteps, like someone, or something, trying to get in. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, I must have dozed off despite my terror. I woke with a start to silence. The whispering had stopped. Pale dawn light filtered through the windows, and for a moment, I felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe it had all been a terrible dream, a product of isolation and an overactive imagination. But when I looked down, that hope shattered. There, on the wooden floor all around me, were more symbols, dozens of them, burnt into the wood as if by a hot brand, forming a complex pattern with me at the center. I scrambled to my feet, my breath coming in short gasps. They had been in here. While I slept, they had been right here with me. I ran to the door, shoving the table aside with strength born of sheer panic. I had to get out, had to run, even if I had no idea where I was going. But as I yanked the door open, I froze. Standing in a semicircle around the cabin were figures in dark robes, their faces hidden by deep hoods. They stood perfectly still, silent, waiting. In the center was a taller figure, holding a staff carved with the same symbols I'd seen on the trees. The leader stepped forward, raising a hand in what might have been meant as a calming gesture. "We've been waiting for you," a voice said from within the hood, neither male nor female, but somehow both and neither at once. "You have been chosen." Chosen for what? I managed to croak out, my voice hoarse with fear. "To join us, to become part of something greater than yourself. The signs have been clear. Your arrival here was no accident." As the figure spoke, the others began to chant again, the same rhythmic sounds I'd heard through the night. I felt a strange pull, an urge to step forward and join them. It took every ounce of willpower I had to resist. "I don't understand," I said, gripping the doorframe to keep myself from moving closer. "What are you? What do you want from me?" The leader tilted their head, and though I couldn't see their face, I had the distinct impression they were smiling. "We are the guardians of ancient knowledge, keepers of secrets long forgotten by the world of men. And you, my dear, have a role to play in the grand design." As they spoke, the chanting grew louder, more insistent. The symbols on the ground began to glow with an eerie light. I felt dizzy, my thoughts becoming fuzzy. Part of me wanted to give in, to let go and join whatever this was. But another part, the part that had always pushed me to question, to seek the truth, rebelled against the idea. In that moment of internal struggle, I made a decision. I ran, not towards the robed figures, but back into the cabin. I slammed the door shut and grabbed my backpack, shoving in whatever supplies I could reach. Then I ran for the back door, praying it wasn't guarded. To my relief, the back of the cabin was clear. I sprinted into the woods, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the sound of pursuit. The chanting had turned angry, threatening. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. When I couldn't run anymore, I found a dense thicket and crawled inside, making myself as small as possible. I lay there, barely breathing, listening to the sounds of my pursuers growing fainter. I don't know how long I stayed hidden. Hours, maybe. When I finally dared to move, the forest was quiet, save for the normal sounds of birds and small animals. Cautiously, I made my way back to the main trail, then followed it to the ranger station I'd passed on my way in. The rangers were skeptical of my story, of course. They found no trace of the robed figures, no strange symbols carved into trees. Even the cabin, when they checked it, was undisturbed. If it hadn't been for the new symbols I'd found branded into my own skin, small ones on the inside of my wrists, I might have thought I'd imagined the whole thing. I've spent years trying to understand what happened to me in those woods. I've researched obscure cults, ancient symbols, forgotten religions. I've never found any conclusive answers, but I've never stopped looking, because I know, deep down, that what I experienced was real, and I can't shake the feeling that someday, somehow, they'll come for me again. Every now and then I see a symbol out of the corner of my eye, carved into a tree in a city park, drawn in chalk on a sidewalk. And I wonder if I ever really escaped at all, or if I'm still playing a part in their grand design even now. The moment I saw his badge, I knew something was terribly wrong. No park ranger I'd ever met wore a uniform that shabby or carried a gun that wasn't standard issue. As he approached my campsite with that too wide smile, I realized I was alone in the wilderness with a very dangerous imposter. I've always been an avid camper, the type who seeks out the most remote spots in national parks. There's something about being alone in nature, far from the crowds and the noise of civilization, that speaks to my soul. So when I planned my week-long trip to Yellowstone, I made sure to secure a backcountry permit for one of the most isolated campsites in the park. The hike to my campsite was grueling but rewarding. As I set up my tent near a crystal-clear stream, with towering pines all around and snow-capped mountains in the distance, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. This was what I'd been craving. True solitude in one of the most beautiful places on Earth. The first couple of days were blissful. I spent my time hiking, taking photographs, and simply soaking in the majesty of my surroundings. In the evenings, I'd sit by my small campfire, watching the stars come out in a sky unspoiled by light pollution. I hadn't seen another soul since I'd left the main trail, and that was exactly how I liked it. On the third day, as I was returning from a long hike, I saw a figure approaching my campsite. My first reaction was annoyance. I'd chosen this spot specifically for its isolation, and I wasn't keen on company. But as the person got closer, I saw he was wearing what looked like a park ranger uniform, and my irritation turned to concern. Had something happened? Was there some sort of emergency? "Afternoon," the man called out as he got within earshot. "Just doing a routine check on backcountry campers. Mind if I take a look at your permit?" I nodded, reaching for my backpack where I kept my documentation. But as I did, I got my first good look at him, and something felt off. His uniform was ill-fitting and looked worn in a way that went beyond the normal wear and tear of backcountry work. The badge on his chest didn't quite catch the light the way it should, and the gun holstered at his hip. Well, I'd seen enough park rangers to know that wasn't standard issue. My heart began to race, but I forced myself to stay calm. I handed over my permit, watching carefully as he pretended to examine it. His eyes didn't move across the page the way they should if he were actually reading it. "Everything looks to be in order," he said, handing it back with that too wide smile. "Mind if I take a look around your campsite? Just standard procedure, you understand." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what to do. I was miles from any help, with no cell service and no way to alert anyone that something was wrong. As he poked around my campsite, asking questions that seemed just slightly off, too personal, or not quite what a real ranger would ask, I tried to formulate a plan. I couldn't run. He'd easily catch me in this terrain. I couldn't fight. He was bigger than me and armed. My only hope was to play along and look for an opportunity to escape or get help. "So," he said, turning back to me with that unsettling smile, "you out here all alone?" I hesitated, then made a split-second decision. "No, actually. My boyfriend is due back any minute. He just went to filter some water." His smile faltered for just a moment, and I knew I'd made the right choice. He was looking for an isolated target. "Oh, I didn't pass anyone on the trail," he said, his eyes narrowing slightly. I shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant. "He probably took the route by the waterfall. It's a bit longer, but the view is worth it." He nodded slowly, and I could almost see the wheels turning in his head, recalculating his plans. "Well, I should probably stick around to check his permit too. Mind if I wait?" My heart sank. I'd bought myself some time, but now he wasn't going to leave. I nodded, gesturing to one of my camp chairs. "Of course. Would you like some water while you wait?" As I turned to my pack to get a water bottle, my mind was racing. I needed to find a way to signal for help or to get away from him. That's when I remembered my satellite messenger. It was small, designed to send pre-programmed messages or SOS signals in areas without cell service. I'd packed it as a precaution, never thinking I'd actually need to use it. I handed him the water bottle, then made a show of rummaging through my pack. "I'm just going to get started on dinner," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "My boyfriend will probably be hungry when he gets back." He nodded, his eyes never leaving me as I moved around the campsite. I managed to palm the small device, keeping it hidden as I gathered my cooking supplies. As I knelt by the fire pit, pretending to arrange kindling, I pressed the SOS button. 3 short presses, 3 long, 3 short. The universal distress signal. I had no way of knowing if it had worked, but it was my only hope. "So, Ranger," I paused, realizing he'd never given me his name. "Johnson," he supplied quickly. "Ranger Johnson." I nodded, keeping my face neutral even as alarm bells rang in my head. No real ranger would have hesitated over their name. "Ranger Johnson, do you patrol this area often? It must be a challenging beat, being so remote." I kept him talking, asking questions about the park, about his job, about the wildlife in the area. Anything to keep him distracted and to buy time. With each passing minute, I became more acutely aware of how isolated we were, how vulnerable I was. But I also knew that if my SOS had gone through, help would be on the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks, I saw his patience wearing thin. He kept glancing at the trail, then back at me, his hand straying closer to his gun. "Your boyfriend's been gone an awfully long time," he said, his voice losing its friendly pretense. "Are you sure he's coming back?" I opened my mouth to respond, to try to buy more time, when I heard it, the distant thrum of a helicopter. Relief flooded through me, making my knees weak. But I knew I wasn't safe yet. The man calling himself Ranger Johnson heard it too. His head snapped up, eyes scanning the sky. When he looked back at me, his face was twisted with rage. "What did you do?" he snarled, reaching for his gun. I didn't wait to see what he would do next. I threw the pot of water I'd been heating for dinner at him and ran. I heard him curse, heard the sound of pursuit behind me, but I didn't look back. I ran like I'd never run before, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. I burst out of the trees into a small clearing just as the helicopter appeared overhead. I waved my arms frantically, screaming for help. The downdraft from the rotors whipped my hair around my face as it descended. 2 park rangers, real ones this time, jumped out before it had fully landed, their hands on their weapons. I pointed back the way I'd come, gasping out my story between heaving breaths. They radioed for backup as they moved into the trees to search for the imposter. The next few hours passed in a blur. More rangers arrived. The area was searched. Statements were taken. They found evidence of other campsites that had been disturbed, personal items left behind by hikers who had never made it home. But the man who had called himself Ranger Johnson was gone, vanished into the vast wilderness. As I was flown out of the backcountry to give a formal statement and identify photos of potential suspects, I looked down at the beautiful landscape below. The mountains and forests that had seemed so majestic now held a hint of menace. I knew that somewhere down there, a predator was still roaming free. I've been back to national parks since then. I still love the outdoors, still crave the peace of nature, but I'm more cautious now. I always hike with a partner, always leave detailed plans of my route, and I never, ever go anywhere without my satellite messenger. Because I learned the hard way that even in the most beautiful places, danger can wear a friendly face. And sometimes, the most important survival skill is trusting your instincts when something doesn't feel right. The first gift was a perfectly arranged bundle of wildflowers. By the third morning, when I found a hand-carved wooden figure outside my tent, I knew these weren't friendly offerings from a secret admirer. Someone was watching me, and they were getting closer. I've always been a solo camper. There's something about the solitude of the mountains that calls to me, a chance to clear my head and reconnect with nature. So when I planned a week-long trip to the Rockies, I was excited for the adventure ahead. I'd done my research, packed my gear meticulously, and set out with a spring in my step. The first couple of days were everything I'd hoped for. I hiked through pristine forests, alongside crystal-clear streams, and up to vistas that took my breath away. Each night, I'd set up camp in a different spot, always making sure to follow leave-no-trace principles. As I sat by my small campfire each evening, watching the stars come out in the sky unspoiled by light pollution, I felt a sense of peace I hadn't experienced in years. It was on the third morning that things started to feel off. As I unzipped my tent and stepped out into the crisp mountain air, I noticed something placed carefully on a flat rock near my campfire pit. It was a small bundle of wildflowers, tied together with a piece of grass. At first, I thought maybe I'd gathered them myself the day before and forgotten about it. But as I picked them up, I realized these weren't just randomly picked flowers. They were artfully arranged, with an eye for color and composition that spoke of careful selection. A chill ran down my spine despite the warming morning sun. Someone had been here while I slept, close enough to leave this by my tent without waking me. I looked around, suddenly feeling exposed. The dense forest that had felt so welcoming now seemed full of hiding places, of watching eyes. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself I was overreacting. Maybe another hiker had passed by and left them as a friendly gesture. But deep down, I knew that didn't make sense. I hadn't seen another soul since I'd left the trailhead 3 days ago. I packed up camp quickly that morning, deciding to hike further than I'd originally planned. As I walked, I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, starting at every snapping twig or rustling leaf. The beauty of the landscape that had so enthralled me before now felt tainted by an undercurrent of menace. That night, I chose a campsite in a more open area, somewhere with clear lines of sight in all directions. I told myself it was for the view, but I knew I was hoping to spot anyone approaching. I slept fitfully, waking at every sound, my hand clutching the small canister of bear spray I'd brought along. The next morning, my heart sank as I saw another gift placed neatly outside my tent. This time it was a small, intricate dream catcher made from twigs and what looked like strands of horsehair. The craftsmanship was impressive, but all I felt was a growing sense of dread. This was no coincidence, no random act of kindness. Someone was following me, watching me, leaving these tokens while I slept. I packed up in record time, not even bothering to make breakfast. As I hiked, my mind raced through possibilities. Was it another camper who'd taken an unsettling interest in me? A local who resented hikers in their territory? Or something worse? I'd heard stories of people who preyed on isolated hikers in remote areas. I decided to deviate from my planned route, hoping to throw off whoever was following me. I pushed myself hard that day, covering much more ground than I'd intended, taking game trails and going off path when I could. By the time I set up camp that evening, my legs were aching and I was drenched in sweat, but I felt a glimmer of hope. Surely I'd lost them. That hope was shattered the next morning when I found the third gift, a small, hand-carved wooden figure placed right in front of my tent flap. It depicted a person, crude but recognizable, in a hiking pose. My blood ran cold as I realized it was meant to represent me. Panic set in. I was miles from the nearest town, with no cell service. Even if I started hiking back immediately, it would take at least 2 days to reach civilization. And clearly, changing my route hadn't thrown off my stalker. They knew these mountains better than I did. As I stood there, the little wooden figure clutched in my trembling hand, I heard a twig snap in the forest behind me. I whirled around, my heart pounding. There, just at the edge of the clearing, I caught a glimpse of movement. A figure, dressed in what looked like layers of tattered clothing, melted back into the shadows of the trees. I didn't think. I just ran. I left my tent, my sleeping bag, everything except the backpack I'd prepared for day hikes. I ran like I'd never run before, my lungs burning as I gasped the thin mountain air. I had no plan beyond putting as much distance between myself and that campsite as possible. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing beside a small stream. As I lay there, gulping air, my mind started working again. I couldn't just run blindly. I needed a plan. I took stock of what I had: some water, a few energy bars, my first aid kit, a map and compass, and my emergency satellite beacon. I'd never had to use the beacon before, had hoped I never would, but now I was thanking my past self for insisting on bringing it. I activated the SOS signal, knowing it would alert search and rescue with my location, but I couldn't just stay put and wait for help. I had no idea how close my stalker was or what they wanted. I had to keep moving. I consulted my map, trying to orient myself. There was a ranger station marked about 15 miles to the east. If I pushed hard, I might be able to make it before nightfall. It was my best chance. As I hiked, every sense was on high alert. The forest that had seemed so peaceful just days ago now felt full of hidden threats. Every shadow might be hiding my pursuer. Every sound could be them getting closer. I found myself holding my breath as I walked, straining my ears for any sign of pursuit. The sun was low on the horizon when I finally spotted the ranger station. The sight of that small, rustic cabin was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I broke into a run, relief flooding through me as I burst through the door. The ranger inside jumped to his feet, startled by my sudden entrance. I must have looked a mess, wild-eyed, covered in scratches from pushing through undergrowth, gasping for breath. Between gulps of air, I managed to tell him my story. To his credit, he didn't question my tale or doubt my fear. He immediately radioed for backup and sat me down with a warm blanket and a cup of hot coffee. As the adrenaline wore off, I found myself shaking uncontrollably, the full weight of what I'd been through finally hitting me. The next few days were a blur of police statements, search parties, and sleepless nights in the safety of a motel in town. They found my abandoned campsite, but there was no sign of the mysterious figure I'd seen. The gifts I'd described were gone too, leaving the police with little evidence beyond my testimony. Some of the locals shared stories of a hermit who lived in those mountains. a man who'd gone off the grid decades ago and was rarely seen. Others dismissed it as nothing more than a legend, a campfire story to scare tourists. I didn't know what to believe anymore. I've been back home for weeks now, trying to put the experience behind me. But sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still see that crude wooden figure, a twisted mimicry of myself. And I wonder if I'd slept just a little deeper, stayed just a little longer, what would I have woken up to on that final morning? I still love the mountains, still feel the call of the wild. But I don't think I'll ever camp alone again, because now I know that sometimes the most dangerous predators in the wilderness are the ones that leave gifts and walk on two legs. The moment I saw the blood on his hands, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. What had started as an act of kindness on a remote hiking trail was quickly turning into a fight for survival, and I was miles from any hope of rescue. I've always been drawn to the less traveled paths, the hidden corners of the world that most people overlook. That's what led me to plan a solo hiking trip through one of the most remote areas of the Appalachian Trail. I'd done my research, packed my gear meticulously, and set out with a spring in my step, eager for the adventure ahead. The first few days were everything I'd hoped for. I trekked through lush forests, climbed rocky outcroppings with breathtaking views, and slept under a canopy of stars so bright it seemed unreal. The solitude was exhilarating, a chance to clear my head and test my limits. It was on the fourth day that everything changed. I was making my way along a particularly challenging stretch of trail, the path narrow and rocky, hugging the side of a steep incline. The sound of running water told me there was a stream nearby, though I couldn't see it through the dense undergrowth. That's when I heard it. A cry of pain, followed by a weak call for help. I froze, listening intently. It came again, definitely human, definitely in distress. Without hesitation, I left the trail, pushing through the thick foliage towards the sound. I found him at the bottom of a small ravine, lying awkwardly beside the stream I'd heard. He was a middle-aged man, lean and weathered, with a scraggly beard and clothes that had seen better days. His leg was twisted at an unnatural angle, and he was clutching his side, his breathing labored. "Thank God," he gasped as he saw me. "I thought I was done for." I scrambled down to him, my first aid training kicking in as I assessed his injuries. The leg was definitely broken, and from the way he was holding his ribs, I suspected at least one of those was cracked too. "What happened?" I asked, as I dug through my pack for my first aid kit. "Slipped," he said, wincing as he tried to shift position. "Been down here since yesterday. Thought I was going to die here." My heart went out to him. The thought of being injured and alone in such a remote area was terrifying. "I'm going to help you," I assured him, "but we need to get you to a hospital. Do you have a satellite phone or an emergency beacon?" He shook his head, his eyes never leaving my face. "Nothing. You're the first person I've seen in days." I nodded, trying to hide my concern. We were at least 2 days a hike from the nearest town, and in his condition, moving him was going to be a challenge, but I couldn't just leave him here. "Okay," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "I'm going to splint your leg, and then we'll figure out how to get you out of here. What's your name?" "Tom," he said, managing a weak smile. "And you're a damn saint for finding me." I returned the smile, introducing myself as I set about creating a makeshift splint from branches and strips torn from my spare t-shirt. As I worked, I chatted with Tom, partly to distract him from the pain and partly to keep my own nerves at bay. He told me he was an experienced hiker who'd been exploring this area for years. "Know these mountains like the back of my hand," he said proudly. Or at least I thought I did. Guess they still had a surprise for me. With his legs splinted and his ribs wrapped as best I could manage, I helped Tom to his feet. He leaned heavily on me, his face pale with pain. I knew there was no way he could make it back up the steep sides of the ravine. "We'll follow the stream," I decided. It has to lead somewhere, and the going will be easier on flat ground. Tom nodded, seemingly relieved to have someone else making the decisions. We set off at a painfully slow pace, Tom hobbling along with my support, stopping frequently for him to rest. As we walked, I couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. Something about the situation felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on what. Maybe it was the way Tom's eyes darted around constantly, or the fact that for someone who claimed to know the area so well, he seemed uncertain about which direction we should be heading. We made camp as night fell, my small tent barely big enough for the two of us. I insisted Tom take my sleeping bag, using my emergency blanket for myself. As I lay there in the darkness, listening to Tom's ragged breathing, I tried to shake off my paranoia. The poor man was injured and scared. Of course he was acting a bit strange. The next morning, as I changed the dressing on Tom's leg, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The injury, which I hadn't examined closely in the dim light of the previous evening, didn't look like it had been caused by a fall. The edges were too clean, too straight. It looked more like a cut, a deliberate wound. I must have flinched, because Tom's hand suddenly clamped down on my wrist. "Something wrong?" he asked, his voice no longer weak and pained, but low and dangerous. I looked up, meeting his eyes, and in that moment, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. The fear and gratitude I'd seen before were gone, replaced by a cold, calculating look that made my skin crawl. "No," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just worried about infection. We should get moving if we want to make it to help soon." Tom's grip on my wrist tightened. "Oh, I don't think we'll be going anywhere just yet," he said, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "You see, I've been waiting for someone like you to come along. Someone helpful, someone trusting, someone who wouldn't be missed for a while." My mind raced, trying to process what was happening. This man, this predator, had been lying in wait, playing injured to lure in unsuspecting hikers, and I'd walked right into his trap. In a burst of adrenaline, I yanked my arm free and scrambled backwards, out of the tent. But Tom was faster than I'd expected. He lunged after me, all pretense of injury gone, tackling me to the ground. We struggled, rolling across the forest floor. I fought with everything I had, knowing my life depended on it. My fingers scrabbled in the dirt, searching for a rock, a stick, anything I could use as a weapon. My hand closed around a hefty branch just as Tom pinned me down, his weight crushing the air from my lungs. With every ounce of strength I had left, I swung the branch, connecting solidly with the side of his head. Tom went limp, collapsing on top of me. For a terrifying moment, I thought I'd killed him. But then I heard a low groan as I pushed him off. I didn't wait to see if he'd get up. I ran. I ran like I'd never run before, leaving behind my tent, my supplies, everything except the clothes on my back. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to get as far away from Tom as possible. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing beside a small stream. As I lay there, gulping air, my mind started working again. I couldn't just run blindly. I needed a plan. I took stock of what I had, which was practically nothing. No food, no water, no map. Just the clothes I was wearing and the emergency whistle I always kept on a cord around my neck. I knew I couldn't stay put. Tom might be following me, and in these woods, he had the advantage. He knew the terrain, probably had supplies stashed away. My only hope was to keep moving, to try to find my way back to civilization before he found me. For 3 days, I pushed myself to my limits. I followed streams, hoping they'd lead to rivers and eventually to towns. I ate berries I recognized as safe, drank from clear running water, and slept in short bursts, too afraid to rest for long. All the while, I blew my whistle at regular intervals, praying someone would hear it. On the 4th day, when my strength was almost gone and I was beginning to lose hope, I heard the most beautiful sound in the world, a helicopter. I stumbled into a clearing, waving my arms frantically, and collapsed as I saw the search and rescue team rappelling down. The aftermath was a blur of hospital stays, police interviews, and search parties sent to find Tom. They never did, though they found evidence of other victims at his campsite. The police told me I was lucky to have escaped, that my story might help them catch a predator who'd been active in the area for years. I don't feel lucky. I feel naive, foolish for having walked so willingly into such a dangerous situation. But I also feel changed. I'm more cautious now, more aware of the darker side of human nature. But I haven't let it kill my love for the wilderness or my belief in the goodness of most people. I still hike, still seek out those remote trails and hidden corners of the world. But now I go prepared not just for the challenges of nature, but for the potential darkness that can lurk in the hearts of those we meet along the way. Because sometimes, the most dangerous predators in the wilderness are the ones that walk on two legs and ask for help. The first whisper was so faint I thought I'd imagined it. By the third night, when the voices grew loud enough to make out words, I knew I wasn't alone in this vast desert, and whatever was out there wasn't human. I've always been drawn to extreme environments. The harsher the landscape, the more alive I feel. So when I planned a solo camping trip to the Sonoran Desert, I was thrilled by the challenge. I'd done my research, packed my gear meticulously, and set out with a spring in my step, eager to test myself against one of the most unforgiving environments on Earth. The first day was everything I'd hoped for. I hiked through a landscape that seemed almost alien, towering saguaro cacti reaching towards the cloudless sky, rocky outcroppings shimmering in the heat haze, and a silence so profound it seemed to have a weight all its own. As the sun began to set, painting the desert in shades of gold and crimson, I set up my camp in the shelter of a large rock formation. That night, as I lay in my tent staring up at a sky so full of stars it looked like spilled sugar across black velvet, I heard it for the first time. A whisper, so faint I could have easily mistaken it for the wind if there had been any wind. But the air was still, the desert locked in the grip of a heat that didn't relent even after sundown. I sat up, straining my ears. For a long moment, there was nothing but that profound silence. Then I heard it again, a soft susurration, like someone whispering just at the edge of hearing. I unzipped my tent and peered out, my headlamp cutting a bright swath through the darkness. But there was nothing to see, just the looming shadows of cacti and rocks. I told myself I was imagining things, that the isolation was playing tricks on my mind. I'd heard stories of the desert's ability to induce hallucinations, of mirages that weren't just visual but auditory too. I zipped the tent back up and tried to sleep, but rest was a long time coming. The next day, I pushed myself hard, hiking further than I'd planned. Part of me hoped that if I exhausted myself physically, I'd be too tired for my mind to conjure up phantom sounds. The desert seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction, a sea of sand and stone beneath a sky so blue it hurt to look at. As night fell, I made camp in a small canyon, the high walls providing some relief from the relentless heat. I sat outside my tent long into the night, watching the stars wheel overhead and listening to the absolute silence of the desert. Just as I was about to turn in, I heard it again. This time, the whisper was clearer, closer. I whirled around, my headlamp beam dancing across the canyon walls. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the still air. "Is someone there?" No response came, but as I stood there, heart pounding, I could have sworn I heard a soft chuckle, quickly stifled. Sleep was impossible after that. I sat with my back against the canyon wall, jumping at every shadow, every shift of sand. The third day dawned bright and brutally hot. I broke camp early, eager to be moving, to put distance between myself and whatever I'd heard in the night. But as I hiked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I turned to look behind me, I caught a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, but when I focused on it, there was nothing there. By the time I made camp that evening, my nerves were frayed. I was jumpy, starting at every sound, every shadow. As darkness fell, the whispers started again, but this time they were louder, clearer, and there was more than one voice. They seemed to come from all around me, a cacophony of whispers that rose and fell like waves on a shore. I huddled in my tent, hands pressed against my ears, but it didn't help. The voices seemed to be inside my head as much as outside. And then, to my horror, I began to make out words. "He's here," one voice hissed, a sound like dry leaves scraping across stone. "I've fresh meat," another replied, and I could hear the hunger in its tone. "It's been so long," a third chimed in, its voice dripping with anticipation. I was shaking uncontrollably, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. This couldn't be real. It had to be a hallucination, a product of heat and isolation and fear. But it felt real, terrifyingly real. "Who are you?" I shouted, my voice cracking. "What do you want?" The whispers stopped abruptly, leaving a silence so profound it rang in my ears. Then slowly, they started again. But this time they were all saying the same thing, over and over, building to a crescendo that made my head throb. "Come out, come out, come out." I don't know what made me do it. Fear, curiosity, or maybe some deep-seated instinct for self-preservation. But I unzipped my tent and stepped out into the night. The desert was bathed in moonlight, every rock and cactus casting long, deep shadows. And in those shadows I saw them. Shapes that weren't quite solid, weren't quite real, but were undeniably there. They flitted at the edges of my vision, never quite still enough to focus on me, but unmistakably present. "What are you?" I whispered, my voice trembling. The shapes moved closer, and I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. One of them spoke, its voice like sand grinding against glass. "We are the forgotten," it said, "the lost, the ones the desert claimed long ago." "We've been waiting," another added, its form shifting and writhing in a way that made my eyes hurt to look at it. "Waiting for someone like you." I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, watching as these impossible beings circled around me. "Why me?" I managed to ask. "Because you came willingly," a third voice replied, and I could hear the smile in its tone. "Because you sought out the emptiness, the isolation. You opened yourself to us." They were getting closer, their insubstantial forms beginning to coalesce into something more solid, more real. I could make out features now, eyes that glowed with an inner light, mouths filled with teeth that looked sharp enough to tear through reality itself. "What do you want from me?" I asked, though I feared I already knew the answer. "Everything," they replied in unison, their voices merging into a sound that made my bones vibrate. "Your fear, your wonder, your very essence. We want you to join us, to become part of the desert, part of the eternal emptiness." They were almost upon me now, their forms solidifying with each passing second. I could feel their cold touch on my skin, like tendrils of mist wrapping around me. In that moment, faced with the impossible, with entities that shouldn't exist in any sane world, something in me snapped. The paralysis that had gripped me broke, and I ran. I ran like I've never run before, heedless of direction or danger. I scrambled over rocks, crashed through patches of cactus, ignoring the thorns that tore at my skin. Behind me, I could hear them pursuing, their whispers rising to a howl that echoed across the desert. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but terror kept me moving. As the first light of dawn began to paint the eastern sky, I saw something that made my heart leap. A road, cutting through the desert like a black ribbon. With the last of my strength, I staggered onto the asphalt and collapsed. As the sun rose, I heard a final whisper, fading like mist in the morning light. "We'll be waiting," I was found hours later by a passing truck driver, dehydrated, covered in cuts and bruises, babbling about voices in the dark. They put it down to heat stroke, to the harsh realities of the desert playing tricks on an unprepared mind. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened out there. Who would believe me? Sometimes, I'm not sure I believe it myself, but on quiet nights, when the wind whispers around the corners of my house, I find myself straining to hear, half afraid and half hoping to catch the words hidden in the sound. The desert changed me. I no longer seek out empty places or test myself against harsh environments, but sometimes, in my dreams, I'm back there, surrounded by those shifting shapes, those hungry voices, and I wonder if, in some way, a part of me is still there, lost in the vastness of the Sonoran desert, whispering with the others in the dark. The moment I saw the speedboat packed with unmarked crates, I knew I'd stumbled onto something I was never meant to see. What had started as a peaceful solo kayaking trip was about to turn into a desperate fight for survival against forces I couldn't begin to understand. I've always loved the water. There's something about the rhythmic motion of paddling, the gentle lapping of waves against the hull, that soothes my soul like nothing else. So when I decided to take a week-long solo kayaking trip along the coast of Northern California, I was ecstatic. I'd planned my route carefully, mapping out secluded coves and hidden beaches where I could camp each night, far from the crowds and noise of civilization. The first few days were everything I'd hoped for. I paddled through crystal-clear waters, marveling at the kelp forests swaying beneath me and the seals that would pop their heads up to watch me curiously as I passed. Each evening, I'd pull my kayak up onto a deserted beach, set up my small tent, and fall asleep to the sound of waves gently breaking on the shore. It was on the fourth day that everything changed. I was hugging the coastline, admiring the rugged cliffs rising up from the water, when I spotted a narrow opening in the rock face. Intrigued, I steered my kayak towards it. As I got closer, I realized it was the entrance to a hidden cove, completely invisible from the main shoreline. My heart raced with excitement as I paddled into the cove. This was exactly the kind of secret spot I'd been hoping to find. The cove was small, maybe 100 yards across, with a crescent of sandy beach at the back. Steep cliffs rose on all sides, making it feel like a private little world. I beached my kayak and stretched my legs, walking along the water's edge. That's when I noticed something odd. Fresh tire tracks in the sand, leading up to a narrow path that wound its way up the cliff face. It seemed strange in such an isolated spot, but I figured maybe local fishermen knew about this place. Curious, I decided to follow the path. It was steep and rough, clearly not meant for casual hikers. By the time I reached the top, I was breathing hard and my legs were burning. But what I saw made me forget all about my fatigue. There, in a small clearing just back from the cliff edge, was a speedboat on a trailer. It was sleek and expensive looking, the kind of vessel you'd expect to see in a Miami marina, not hidden away in a remote cove in Northern California. But it was what was in the boat that really caught my attention. It was packed with wooden crates, their sides stamped with symbols I didn't recognize. I knew I should leave, that I was seeing something I probably shouldn't. But curiosity got the better of me. I crept closer, straining to make out the markings on the crates. They weren't in English, or any language I recognized. Some of the symbols looked almost like hieroglyphs, while others seemed to shift and change as I looked at them, making my eyes hurt. Just as I was about to turn back, I heard voices coming up the path. Panic seized me. I looked around wildly for a place to hide, finally ducking behind a large boulder just as two men crested the top of the path. They were talking in low voices, in a language I didn't understand. From my hiding spot, I could see them clearly. They were dressed casually in jeans and t-shirts, but something about the way they moved, alert and purposeful, made me think they weren't just ordinary smugglers. One of them went to the boat and opened one of the crates. I had to stifle a gasp. Inside, nestled in what looked like black sand, was an object that seemed to defy description. It was roughly spherical, but its surface rippled and moved like it was alive. It glowed with an inner light that shifted through colors I'd never seen before, hues that shouldn't exist. The man picked it up carefully, almost reverently. As he turned with it in his hands, I saw his face clearly for the first time. His eyes were completely black, no whites visible at all. A chill ran down my spine. Whatever these men were, they weren't human. I must have made a sound, a sharp intake of breath or a rustle of clothing, because suddenly both men turned towards my hiding place. I didn't wait to see if they'd spotted me. I ran. I crashed back down the path, my feet slipping on loose rocks, branches whipping at my face. I could hear shouts behind me, followed by the sound of pursuit. My lungs burned and my legs felt like lead, but terror kept me moving. I burst out onto the beach and sprinted for my kayak. Just as I reached it, a hand grabbed my shoulder, spinning me around. I found myself face to face with one of the men, his black eyes boring into mine. Up close, I could see that his skin had an odd, shimmery quality to it, like the scales of a fish. "You shouldn't be here," he said, his voice oddly melodic despite the menace in his tone. "You've seen too much." I reacted on instinct, bringing my knee up hard. He doubled over with a grunt, and I took the opportunity to shove him away. I dragged my kayak into the water and jumped in, paddling furiously. As I cleared the mouth of the cove, I heard an unearthly shriek behind me. I glanced back to see both men standing at the water's edge. One of them raised his hand, and to my horror, the water around my kayak began to churn and bubble. Shapes rose from the depths, creatures that looked like a nightmarish cross between sharks and humans. Their skin was pale and rubbery, their mouths filled with row upon a row of razor-sharp teeth. They circled my kayak, their black eyes fixed on me with predatory intent. I paddled harder than I ever had in my life, my arms burning with the effort. The creatures kept pace easily, occasionally bumping against my kayak or snapping at my paddle. I knew I couldn't outrun them forever. Just when I thought all hope was lost, I heard the sound of a motor. A Coast Guard cutter appeared around the headland and headed in my direction. The creatures immediately dove, disappearing as quickly as they had appeared. As the cutter pulled alongside me, I realized I was shaking uncontrollably. The Coast Guard officers helped me aboard, wrapping me in a blanket and peppering me with questions. I babbled about smugglers and hidden coves, but I didn't mention the impossible things I'd seen. Who would believe me? They searched the cove, of course, but found nothing. No boat, no crates, no sign that anyone had been there at all. They put it down to sunstroke and dehydration, a kayaker's imagination running wild. But I know what I saw. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I can still see that strange, living sphere, glowing with impossible colors. I can still feel the cold, alien touch of that not quite human hand on my shoulder. I don't go kayaking anymore, at least not in the ocean. I stick to lakes now, places where I can always see the shore. But sometimes, when I'm near the coast, I find myself scanning the water, looking for shapes moving beneath the surface. And I wonder about those crates, about what was in them, and about what plans those not quite human smugglers had for their otherworldly cargo. I've spent countless hours researching, trying to find any information about similar sightings or experiences. I've delved into obscure forums and fringe websites, searching for answers. But the deeper I dig, the more questions I uncover. There are whispers in certain circles about an ancient race that predates humanity, beings that retreated to the depths of the oceans millennia ago. Some say they're returning now, reclaiming what was once theirs. Others insist they've always been here, hiding in plain sight, manipulating human affairs from the shadows. I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that the world is stranger and more dangerous than I ever imagined. And somewhere out there in hidden coves and secret places, impossible things are being smuggled for purposes I can't even begin to fathom. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I find myself drawn to the shore. I stand there, watching the waves and listening to the rhythm of the ocean, and I wonder if, somewhere out in that vast expanse of water, Those black-eyed beings are watching me back, waiting for the day they can reclaim the surface world as their own. I never reported what I saw to the authorities. Who would believe such a fantastical tale? But I keep my eyes open, and I stay alert, because now I know that there are things lurking in the depths of our world that defy explanation, things that most people couldn't even imagine. And sometimes, if you're not careful, you might just stumble upon them in the most unexpected places. So if you're ever out on the water and you see something that doesn't quite make sense, something that shouldn't be there, don't investigate. Don't let curiosity get the better of you like I did. Just turn around and paddle away as fast as you can. Because some secrets are better left undiscovered, some mysteries better left unsolved. And the depths of the ocean hold terrors beyond our wildest nightmares. The moment I saw all 4 tires slashed, I knew this wasn't just bad luck. Someone didn't want me to leave. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, I realized I was trapped in a nightmare of my own making. I've always been drawn to the road less traveled, seeking out hidden gems that most tourists overlook. That's what led me to this remote corner of a national park, miles from the nearest campground or ranger station. I'd read about a secluded spot with breathtaking views and unparalleled solitude. It seemed perfect for a weekend of camping and photography. The drive there was an adventure in itself. My old Jeep groaned as I navigated the increasingly rough dirt roads, the GPS signal flickering in and out. By the time I reached the small clearing that would be my campsite, I hadn't seen another vehicle for hours. As I set up my tent and organized my gear, I couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. This was real wilderness, unspoiled and raw. The late afternoon sun painted the landscape in warm hues, and I spent the first few hours capturing the play of light on the rugged terrain. It wasn't until I returned to my campsite that evening that I noticed something odd. My cooler, which I'd left on the picnic table, was slightly ajar. At first, I thought maybe I'd forgotten to secure it properly, but as I got closer, I saw distinct claw marks on the plastic. Something had been trying to get in. A chill ran down my spine despite the warm evening air. I'd been careful to store my food properly, knowing that bears were active in the area. But these marks didn't look like bear claws. They were smaller, more deliberate. I shook off the unease, chalking it up to an overly curious raccoon. I secured my food in the Jeep and turned in for the night, the sounds of the wilderness lulling me to sleep. The next morning, I woke early, eager to catch the sunrise from a nearby ridge. As I emerged from my tent, I immediately sensed that something was wrong. The campsite felt different, though I couldn't put my finger on why. It wasn't until I'd returned from my morning shoot that I noticed the first real sign of trouble. My backpack, which I'd left in the Jeep, was sitting on the picnic table. I know I hadn't taken it out. My heart began to race as I approached it cautiously. The contents had been rifled through, but nothing seemed to be missing. Instead, something had been added. A small, crudely woven bracelet made of grass and twigs lay on top of my gear. Threaded through its center was a single long, coarse hair, too thick to be human, too long to belong to any animal I knew. My hands shook as I examined it. This was no animal. Someone had been here, had gone through my things while I was away. The realization sent a jolt of fear through me. I was alone, miles from help, and someone was watching me. I decided then and there to pack up and leave. This was no longer the peaceful retreat I'd envisioned. But as I started gathering my gear, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold, the distinct hiss of air escaping a tire. I ran to my Jeep, my heart pounding. All 4 tires were flat, each one sporting a clean slice along the sidewall. This was no accident, no unfortunate encounter with a sharp rock. Someone had deliberately stranded me here. Panic set in as I realized the gravity of my situation. I had no cell service, no way to call for help. The nearest road was miles away, too far to walk safely with the limited supplies I had. I was well and truly trapped. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the clearing, I frantically tried to come up with a plan. I gathered everything I could in my tent: food, water, my camera gear, anything that might be useful. I found a heavy flashlight that could double as a weapon if needed. But deep down, I knew I was woefully unprepared for whatever, or whoever, was out there. Night fell, and with it came a silence so profound it seemed to press in on me from all sides. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. I sat in my tent, flashlight clutched in my sweaty hand, straining my ears for any sound of approach. It was well past midnight when I heard it. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling my tent. My breath caught in my throat as I realized there was more than one set. They moved in perfect synchronization, a steady, rhythmic sound that seemed to penetrate my very bones. I wanted to call out, to demand to know who was there, but fear had stolen my voice. The footsteps continued their relentless circuit, never speeding up, never slowing down, just that steady, menacing pace. As the first hint of dawn began to lighten the sky, the footsteps receded. I waited, hardly daring to breathe, for what felt like hours. When I finally found the courage to unzip my tent and peer outside, what I saw made my heart skip a beat. Surrounding my campsite, just at the edge of the clearing, were crude figures made of sticks and grass. They stood about waist high, their features twisted into grotesque approximations of human faces. Each one wore a bracelet identical to the one I'd found in my backpack. I stumbled back, my mind reeling. This was beyond simple vandalism or theft. This was something else entirely, something I couldn't begin to comprehend. In the growing light, I noticed something else. A trail, barely visible, leading away from my campsite into the dense underbrush. It hadn't been there the day before. I was certain of it. Every instinct screamed at me to stay put, to wait for help that might never come. But a deeper part of me knew that staying here, surrounded by those eerie totems, would drive me mad long before any rescue arrived. With shaking hands, I packed a small bag with water, some energy bars, and my flashlight. I left a note in my tent explaining what had happened and which direction I was heading, though I held little hope anyone would find it in time to help. The trail was rough, overgrown in places, and seemed to wind aimlessly through the wilderness. But I pressed on, driven by a desperate need to put distance between myself and that nightmarish campsite. As I walked, I became aware of sounds in the forest around me. Not the normal sounds of birds or small animals, but something else. Whispers that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The crack of a branch breaking underfoot, always just out of sight. I walked for hours, the sun climbing high in the sky, then beginning its descent. The trail never seemed to end, never led to a road or any sign of civilization. As dusk approached, I realized with growing horror that the path had led me in a giant circle. Ahead, I could see my campsite through the trees, but it wasn't as I'd left it. My tent was gone, replaced by a larger structure made of branches and animal hides. The crude figures had multiplied, now numbering in the dozens, all turned to face the center of the clearing where a fire burned. And gathered around that fire were people. At least, they looked like people at first glance. But as I watched, hidden behind a large tree, I realized there was something fundamentally wrong about them. Their movements were too fluid, their limbs slightly too long, and their eyes, when they turned to look in my direction, glowed with an inner light that was anything but human. One of them stood, sniffing the air, and I knew with certainty that I had been detected. As they began to move towards me, I ran. I ran like I've never run before, crashing through underbrush, leaping over fallen logs, my lungs burning and my legs screaming in protest. I ran until I couldn't run anymore, collapsing in a small gully as the last light faded from the sky. As I lay there, gasping for breath, I heard them. They were singing, a beautiful, terrible melody that seemed to come from the earth itself. It grew louder, closer, and I knew they were coming for me. I'd like to say I faced my fate with courage, meaning that I stood my ground against the unknown. But the truth is, As those unearthly voices drew near and inhuman shapes began to emerge from the darkness, I closed my eyes and prayed for it to be over quickly. The next thing I remember is waking up in a hospital bed, surrounded by concerned doctors and stern-faced rangers. They told me I'd been found wandering along a highway, dehydrated and babbling about monsters in the woods. My campsite, when they found it, showed no signs of disturbance. No slashed tires, no stick figures, no strange structures, just an abandoned tent and a lot of unanswered questions. I know what I saw, what I experienced, but I also know that no one will ever believe me. Sometimes late at night I still hear that singing, calling me back to the wilderness, and I wonder, not for the first time, if I ever truly escaped at all.